So you're gonna be after me. Okay. Are you ready? That's great. Okay, so I welcome you all to the Cityjs New Delhi. Obviously, you can tell I'm not from New Delhi. So my name is Aris. I am the organizer and founder of Cityjs. I've been running Cityjs for the last 7 years. I started in London. I was running meetups. And then, I don't know what happened, I had this crazy idea and I started doing conferences. I'm working for Zensar and Foolproof. And I am also teaching at City University in London. Yeah, this was a hobby and eventually it became something bigger. And yeah, that's me. It's a community conference, which means that we make accessible to everyone. So we keep the prices very low. Some of you got scholarships, right? So we are able to do it in places that normally they are not able to have conferences, like New Delhi. It's the only JavaScript conference around here. Already I've done 5 conferences this year, and I'm doing one more in Athens. Actually, I'm Greek, so I'm doing this year 2 conferences in Athens. So when I go back home, I'm going to do one on the 29th of November. Already we've done in London, which was a big one. We did one in Singapore. I just brought 2 speakers from Singapore here. One in October in Medellin, Colombia. And we are now here in New Delhi. We support communities around the world, like here in India. And that's the main kind of purpose and the stuff that we're trying to bring as a conference around the world. There is a code of conduct. So just behave, speak nicely to each other. If something happens and you feel like you have been offended, somebody harassed you or something, just come and talk to me or to the people with the Cityjs t-shirts. Don't let it spread around, just get it done. Obviously, this slide I have Singapore, but you can replace Singapore with India, and it's the same URL, /COC is the code of conduct page. I think the fire exit, you can see there is one here, there is one there, there is one there, and one there. You know, I'm not like a hostess, so I cannot say like these kind of things, you know. So yeah, you know where to find them. It's quite visible. It's not green, it's red. There's no Wi-Fi. I'm sorry. And then, for the first time, make some noise. Our MC for today is Usual. So come up the stage. Usual is the one that helped me to do the conference in New Delhi. So I will pass the mic to him, and you won't hear from me again, maybe until the end of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Aris. Yeah, so let's start with the talks then. Okay. Yeah, okay, let me finish the presentation. So before we start, I want to thank all of our sponsors. They made this event possible. Thank you. And also, okay, we'd like to thank our community partners who through the years have been working with us to bring more people in to the community and to the event. Thank you. And yeah, let's start the conference. Are you excited? Okay, let's go. So, Josh, let's go. So, for the first talk of today's conference, we have Josh from Camunda. You might have heard of the principle or idea. I'll get myself set up. So, write once, run everywhere, right? Like, that's a principle that has been peddled to software developers for generations. I mean, even Python did that to some extent, I think. Like, any self-respecting VM, to some extent, has tried to do that. I mean, even C had the general principle of, if you write it once for the C compiler, a specific one that you like, it would run everywhere. But JavaScript was the only language, and the web was the only platform that made it possible. To hear more on that, we welcome Josh.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just get my displays set up here. Something's changed since I was last up on here. Okay, that's kind of looking good. Now, what happens? Goes across to here. Okay, it's looking good, looking promising. Good morning, New Delhi. Before I begin, let me offer my respectful obeisances to JavaScript Samstapakacharya, Brendan Ike, to the founder of Node and Dnode, Ryan Dahl, to my open source JavaScript gurus, Nolan Lawson and Sindre Surhus, and to Goddess Saraswati, the patron deity of computer programmers. And let me offer my most respectful and humble obeisances at a distance to Mother Kali, the goddess of untraceable bugs. My name is Josh Wolf. I'm a developer experience engineer at Camunda, and I'm the Camunda 8 open source SDK. This is where you can find me on socials. I'm at Cityjs on Twitter, github.com/jwolf, and www.joshwolf.com. If you follow me on Twitter, I tweeted out a link to my 2019 article, How to Advance Your Career Through Contributing to Open Source. The article is now about 5 years old, and it definitely works because I used the strategy that I put in there to get my job at Camunda, where I've been for the last 6 years working on open source software. Today I'm talking about writing cross-environment JavaScript. As we just heard, write once, run anywhere was the promise of originally Java. You know, Sun were promoting it. Write once, run anywhere, but they didn't really deliver. JavaScript has delivered on that. JavaScript has become the dominant VM in the world. JavaScript is kind of like the cockroach of programming languages. It's everywhere and it's unkillable. And as one great saint said, JavaScript will not only survive the apocalypse, it will probably cause it. So here's the question: can you write cross-environment JavaScript? And the answer is yes, you can. But you know, a more fundamental philosophical question is, should you do it? Who knows the answer to this one? It depends. Once you master that answer to a question, you can get a consulting gig anywhere. You just answer everything with, well, it depends. But here's the more fundamental thing is, what does it depend on and how does it depend on it? Now, if you have a microdose, now is the time to drop it. So programming is the never-ending quest for the best fit abstraction, which you notice doesn't really fit into the thing there because you can never really arrive at that point. And I really thought a lot about this framing here, the best fit abstraction, not the correct abstraction, not the right one. There is no one true way to slice anything in programming, but we're on a never-ending quest to find the best fit abstraction. Here's a few philosophical points about that. Things should be as simple as they can, but not simpler. And, this one's from me, accidental complexity must be eliminated. You know, you like got code which has just like crazy complexity that you introduced yourself. that has to be eliminated, but irreducible complexity must be located. There's a certain amount of irreducible complexity in every system that cannot be eliminated, and at that point you're just making decisions about where am I going to put this complexity. So if we consider this idea of these two different environments, the browser and Node, the back end, so the front end and the back end, we want to write something that's going to run in both environments, the front end and the back end. Maybe you have something that already runs in the front end or something that runs in the back end, and you want to run it in this other environment at the same time. So one way you can do that is you create two separate code bases. They each have their own repo, they have their own issue tracker, they have their own automation pipeline, CI, whatever, for automatically publishing, and then they produce an NPM package at the other end. But then you're like, well, I've got these two different things, they do the same thing, but I'm maintaining two of them, so I'm going to try to, refactor that into something that's got more reuse in it. So, you put all your code into a mono repo. You got two packages in the mono repo. Now you got one issue tracker. So you don't have, two different issue trackers where people are opening bugs. It's all in one place. You got the same automation pipeline, but you're still producing two different NPM packages, and you still have two different source trees inside that repo. So you're patching, someone opens a bug against one package, and you have to patch it in both places. So you think, well, this violates the don't repeat yourself principle. Can I coalesce that code base into a single code base so that I have a single code base that runs in both the browser and in Node, everything all in one like this? Yes, you can. And then what you end up with is you end up targeting this subset of both environments that is the overlap between the two. The Cosmos DB guys are going to be talking soon, and that's what their source tree does. They have like a mono repo, and they have a single package that targets both environments. And so you're writing into this narrow piece here. If you've already started with something that does things that are node specific, like addressing the file system, crypto APIs that aren't supported on the web, then you're going to have to constrain it into that little piece there. So at this point, it's like, well, why am I doing this? Oh yeah, here's this is the progression here of the thing. You start with supporting the browser, now you support Node in a mono repo, and then you've got a single code base. So, but why am I doing this? Because it's more efficient. Because it's more maintainable. But really, it's just because I want to do it on hard mode, because I already wrote something that runs in the browser. I wrote something that runs in Node, and it's like, I'm bored. I want to try and do something that combines like both of them. Well, why didn't you just say so? Let's add Dino into the mix and make it even more crazy. We're going to support 3 different environments, Dino, Node, and the browser. So we're going to be targeting that very narrow point of intersection there. With Dino, we get the ability to do cross-platform native binaries. So you can produce binaries that will run on Mac, Linux, and Windows out of your package. So now you can, go everywhere, like literally run everywhere. So that's what we're going to be targeting. How do I make this a bit bigger so I can see what I'm doing? Okay, so this is the full enlightenment pathway. Supports the browser, supports Node in a mono repo, single code base, and supports Dino. All 3 of them. If you wanted to go like to the next level, you would also be able to run it inside Minecraft in the JVM inside their Graal VM. I've actually written something that does that. But I won't be covering that today because probably you're not going to be doing that in your work. Okay, so one of the things about doing this is because you're addressing this very narrow point here of intersection, it's going to get rid of most of your dependencies. Instead of pulling in other people's code, other people's libraries, they are not writing their code in such a way. So you'll end up debugging edge cases and things that don't work because they designed it to work in the browser or in Node or in the browser and Node, but not in the browser, in Node, and in dnode. So you're not going to find many packages that do that. So you are going to end up writing it yourself. Handcrafted JavaScript, old school. Like you'll understand the code yourself. It'll be very focused. You'll only have the functionality that you need. It won't be mysterious, cryptic kind of, other people's code throwing weird errors. It's just what you need, handcrafted, because you're targeting that very narrow point there. The other thing is that introducing dnode, it actually simplifies things in a way because it makes your choice of the module system very clear. You could use CommonJS or you could use ESM for your module system, but if you're targeting dnode, you have to use ESM because that's the only module system that it supports. But at the same time, you have consumers like Nest.js, especially in Node. So in the front end, in the web browser, ESM very popular. In dnode, ESM is the only way. But in Node land, CommonJS is still very widely used, and you can't import ESM modules in CommonJS projects. So, you got Nest.js, for example, which is kind of like Angular for the back end. And they use CommonJS. You're not going to be able to import an ESM package, so you can use something like Rollup to bundle your ESM into a CommonJS version. So now you're publishing like an NPM package that has 2 entry points. It has an ESM entry point and a CommonJS entry point. So what you've done getting to this point is you've reduced the complexity in the code base by going down to the lowest common denominator. Like dnode, Node, and the web, the browser, they all support the fetch API, for example. So, you're going to use the fetch API, but they do have slight differences in how it's implemented. So you're not going to be able to use a wrapper library like Kai or something like that. You're going to have to use the actual fetch implementation itself, and you're going to be writing code like it's back in the 90s, specifically for each of the environments. We had to do like, if this is Internet Explorer, if I'm running in Firefox, you're going to be paying attention to that kind of stuff. So you're going to have little to no dependencies, but you are going to increase the complexity in your build chain, especially having to build an ESM and a CommonJS module. Okay, now I want to look at the irreducible complexity in the system. So, and that's the disjunction. So the common intersection here is the place where you're going to write your JavaScript that's narrowly focused. It targets what each of those platforms can do. But what about the disjunct features, the things that the browser can do that Node can't, Node can do that the browser can't, etc. So here's an example, persistent storage. So let's say that your library, it gets an OAuth token, from auth0 or whatever, and you don't want to keep hitting that endpoint all the time when the web page is refreshed, or if your code is running in an AWS Lambda, every time that it's invoked, you don't want to re-ask for the token, so you want to store it. Like in the browser, you want to store it in local storage. In Node or Dino, you want to store it on the file system. But those are two completely disjunct things. There's no file system in the web browser, and there's no local storage in Node. So what do you do about that? Option one is that you can just ignore it. You just expose some kind of feature or some property, and you make the user write the code to deal with the environment that they're running your library, your package in. So you just say, we expose this property, and if you want to do something, then that's up to you. Option two is that you can inject it. So you can, instead of programming to an implementation, you program to an interface. So this is in TypeScript. You define an interface. A persistent storage interface, this kind of has the same sort of properties as a map, a JavaScript map. You can get a value by key, you can set a value by key, you can remove a value, and then it has this tag field here, type persistent storage. So that's going to be used for injecting it. You can use a DI framework like Inversify or something, but it's easy just to write your own lightweight implementation. So what you do in your implementation is you make it a maybe, like a nullable field. So maybe the user has provided a persistent storage provider and maybe they haven't. And then so you just deal with the fact that it may or may not be there. And then to actually inject it, you can just have a method like use that takes a feature. Here it just says persistent storage, but that can be like a union type, like a persistent storage or a this or a that, or different kind of enhancement features that you can add. And then if the user passes in a persistent storage provider, then your implementation will use it. So this is a pattern that's used by Express, PouchDB. They both use this kind of method of enhancing the properties of the object. So now your mono repo structure has become more complicated. You've got like your common code that targets what's in the middle. And then you've got like, persist Deno, persist local storage, persist node. It's become more complicated. But if you look at it, it actually maps to common, and then the disjunct features are now in their own separate pieces. So, was it worth going through all this and doing it? I don't know, One thing I'll say about this is that it looks like the right separation of concerns to me, because you have now an architecture that maps to this. So refactoring and fixing bugs and adding new features, they're going to go in the right place. They're not cross-cutting concerns in the code base anymore. So, programming is the never-ending quest for the best fit abstraction. And this is the thought that I want to leave you with after all of this. Maybe it's not about the code we write. Maybe it's about the meme that we become along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next up, we have Aman. So, well, we are all fans of JavaScript. I think we can all agree on that, right? But if you've been following anything recently, AI and LLMs are on the rise. But have any of you actually tried building something on top of them, or building your own LLMs, right? So it's a challenge, especially to store data and to set things up the way they have to be in terms of high precision data. Here we have Aman with a talk on Azure Cosmos DB to tell you about how exactly you should be building your application. So please join me in welcoming on stage Aman. Oh.
Thanks a lot. So today I have Manik along with me, and Manik, I think it's better that if you introduce both of us.
So hey everyone, I'm Manik and he's Aman. So today
in the picture.
So today we will be talking about building AI applications with Azure Cosmos DB JS SDK. We are the core maintainers of Cosmos DB JavaScript SDK. So for you today we have built a demo. So let's see. So this is actually a support application.
Share that screen, I think.
Okay.
All right. So actually, we built a support application or a chat application for Cityjs conference, and it's actually data from this conference-related data, so that if you have any questions related to this conference, you can just ask it. And yeah, okay. So what do you want to ask first, Manik?
Sure. So since we are talking about AI, let's say who all are, what all talks are about AI.
We actually wanted to find our peers for this. Okay, it's taking some time. We'll blame it on the Wi-Fi. Okay, so what do we have?
Oh, so apart from Aman, there are two more speakers, Pradeepa and Ayush. Hey, Pradeepa and Ayush.
Good to see fellow AI enthusiasts with us.
Okay, so let's see what's the schedule of day 2. Or maybe so yeah,
okay.
This is the schedule of day 2, and yeah, we do have a workshop also tomorrow. So
this was actually a bit of a self-disclaimer that please be there tomorrow also. We prompted this question just so that you guys are also available tomorrow.
okay, and let's ask one more question. Maybe something very simple, like when is lunch?
This is more of a personal question because we didn't have breakfast, so okay, 12:40 to 1.
12:40.
Okay. So yeah. Should I take one?
Yeah. So now Aman would talk about like how exactly we build this application. He is going to peer us through it. Like he is going to tell you. So
Thanks, Manik. I can we can play around with the demo. I think till lunch, but let's because of constraint of time, let's start with the talk. So how do we build a AI application? So in total, like you require 3 major components for that. One being the chat or embedding model. Like if you want to talk to an AI model, you need an AI model, right? Then you need some kind of vector database so that you can store all your vector embeddings and all the knowledge base that you require for that application. And third is that once you have your AI models and you have a vector database, how do you interact with those? So for that, we need some kind of framework. So, and there are a lot more things like how do we deploy it and how do we maintain it and is it live or not. But due to constraint of time, we'll be focusing on more on the vector database and the AI frameworks that we can use for these. All right, so many of you must have heard about Cosmos DB. I hope, but if not, so Cosmos DB is an offering by Azure, a database offering by Azure, and it has many different flavorings. Like we have Azure Cosmos DB for NoSQL, we have MongoDB API, and in this presentation we'll be focusing more on the NoSQL part. So Azure Cosmos DB NoSQL is so as you know, like if you want to use, it has different offerings like serverless. It provides provision throughput. If you want to scale it, like if you want to pay just for what you use, or if you want to do a configured, like just pay beforehand and use that. So you can choose between those two. If your application gets a lot more load instantly, you can configure dynamic and auto scaling. We provide low latency and very mission critical reliability. And shortly you will see some of the ways this is actually getting used in the live part. All right. So you must be thinking, okay, Cosmos DB, I was talking about like we need a vector store, right? But and I was talking about like Cosmos DB being a NoSQL API. So that is just not it. Cosmos DB actually is works as a vector store too. You can actually in the Cosmos DB you can store the vectors and the data for which you generated those vectors in a single document, and that actually reduces a lot of the complexity. So for example, you don't need to maintain 2 databases, one for the text that you create and other for the vectors that maintain it. If you put those all together in one single document, what happens is that it greatly reduces your operational complexity. You don't need to maintain sync between 2 databases. And actually, like in real world applications, that is a huge overhead to keep those 2 data in syncs. You can always be assured that your data is always with the right vector. And then apart from that, if you want to do a subset query on a very small specific subset of your vector database, because like vector search in general are very expensive tasks. So if you are able to narrow down your search in that vector database, that is actually a huge cost benefit. And with Cosmos DB, what you can do is like with the already existing SQL query language that we have, there is an option to very specified subset of that, like where you want to query that data, and that is actually a great feature. Then there are different indexing policies like flat, quantized, flat, and disk ANN, and that is actually, that helps you query your data very efficient. And then once you combine all of this with the Cosmos DB all its own capabilities, you can get a very good vector search data store. All right, so some of the actual use cases where Cosmos DB is getting used and why we chose to use it in our application. So anyone wants to take a guess? Okay, most of you must have used ChatGPT, right? Right. So do you know which database is actually getting used there to store all your chat history? Yeah, MongoDB or Cosmos DB? Oh, it's Cosmos DB actually.
It's Cosmos.
So it's actually Cosmos DB. So you must have seen all your chats on the left side, right? Like you can go back to that chat and use continue conversation into at a particular point from that point onwards. So all that conversational context and all that history is actually getting used in the Cosmos DB. And OpenAI chose Cosmos DB because of its reliability and its scalability. So then the next comes is RAG. In a very brief talk about RAG. We'll dive deep into this later, I promise. RAG is retrieval and augmentation generation, and this is actually the pattern that we use to build that chat support application that we were talking about. And so it is mostly about getting the right data out of the database at the right time and provide it to the generator or the LLM model. And the third being the semantic cache. So I think you must have seen that, okay, it was taking some time to load up the answer at that point of time, right? Like when we asked it, when is the lunch? It took some time, or when what all people are talking about, but which all speakers are on AI, talking about AI. You saw that it was taking some time. So actually, vector search can help that thing. A good vector store can help with that thing, because like if someone has already asked that question, and if someone already got that answer, what you can do is like you can cache that question as a vector and store that corresponding text along with it, so that next time if a person asks that same question, you can get that result straight ahead, instead of getting into all the latency that is involved with the LLM model. So I think, yeah, you saw the title, okay, why are we not talking about JavaScript? As we mentioned that we are the maintainers of JavaScript SDK. So yeah, we are the maintainers of JavaScript SDK, and it's actually by the name of Azure Cosmos. And we are getting almost 500,000 downloads every week for this. So the best part about this SDK is that it's fully open source. If you want, anyone wants to see the code, they can do that. If they want to open a bug or contribute to that or request a feature, we are always open to that thing. Then talking about some of the benefits of our SDK is that it actually follows Fluent API design. It has enhanced security and compliance, and actually supports all the modern TypeScript and JavaScript features. So if anyone wants to go have a look at that, they can check it out on the NPM, or reach out us on our booth outside, and we'll be happy to talk more about it. Yeah. All right. So now that we have our embedding model sorted, like we actually were using Azure OpenAI embedding models and the chat models, and we talked about the vector database. So now we require something that we will be able to communicate with them, both of them, very easily. So that is where some of the famous open source JavaScript AI frameworks come into picture. Some of the example being the LangChain and the Llama Index. So you might have heard of these related to Python. So actually, LangChain JS and Llama Index TS are the sister projects of the original ones. And they were made because of the huge demand in JavaScript community, that because JavaScript being such a good language to build AI applications. So these are getting hugely popular nowadays. And they are actually open source projects, so if anyone wants to contribute to them, they can do that. So the benefit that they provide is that they provide very highly abstracted components. So what are the things that you require to build such an AI application? You require chat models, embedding models, vector store, data store, and all these things, right? So, but the benefit of these platforms is that they provide very high-level abstraction on top of them. It's mostly like plug and play. If you don't like one vector store or one chat model, you can simply swap it with the other one, and it's just a one-line code change. And we'll shortly see.
Yeah, we will see it in the code.
In the demo, right? Yeah. In the code, yeah. And you actually, like, but I already talked about, like, you build a chain of these components, and you can see all that into picture. Yeah. So now I think we are done. We know all the three components. Now let's see how we can connect all these three components. So RAG consists of two components, and RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. And two components, the retriever and the generator. So retriever, the main work of retriever is to actually retrieve sensible knowledge out of the vector database. So like the vector database returns you all that knowledge, but the request to that vector store is actually sent to the from the retriever. And all that sensible information that you get back from the vector store along with the original question, you augment it into the prompt that is to be sent into the generator or your LLM model. So this is actually RAG. So now let's see, okay, how we converted the database, how we actually made the database and converted that into the vector store for this, specifically for this conference. So, but all we did was like so it's just a one-page PDF, right? It's just a one-page PDF that we took related to the, okay, what are the timings and who all are the speakers and what they are talking about. I think it was, yeah, mostly one-page PDF only. We just gave it to the LangChain. It read all that data, and it read all that text. It passed that to the embedding model to convert embeddings out of it. And yeah. And then we stored that embeddings. Embeddings are basically like your meaning. If you have any data, embeddings actually store the semantics or the meanings of that data instead of just like these that array that you see. It might just seem a high-dimensional vector array to you, but it's actually knowledge for the data for the LLM model. And then you combine both of these and actually store that into your database to be retrieved at the right time. So this is like how you get your knowledge base for that application. All right, now, so what we did, like just an overview of how this application was actually built. So the user, or in this case, Manik, who actually prompted the question, question, or like when is the lunch, that got sent to the retriever. And that retriever actually sent that question, like when is the lunch, to the embedding model to convert embeddings from that. And then embedding model actually return you back the embedding for that question. And then that when is the lunch in the vectorized form got sent to the vector database. Okay, it understood, okay, what needs to be searched, it performed a vector search, and then it returned that back to the retriever. Now, at this point, you have your vectorized embeddings and your relevant docs, and actually the original text question also, right? So now that you have your original text question, when is the lunch, and the relevant answer from the database that, okay, in some of the line it had mentioned that, okay, the lunch would be at 12:40 to 1:40, right? So all those two combined are augmented into the prompt and actually sent to your LLM or your chat model, and it generates, based on that, it generates the answer. And it returns that back to the user or Manik, and we all got to know that, okay, the lunch was at 12:40. Yeah, so that is how RAG works. And we'll quickly show, give you a quick code walkthrough that, okay, how in like 40, 50 lines you can actually build this kind of application. I'll hand it over to Manik now.
Sure. I wanted to show the entire application, but in interest of time, oops, give me a second.
Yeah, we'll blame this to Murphy's Law, I think.
By the way, like we have open sourced this repo, so anyone can try it out. So you have to just put your enterprise data, and in the README you can see simple steps like how to configure it, and you can make a chatbot for your enterprise too, or your projects if you want to do something.
Still taking time.
Internet is a bit slow. Yeah. Slowly.
Hotspot?
Yeah.
All right, I think let's try it for 20 seconds more, or we can show from the GitHub repo actually. Not the docs. Yeah, sorry about the delay. Yeah.
So this is, so we would be only talking about the chat API, which the UI which we presented was using. So it would take in your chat as request, and as Aman has already talked about, we need three things. An embedding model, so we are using ADA here, and a generation model, which we use GPT-4, and a vector store, which was Cosmos DB in this case. So this is mostly about creating, just initializing the model. You can play with these OpenAI settings too for context. And then yeah, we created a chain. We called it as RAG chain, which like combines the prompt, the question which was asked in chat, along with the documents which were retrieved from the vector store. So in this retrieve, so currently retriever is configured to fetch top 3 documents, like top 3 relevant documents. So yeah, it fetches that and feeds to generation model or LLM in this case, and then yeah, we just wait for the response and then convert it into JSON object and send it back. So yeah, you can see in just 40-15 lines of code you can create your own chatbot. So
yeah, and the like the configurable the one-line code change that we were talking about. For example, if you don't like your Olama embeddings model, then what you can do is, like, for example, line number 66 that you can see, you can simply replace it with the model of your choice. And let's show them quickly the data store that we configured in Cosmos DB. Yeah, Mani, can you zoom into it?
yeah, thanks for pointing it out.
Yeah.
Is it fine?
Yeah. So, for example, the way we are able to use Cosmos DB into this is we have actually integrated or provided wrapper of Cosmos DB into the Llama into the LangChain library, and you can actually use Cosmos DB this way. Like Cosmos, you just need, this is just like a one-line change, line number 62. If you don't like Cosmos DB, you can use something else of your own. And this is like how that swappable components are built, and you can just create a chain out of it and just use it. So yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks everyone. Thanks for bearing us. And just as a get-go, lunch is at 12:40.
If you have questions, you can scan this QR code.
Will be reachable at the booth also. Yeah. Link of the which one? Azure RSDK?
LangChain.
LangChain. Sure. Okay. It's JS or LangChain.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank
both.
you.
So earlier today we heard about write once, run everywhere. The problem with that is that not only are the capabilities of the web platform, while it's pervasive, limited, people see your app and they realize that it doesn't look like native apps and just judge it. So here we have Ravi from 1MG who will tell us all about how to make our React apps be better than, hopefully, native apps, or at least be more like them. So please join me in welcoming on stage Ravi.
Okay, I have to actually just a second. Okay.
नहीं वो तो यूजर एक्सटेंडेड डिस्प्ले कीनोट का प्रेजेंट करो हाँ
ये भी गायब हो गया। नहीं आ रहा उस पेज और डिस्प्ले पे वापस। यार अभी तो वो आ रहा था पूरा कोड।
फिर तुम्हें ये नहीं दिखेंगे कर दो ऐसे
अच्छा नहीं यार दिक्कत हो जाएगी। क्या होगा उसको बुलाना उज्जवल को।
very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
कैसे स्क्रीनशॉट?
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
उज्जवल
कहाँ गया
I have this as सब बंद हो गया.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
Hi, folks. While we figure out a little technical glitch, why don't we have a break? So there's coffee and tea outside, and see you in 5 minutes.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best
Okay, so can I get you all to agree on one thing? JavaScript is a bit crazy. I mean, it is. As a programming language, but also as a concept, I feel. But what makes it crazier is things like Websocket that can basically allow you to build all kinds of crazy shit that's entirely peer-to-peer. To make this craziness of WebSockets maybe a little bit more comprehensible, we have next up Harshil from Cloudflare. So please join me in welcoming on stage Harshil.
Thank you so much, Ujjwal. Can we have a round of applause for Ujjwal, because being an MC is not that easy. All right, so thank you all for joining in for my talk, WebSockets, the real-time Avengers. In this talk, I am going to obviously talk about WebSockets, but more interestingly, we are going to try to build a WebSocket server in, let's just see how much time we have, right? So quick note, you can get the slides, if you just scan the QR code, you can get the slides, or you can just go to herschel.dev/slides/WebSocket. Everything that I am going to be talking about, you can find the resources on the slides as well. All right, a quick introduction about myself. I live in Berlin, Germany. I am from India, but I have been living over there for 3 years now. I am a developer educator at Cloudflare. Can I get a show of hands from folks who already know what Cloudflare is? Awesome, a lot of people, that's cool. Okay, let me change this question. Can I get a show of hands from the folks who know that you can build and deploy a web application on Cloudflare? Not a lot of people. Okay, Awesome. I hope after this talk it changes your perspective of what Cloudflare can do for you. The other thing about me is I love to build silly projects, and one of my recent projects is called a mobile app game called QuickFlex. It is iOS only for now, but you can play it with yourself, or you can play along with a friend. So go ahead, check it out, and let me know how do you feel about the game. For this talk, we are going to start with the introduction about what are WebSockets. We're going to do live coding, and then I'm going to conclude the talk with the live coding and share some resources with you. So the world before Avengers, or should I say WebSocket, it was not really a good time if you were building real-time applications. You would either use something like pooling of forever frame or flash sockets to have a near to real-time implementation for your web application. But it had obviously a lot of limitations. A couple of them, there was a high latency happening between those interactions between two different clients, or the client and the server. There was an increased server load. So if you take an example of pooling, you would pool that server for like every 5 seconds, every 500 milliseconds. But if there was no message sent to that server by a different client, you were just increasing the load on the server. This also resulted in the wastage of bandwidth, because you're just making empty calls. You might or might not get some information back from the server. The implementation of this was also not easy, and there was a lot of inconsistent behavior over there. And this is where WebSockets came into the picture. WebSockets took over all those limitations, and they provide you a better implementation of how you can do real-time communication. So WebSocket is basically a protocol that allows you to do bi-directional communication, and it happens over a single connection on TCP. So you don't have to have a separate protocol for all by itself. You can do this over just a single TCP call. So the way the WebSocket works is you need to first have a handshake. You need to make a handshake request to the server. So you send a handshake request, and in this handshake request, you have to send in an HTTP header called upgrade. And when you send that to the server knows that this is an incoming request for WebSocket. It checks for that particular header. If that header is present, it establishes the connection, and you now have a bidirectional communication happening between the server and the client. Now, once you have this going on, you can interact with the client. You can have multiple clients connected to the single server, and now your clients don't have to pool the server every few seconds, right? So whenever someone sends a message to the server, it automatically gets broadcasted to all the other clients. So how do you exactly implement a WebSocket server? How do you create your own WebSocket applications? One of the ways to do that is using durable objects. Durable objects, in a way I like to think about them, are like a programmatical concept which allows you to build single-threaded applications. And durable objects by default are deployed close to the user. So we are in India over here. We are building a chat application. We want the minimum latency for our users. We don't want the users to wait forever to receive or send messages to the server, right? So durable objects by default are deployed close to the user, so the latency is minimum. You can head on to the project called Where Durable Objects Live. This is a project by a community member. It shows where you can deploy durable objects today, and it also has some interesting information that you can explore by yourself. Another interesting concept of durable objects is it allows you to build stateful applications. But what exactly do we mean when I say stateful applications? Let's just say you are building a web editor, a multi-user web editor, where people can come in and edit the document all together, something like Google Docs, right? You want to manage the state. Let's just say one of the user got disconnected because their internet was not working. How would you manage that state, and how would you, make sure that the changes that they made to the documentation is saved? This is where you can build stateful applications, and durable object does this in two different ways. You can either store the states in memory, or you can use persistent storage. For example, the KV database or the SQLite database that durable object provides out of the box. And you don't need to worry about scalability because you can have theoretically infinite durable objects or millions if you want to say it like that. All right, that's been enough of talking. I am going to start with the live demo because I have like roughly 15 to 18 minutes to build this WebSocket server for you all. All right, so what we are going to do today is we're going to try to recreate this small application which is asking you, which is your favorite Avenger. You can go ahead and vote it, and it reflects on both the clients, and it happens in real time. So this is what we are going to try to build. And FYI, I am a lazy developer, so I'm going to cheat a bit over here. So I have already started up my Cloudflare project. I have bootstrapped the project, and to do that, you can just run the command npm create Cloudflare, and I am using the experimental flag just to use static assets. We don't need to worry about that. So this is what I have right now, and all right, let me go back to the code. And if you are working if you're starting a Cloudflare project, there is one file that you need to definitely take care of is wrangler.toml. So this is the file where you basically define what kind of resources you want to use. Like if you want to use a database, you go ahead and add a binding for the database in here in wrangler.toml. So I'm going to add the binding for my durable object, and this durable object, I'm going to call it voting. So in here, I'm going to replace this with voting. This is just the naming convention. You can call it whatever you want. So now I have a durable object called voting, and the source of this particular file is in here. So I'm again going to change this over here. I can just leave it. Let's just leave it for now. Again, I mentioned I am a lazy developer, so I'm just going to copy some code from the documentation. So I'm copying the code which gives me the WebSocket server built on top of durable objects, and I'm going to paste it simply in here. And the only thing I want to do is just update the name of the durable object that I am using. So instead of WebSocket server, I'm going to call it voting because that's what we have in our bindings. And our durable object is also called, voting. Now let me quickly go through the code and help you understand what is going on over here. So whenever someone is going to make a request to our server, our worker over here is going to be the first entry point for that request. So whenever a user makes a request, this fetch handler is going to be called, and this fetch handler is checking for the endpoint /WebSocket. If the URL contains the endpoint /WebSocket, the next thing we want to check is the upgrade header. Remember, earlier I mentioned that to establish this WebSocket connection, the client needs to send out a upgrade header which contains the value WebSocket. If it does that, I am calling up my durable object and passing on that request to the durable object. If it does not do that, I'm just sending out a response 404 or 426 based on the condition. So that's just what I have for my worker. Now coming to my durable object, in here is where I am doing most of my logic for my WebSocket server. So this is again the template code that you can find on the documentation. It has a variable that is called currently connected WebSocket, and this is what I'm going to use to identify how many connections are already connected to my WebSocket server. I'm initializing it to 0, and then again I have a fetch handler inside my durable object. And this is where the request from the worker gets into my durable object. Now this particular code is like the standard WebSocket code. So whenever you make a WebSocket connection request, you get a WebSocket pair, and this contains a client and a server. Once you get that values from the WebSocket pair, to accept this connection, you say server.accept, which establishes this connection between the client and the server. And that's kind of it. Now your WebSocket connection is established, and you can start interacting with that with the app. Because our app is taking into consideration the number of WebSocket clients connected, once we have that connected, we just increment the value, and we listen to a couple of events. The first is the message. So whenever a client sends a message to the server, this event listener gets executed, and it sends back a message to the client who sent in the message. And whenever the connection is closed, we run the close function in here. So let's start a development server to see that in action. I'm going to do npm run dev. It should start the development server. All right. I'm going to use Postman for this. And whenever you are using WebSocket, you need to use WS as the protocol instead of HTTP. My app is running on localhost 8787. And if I try to connect it right now, it's going to give me an error because it is not checking, because I don't have the WebSocket endpoint. So I'm going to do WebSocket. I'm going to connect. And now it is connected in here, which means that a connection is established between my between my client and the server. So I can now send a message, hello. It sends the message to the server. As soon as the server receives the message, I got something in here. If I send it again, I'm going to again get the same message. Let's establish another connection. So I'm going to do new connection to the same URL, but this is a different client. This also got connected. I'm going to say hello from 2. If I send a message, as you can see, it sent the message, and now it received a message from the server saying that there are 2 clients connected. But it does not really is helping me, send messages between the clients. It's just sending the message from the client to the server and from the server to the client, right? Again, to show you, if I send the message hello, it sends the message hello to the server. I get a message back from the server, but my other client does not get the message hello from the previous client. So let's go ahead and implement this. Just change this to make both the clients talk to each other. For this, I am going to create an array, which is going to be of the type WebSocket. And initially, I'm just going to have an empty array. Now, what I want to do is that whenever a new client is connected, I want to just push that to that array. I'm going to do this dot. All right. Bad naming convention, should have called it connection, but never mind. We're going to do this. It's established in here. And now I'm going to remove this because I don't want to send this message. What I want to do is this dot choice. Thank you, Copilot. You helped me be a lazy developer. And I'm going to do socket.send, and I can simply send in the message. All right, let's do this. I'm going to pass on the message that I get from the clients. It is going to restart the server, so I need to connect it again. And now if I send a message from the second client, hello from 2, this client also receives the message, and the first client also receives the message, hello from 2. So now we have our WebSocket server up and running. You can go ahead, use this, build a chat application, and that's it for my talk. Not really. I gave you a demo of the voting app, right? So I still need to deliver that. So this was a quick demo on how you can build a WebSocket server, and like within 5 or 6 minutes, I showed you how you can do it with durable objects, right? But what if I tell you that this can be made a bit more simpler, right? You can do it with a library called Party Server. So Party Server is a library created by the amazing Sunil Pai. It takes out all the boilerplates that I showed you over here. And it will just, in a few lines of code, I think just 12 lines of code, I can have the same thing up and running without doing a lot of things. So because I wasn't sure about the internet, I already had Party Server downloaded on my, the NPM package for Party Server downloaded in my repo. Again, a lazy developer, just copying and pasting code. And I'm going to rename this to voting. I'm going to save this. Hopefully things should work. Let me check. It says the server is reloaded. All right. Now because I am using party server and I am using the default way party server works, I need to change this to parties / the name of my durable object, that is voting, and then a room name. Now think of room as all right, I'm going to give you an example of, again, coming back to the chat application. You have different groups, or you are interacting with different people on a chat application, right? So you can create room for those different groups, and that conversation is going to be happening in that room itself, right? I haven't wrote anything about how this room works. Partykit is going to handle that for me. So for now, I'm just going to do default. Let's copy this. I'm going to try to connect. It's connected. I'm going to connect the client 2. Again, I'm going to send a message from client 2. It sent a message to client 2, and now I have a message on client 1, right? If I change the room, and if I say, all right, I need to probably create new one, all right, and I'm going to say room 2, I'm going to connect it. Now if I send a message again, hello from 2, and if I check my room 2, there is no message happening, right? So whatever logic that is working in the default room, it's going to stay in the default room. It's not going to happen in room 2. So let's take a look at the code real quick. We can ignore the TypeScript errors over here for now. But if you see over here, we have just going to say 23 lines of code. But if you remove all those comments, it's just a few lines of code, right? So by default, what Partykit does is it gives you a nice interface of creating this WebSocket application. So it has a couple of functions by default. One is the onConnect. So whenever a user gets connected, you can send them a default message. The other great thing that party server does it manages the connection so that you have. So earlier we had to create our own state, but now our own variable or an array to keep us check of how many connections are connected. Partykit handles that for me. It also has an onMessage function and then a broadcast function, so I don't need to write the logic for this. It handles the sending of messages between different clients altogether for me. And if I want to exclude sending a message from the client that is sending me a message, I can just pass it on into the array, right? So if I remove this particular line, save it, come back to our application and connect it again. It's connected. If I send a message, now this client again receives the message that it sent, and the previous client also received the message that was sent from the first client, right? So in like a few lines of code, I have again WebSocket server up and running, and it handles the rooms by default. So if you're building any kind of WebSocket application where you have multiple users using this application, again, if you take example of a text editor and online text editor, different people might be working on different text on different files, right? So each file can then be a separate room by itself, and you don't need to worry about this files interacting with each other. All right, so this was like kind of the backend part of it. I already configured the front end. This is generated by ChatGPT. Again, lazy developer here, just ask AI to generate the UI for me for a voting app where people can vote for their favorite Avenger. And it's like a couple of lines of code. I'm not going to go into the UI part of this, but this is where we want to look into the actual logic. So over here, I have a function that that is connecting to that WebSocket URL that I have, and the WebSocket API on the browser gives you a couple of event handlers. The first is onOpen, the other is onMessage, and the third is onClose. So whenever a new connection is opened, that event gets triggered, and you can create a logic based on what you want to do when the connection is open. Whenever a new connection, whenever the client receives a message from the server, you can define how you want the client to interpret this message. So over here, I am first passing this message because you can only send out array buffers or strings in your WebSocket messages. So I'm passing it out. Then I'm checking what type of message it is. Is it a result type, or is it just a vote type message. And if it is a result type message, I am calling the update vote count function and passing on the results. Update vote count function is, it basically just updates the vote count for the user on the UI. And then this on close, which is just going to close the connection between the client and the server. All right. Now, the other thing that we want to see over here is the function vote. So whenever someone clicks on one of those voting options, we want to send a message to the client so that it reflects on each and everyone's screen that are connected to the app, right? So again, I'm stringifying this. Now this over here, I'm sending it as a type of vote, and then I'm passing on the option that the user selected. All right, so if I go back to my app, it should be running in here. If I refresh this, it says there is an error, it does not resolve something, because one thing I haven't configured yet. Now, because I am building this on workers essentially can deliver you HTML files, but I need to specify where this HTML file is living. So I'm going to do that by passing on the asset binding, and I'm going to specify the directory, and that is public. So over here in public index.html, I have my index file. So I can now, if refresh this, hopefully see my UI. If not, I might have to restart the server. All right, so now I have my UI up and running. I'm going to refresh the second client as well. Now, if I click on it, nothing really happens, right? We have the logic happening in the UI, but still things are not working. Let me show you why. Because over here, it's still, again, a simple WebSocket server. It gets the message, it just sends the message. We are not implementing the logic of checking in what the choices the user sent, what was the word that the user sent, right? So let's try to start doing that over here. So the first thing I want to do is I'm gonna have a variable called choice, which is gonna be of the type record string, of the type record. And then what I want to do is I want to say, hey, whenever someone sends a message, first of all, let's just, again, pass it as JSON. So I'm going to pass it as a message over here. And then I'm going to check if m.type equals vote. Again, whenever someone votes, we are sending on the type vote message. This is what I'm doing over here. I'm saying, now I'm just, updating the, populating the choice object and updating the values for that. And I'm simply going to broadcast that. So I'm going to call this, instead of type vote, I'm going to call it type result. And this is going to be results. All right. No, we don't need this. I'm going to send it the whole choice object. And all right, and we don't need this. I'm just going to remove this, save this, and hopefully this should work. I'm going to refresh both of my clients. I'm going to try to vote, and we can see that we now have votes coming in from both the clients and getting instantly reflected on any other client that are connected to the application, right? But this is still, it works. This is good, but this is still does not, it won't work if I just refresh the page, or if I close the server and restart it again. We earlier voted for, our favorite Avengers, but if I restart this, we kind of lost the votes that we had earlier, right? Now again, what I did over here was I did some kind of persistent storage in memory. So whenever I restart my server, the memory gets wiped out and it does not have that data anymore. But if you want to, persist this kind of information, you can use the KV or the SQLite database. And I'm not going to show the code for that. I have already it up on the repo in here. Yeah. So over here, I am using the KV storage. So I'm calling it using the storage method. And what I'm doing is, let's come to the messages. Now what I'm saying, hey, get me all the messages from the KV storage with the namespace with the namespace favorite Avengers. If it does not exist yet, just let it be an empty object. The next thing is I am again kind of doing the same logic that I did with my in-memory state, which is checking if that choice is available. If it is available, just create that and increment it by 1. If not, just make it 0. And then I'm storing it back into my storage because I just fetched it. I did not store it back. So I'm storing it back to my storage and then broadcasting this message back to all the users. So now I have this happening in my as a persistent storage. So if I am refreshing this server, if I'm refreshing the server, if a new client joins in, they still get the new the words from the previous state. All right. I am running out of time, so I'm going to stop my demo over here. But you just saw in like few lines of code how you can create a WebSocket server which can be stateful as well. So in conclusion, WebSockets provide you two-way communication over TCP, and you can use durable objects which provide you compute API to build stateful coordinated multi-user apps. People use durable objects to build all sorts of real-time games. Some folks I have seen are actually running like GPUs on durable objects, which I haven't tried, but something that is super interesting. And you don't need to worry about scaling and security if you are deploying these durable objects on Cloudflare, because Cloudflare takes care of that for you. Now I know I rushed through the slides, I rushed through the demo a bit as well, but don't worry, I have all the resources for you in here. So you can head on to this repository. It's github.com/Herschel1712/DO Avengers voting app, and you can get the code for what I showed you just today. Also, I would encourage you to go to our developer documentation where you can learn more about different things that you can use in your application. Durable object is just one primitive that you can use for your project. And building alone is fine, but building with friends is more fun. So I would highly encourage you all to come and join our Discord server, learn from the community how others are using different Cloudflare primitives, and also share what you are building with the community. With this, thank you all for joining in and listening in, and I hope you all learned something new. And yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Herschel. I think by the end of this talk, we can all conclude that WebSockets are crazy. I mean, PartyKit is crazy. I'm a huge fan. Thank you for bringing that to our stage. But I think as proponents of the web ecosystem, we should all agree that CSS should not be left behind. I mean, there is some really cool stuff that's coming in to CSS, and to bring that to us and to educate us more on the newer ideas, including some really fancy scroll-driven animations. We have on stage Shruti, who's a popular educator and, well, educators today, so thank you. Please join me in welcoming on stage Shruti.
Hello everyone, hello Delhi. Hope you're having a good time, apart from the weather of course, or the smog. So it's so good to be here. I'm Shruti Balasa, lovely to meet you all. And in this JavaScript-filled conference, you need a break, right? So that's what I'm talking about, CSS today. I hope it's a good refresher. If you hate CSS, trust me, you won't hate this, because there are very few concepts that I'm going to talk about, and you'll really love it. So scroll-driven animations, pretty cutting edge, if you want to call, and something that's not even available in all browsers, so why is she talking about it? You'll get to know very soon. So let's get started with what the future might look like with scroll-driven animations in CSS, and not just JavaScript, or more in CSS. So I am Shruti Balasa from Bangalore. I am a tech educator. I create courses. I've written a couple of ebooks, and I'm a LinkedIn learning instructor, so I create courses on LinkedIn Learning. And I have a YouTube channel which has about 12,000 subscribers so far, mostly on Tailwind CSS. So if that's something you want to learn, yeah, my channel is a place to go. Apart from that, I'm currently building a SaaS that's called Voxpop. It's still, the alpha is not even out yet, so we are, me and another person from Portugal, we are building a super simple, website builder, but not like Wix or WordPress. Those are more for tech-oriented or, developers. We are going to build it for non-techies. The alpha was supposed to be out day before yesterday, but you know how it is. It didn't come out. We are still working on it, and probably 3 more weeks from now, you can join the waitlist at voxpopsites.com. So that's about me. A quick motion warning, the slides are going to contain a lot of things moving around and scrolling, because obviously that's what my talk is about. So if you have a medical condition that makes you sick watching at a lot of movement, you can either stop looking at the slides or you can step out. Feel free to do that. All right, so I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to talk about. So first we will see what scroll-driven animations are. Really, most of you know it. But then we're also going to talk about why use CSS. Is there any benefit? Or what is it all about, and things like that. Then we're going to see how they work. That's the major chunk of this talk. I want you to see how easy it is. And then we're going to see some demos. I usually avoid live demos because something goes wrong. But I mean, when you're talking about animations and you don't see them working live, there's no kick in that, right? So I included the demos. And finally, we're going to talk about some do's and don'ts. Let's see how quick we can get through this. So first, what are scroll-driven animations? All of you must have seen it, mostly in Apple websites, right? You start scrolling, and then the phone starts turning, and you want to buy it, you want to have the latest model, you just want all the features, and most of the time you just spend drooling over the website, like, wow, at least we web developers, the users, I mean, people who are not on the development side, they just look at the, product. Yeah, they're going to look at the product and they start looking at the specifications, price, and everything. But we developers are like, how did they make this website? I mean, what is it? You go inspect element, and we do all of those things. So you all have seen scroll-driven animations, I hope. But also, I want to show you some demos, some which are real world, and some others, some experimental ones, like people who have put up on CodePen and things like that. So let's look at some of them if it works. But even before that, I want to talk about what scroll-driven animations are. Like the definition, textbook definition is that are linked, animations that are linked to the scroll position. So it's not something that runs on its own, like in 5 seconds or 1 second or something. It's the way you move your scroll bar is how the animations are going to change. So if you move them back, the animations run in the reverse and things like that. So let's see some examples now. This is the Apple website. So I'm actually scrolling. I've recorded this while I'm scrolling it, and it's almost like you can see a video, and it zooms in. Now I scroll back, and then the animation goes back, right? So then I scroll forward again, and this is how you see it. And if I stop scrolling, the animation also stops. Here's another example of the Chrome website itself. So let's say you start scrolling, and you see some images zooming out, zooming in, scrolling, and you see the Chrome logo go that way. Further scroll down, this image pops up and zooms out, making it full screen, and you further scroll up, the image changes, and there's so much that you can do. And here also, it just goes to, this is not scroll driven. Like the moment you come there, it starts, the animation is just triggered, and from there it takes on in the timeline. Let's look at another example. This is a Chronicle website, very beautiful actually if you look at it. So here when you start scrolling, the image goes up, and here things are moving up and down. It's quite immersive. And then look at this. This text, as you scroll, it starts loading. So makes you really read. So that's something very beautiful. The way they've done it is really nice. One more, this is not a real world one. Jay, I don't know if you follow CSS stuff, you must be following this guy. He builds a lot of cool stuff. So this is his code pen, and this is him trying out scroll-driven animations. And the moment you scroll, things start moving out of the page, and you scroll further, look at this phone, it just, starts scrolling, and then it sticks again. So something very beautiful with sticky position and scroll-driven animations. Next, also another demo by Jay. Very simple, actually. It's a gallery where the moment you scroll, it's like the images are popping up from the bottom. It's a slight animation, but it makes it look beautiful. What makes it even more beautiful is the masonry structure. If you just put those images of the same height and width, it might not look this great. And another last demo by Anna Tudor, and you see that scroll-driven animations are not just vertical, so she just, so when you scroll, something just slides. So you can completely experiment with all directions. So you get the point, right? Scroll-driven animations, they are not just triggered by the scroll bar, so you're not using that what do you call intersection observer, where the object comes into view and it animates on its own in 1 or 2 seconds. It's not that way. It's linked to the scroll bar. That's the whole idea of scroll-driven animations. So you know what they are. Next, we're going to look at why use CSS. Well, we've all been doing this in JavaScript. It's possible. We are JavaScript developers, so why not simply use JS? Why do we have to learn CSS, or why do we have to do this in CSS? Is something we're going to look at. So when you use CSS for scroll-driven animations, they are not handled on the main thread of the browser. That's the main reason why you should use them. So that way, there are a lot of things running on the main thread anyway. So if you put animations also on that, they might become a little glitchy, right? They won't be as snappy as you want them. So the user will definitely not have the best experience. When you use CSS scroll-driven animations, they are on the compositor thread. That's where they run. So obviously, it's very smooth. You can check out any of these demos on CodePen, or you can try them yourself. You'll feel the difference. You'll feel, OK, this is smooth. You can scroll up and down while something else is loading on the page. Also, you will not find it glitchy. That's the main reason. But I know, how about browser support? A lot of you who have heard about it already know that this is not baseline. It's not supported in a majority of the browsers. So right now, we only have the support in Chrome and Edge, but it's not supported in Firefox and Safari at all, and we don't even know if it's going to be coming anytime soon. So maybe 60% of the users will be able to get this, but what about the other? 60% is, the minimum. I guess a lot more people use Chrome, but still, you're leaving out a huge chunk. So you have two options. What can you do? One is use it as a progressive enhancement, because this is not like the absolute requirement. It's you're just making it a little better for your users, a little more immersive. So you can simply put it, and if your clients are OK, or whoever you're building it for, you can say that this is available in some of the browsers, but not available in all. So something better than nothing, right? You can do that. Or there's a very easy and quick JS polyfill available. So you're like, what? We are using JS again then? But yeah, it's for only those percentage of browsers or users that do not have this available in the browser. So you can check the support, the browser support, and then use this JS polyfill only if it's not available. That way, you're still saving some, you're still giving a good experience to a lot of people. All right, so that's the main reason of why you should use CSS. If you're still not convinced, you will in the next few slides when you see how easy it actually is, right? So now how they work. Let's look at that. I created a very simple demo. I had a lot of fun in the last few weeks while creating demos using scroll-driven animations because they were easy first thing, and it's just fun, right? You're like, okay, this works, so why not try this? Let me try if this can happen, and it's very much fun. So what I did was, now notice what happens. This is a demo, and I'll show you how it works. So the moment I start scrolling, this ball starts rolling. And the moment I reach the end of the scroll position, the ball is out of the picture. So if I start scrolling again, yeah, I don't know if I recorded that. So yeah, if I stop the scroll, yeah, and then it comes back. If I go up, it comes back. So that's the simplest scroll-driven animation demo. Now let's see how to make this happen. Right, so all we have is, the font is visible, right? Like all of you can see the code, yeah. So all we have is a paragraph and an image, that's all. So let's look at the styles. First, for the body, I'm setting a height of 200 viewport height because we need a scroll bar. That's how you can animate first thing. So if with just the paragraph and the image, the height of the body is very small, so I'm increasing the body height just to be able to scroll. So I'm setting it 2 times. And then what I do is, you don't want this paragraph also to scroll up. The moment you set 200 viewport height, the paragraph starts scrolling once you scroll. We don't want that, so I'm setting that to fixed. And I'm just using some positioning to put it in place, and it stays right there even when you scroll. I do the same thing with the ball as well. So I set the image also to position fixed, and then I put it at the bottom left corner. So bottom 0, left 0. So this is the setting. No animations yet. Next, let's add some keyframes. Okay, this is just normal regular animation. We are not using scroll-driven animations yet. So I simply have a roll keyframes animation. What it does is, at 0%, it doesn't translate, it doesn't rotate, it's where it is. But at 100%, it would have translated to the entire viewport width, and it would have rotated some like 4 times or something. So I've just added a number, 850 degrees, that made sense. So that's all is the keyframes. So if without scroll-driven animation, so let's say you just wanted the ball to roll as soon as you opened the document, how would you do that? You would simply add this animation CSS property. You would say roll. You would set a time, like 2 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever, and then you would set the timing function, ease in out, cubic bezier, things like that, and finally you would do forwards or infinite, things like that, right? So this is normal animation. What happens when you do this? And if you, you also need to set the transform origin because it needs to know where it needs to rotate. So we are setting it as center, like center vertically and center horizontally. So once you do this, just this, and refresh the browser, it will start rolling. You're not scrolling, nothing, you're right there, but the ball starts rolling. That's obvious, that's how all, in refresh again, the ball starts rolling again. And it's gone because we've just set the animation once, we've set forwards. So the animation stops. Now to change this to scroll driven, so to just attach this animation to the scroll position, all you have, so what is happening is this animation is following the document timeline. What is the document timeline? It starts the moment you refresh the browser, and from there it just goes on 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. You refresh the browser again, it resets the document timeline. So the animation is following the document timeline. But what we want it to follow is the scroll timeline, which is why we simply use a CSS property called animation timeline. So what's the timeline that the animation should follow? It should follow the scroll timeline. So we set it to the scroll function. Now this scroll function accepts a few parameters. I'll come to that, but just using the defaults, just using this single CSS rule, you will get what you want. So now if you refresh the page and then start scrolling, it's linked to the scroll position. So this is all you need to do to set this animation to scroll driven. Great, so now let's look at what are the parameters that it accepts. So, another thing. So you had this 5 seconds, right? Now it lost meaning. It doesn't run on the document timeline. So you can either keep it or remove it. It will not make any difference because you've anyway changed the animation timeline. Also, notice that you can't reverse this order. You can't first set the animation timeline and then set the animation. It will reset it to document timeline, so it will not work. Also, you cannot use this in the short form. So that's not possible yet. I'm not sure if it will be possible in the future. But this is wrong. So the only way to do this is set the animation and then set the timeline. Perfect. So what are the parameters it accepts? There are two things. One is the scroller. That is, see, you might have multiple scrolling windows within a page, right? You might have another element, another card or a box or something with a scroller within that with overflow set to scroll. So that way you might have multiple. So if you have an element within another scroll box, then you might have to tell it, should it follow the scroll bar within that, or should it follow the entire body scroll bar? So that's the first argument. And so you can say nearest scroll bar, the nearest parent scroll bar, or you can say root, or you can say self. So you might want to animate itself. And then comes the other one, axis. So either do you want it to follow the horizontal scroll bar or the vertical one? So it has 4 different values. Block, inline. Block is usually vertical, it follows, it's the perpendicular direction in which your text flows. So if in English, obviously, we have this writing in the horizontal direction, so block means the opposite. But if you have changed the direction of text, then block will mean horizontal. So don't worry about that. Anyway, the default is block, and the other one is inline. So it's usually horizontal, and then you have X and Y also if you want to be more explicit of, do you want it to follow the horizontal scroll bar or the vertical scroll bar? So the default for scroller is nearest, and the default for axis is block. That's why it worked when we just said scroll. All right, so now it's not it, right? Otherwise my talk would have ended. There are a lot more scenarios that you have to face. So in our example, this was the only thing. So let's get the ball rolling. That was the only section in our web page. But what if we have a section on top? And now if we start scrolling, notice that the ball is already gone, right? Because it started scrolling when we were at the top of the page. We didn't even see it, and it's already gone by the time we reach to it. That's not what we want. Sometimes our objects that we want to scroll might be somewhere in the end of the page, and we want the animation to start only when we are viewing it, right? So in that case, instead of using the scroll timeline, we use something called as the view timeline. So what is view timeline is, the view timeline starts when that object is in view. You're able to see it, and the view timeline ends once the object is out of the view. So that's usually what we would want most of the times. If it's a scroll indicator, like how much the page has loaded and things like that, you would need the scroll timeline. Otherwise, you would mostly use the view timeline. So now, by simply changing the scroll timeline to view timeline, the same example, you see it starts scrolling the moment it is in view, right? Even if a small part of it is in view, it starts scrolling, and it finishes scrolling when the last part of it is visible. So you're using the view timeline now. This also accepts 2 parameters, the axis and the inset. Axis, something we saw. It's the exact same thing, block, inline, X and Y. And inset is, something like you can set a padding. So we saw the example, right? The ball started rolling the moment a small part of it was visible. So let's say we want to set up something like a padding of 200 pixels, which is the size of the ball. So when it comes within that viewport, like further within a smaller window of the entire page, if it starts coming there, then it starts scrolling. That's what you can do with inset. So let's set an inset of 200 pixels. So notice that you don't have to mention both the parameters. You can mention either of them. You cannot mention any. You can use both, or you can even use them in the other order. So you can mention 200 pixels first, and then you can mention x-axis or y-axis, anything. So now if we just set inset as 200 pixels and start scrolling, notice that the moment the ball comes here, it starts scrolling. So there is that 200 pixels of, you can imagine it as a padding, and then it stops when there is still 200 pixels in the top. So that's the inset, but it's still not enough. Like, that is not sufficient. Sometimes you would want the scroll to start at a different point, end at a different point, and things like that, for which we have another CSS property called animation range. So you can have finer control of when the animation starts and when it ends. For this, we're going to look at some demos. I hope you can still see me behind the podium, but even if not, you can see the code. So let's go. Okay, I'm going to turn this off, I guess. Can I keep it here? Can you still hear me? Great. Okay, so let's hope this works. I might have to. I will increase the font size. Can you see it? Okay. This was probably not the one. Okay, so I first have a demo of a sliding gallery. Is my voice echoing? Okay, so we have this gallery. You saw the demo at the beginning, right? So the images were popping into the screen, and I tried to do something slightly different. Right now, nothing happens. So this is the starting point. I want you to just see that there are some images which are simply loading. This is the starting point. So for this, all we have is a paragraph and a set of 18 images or something. That's all we have so far. I have some styles which are really not important, just the position and grid and just the height and width of the image. So no animations yet. So that's what we're going to do now. So first thing is we will add keyframes. What I want to do is, as I'm scrolling, I want the images to start sliding from the left, just something. So I'll say slide from left, okay, and I'll say at 0%, what you do is, I'll first set the opacity to maybe 0.5, just to fade in and slide, and I'll say transform, translate X, minus 100 pixels or something, so that it doesn't start from like the extreme end. It just slides from a little, a little 100 pixels offset. And what I'm going to do at 100% is I'll set it to whatever it has to be. The final state is transform, translate X, 0. So I'm just going to copy it from there. Right, so at 0%, I wanted to start from 100 pixels offset, and at 100%, it's at its normal place where you see it. So now I'm going to attach this animation to the image, first without scroll driven. So I'm simply going to say slide from left, and let's say 1 second, and then, or maybe 2 seconds, we might not be able to see. I'll set the timing function to ease in out, and I'll say forwards. Okay, by just doing this, it'll follow the document timeline. Oh, that's great. I'll just reload it from here. Yeah, so you notice it's in the document timeline. So all of the images, they just follow the document timeline. As I'm refreshing, it will simply start sliding from left. Now let's attach it to the view timeline. So here I'm going to say animation timeline and set it to view. No parameters, no animation range, nothing. So as soon as I do this, yeah, notice what happens. I'm scrolling, and each of it is just falling into place as I'm scrolling. So it's already, nice, but let's make some changes to it. So what I wanted to do was, I wanted to push the first row from left, and the second one from right, and the third from left, and so on. A little bit of alternate effect. For that, it's a little crazy. Just bear with me. So what you have to do is, you'll have to use this nth child and do 6n plus 1, because like every 6 image, it changes, right? So 6n plus 1 means from 1, 2, 3 is something, and 3, 4, 5 is something else. Then again 6, 7, 8 is the same. So you do this, 6n plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 will follow the same animation, that is slide from left, let's say. And then we have another one, we need to have one more called slide from right, where the only thing I change is the positions, translate x. This time I start from plus 100 pixels, not minus 100 pixels. And I attach this to 6n plus 4, 5, and 6. So I say 6n plus 4, 5, and 6. I slide from right. Okay. Let me start from the top. So now you see it's really nice. It's beautiful. So here we have not set any animation range. So what is happening is, observe the second row now. It starts scrolling from the time a small part of it is visible, like we saw, and then keep observing that second row, the one with the waterfall, and it's still scrolling even when a small part of it is still visible. So it starts from the bottom till the end, right? Maybe that's not what we want. We want to, let's say we want it to start when the complete image is visible, like maybe not already. Once the complete image is visible, and then, sorry, no, that won't be possible. Let the start position be same. Let's change the end of the animation. So what we can do is, there is this property I told you, right? Animation range. Now this can be split into two properties, or we can use two properties. This is the shorthand. It's not animation, sorry. Animation range start, and you can have an animation range end, right? So for the start, let's leave the behavior as it is because it's perfect. You want it to already start animating when it's in the view, but we want it to stop maybe when it's not too much in the end. So there are a few values like content, cover, and then entry, and sorry, you can't see it, entry, exit. So these are the values that suggest where it should end. I will show you what each of that means. So for this, you will have to, you can use this tool which has been created by the Chrome team, but I don't know if you can, if the internet is good, you can see it. Oh, perfect. So this is a tool where you can see, I'm not sure if that's visible. It is now. Animation range. So you can see if you set the animation range to any of these values, what happens, and the end you can set to any of these values. So it's these values plus a percentage. So by default, it's cover 0, and the animation ends, I think it's also cover 100%. These are the default when you don't specify any animation range. So now you see something at the bottom, the red one, that's the box that is scrolling. Okay, so that's the entire page, and that red box is where we have set the animation. So you can see this gray box, right? So that's where the animation starts. Now it turns green. So when it turns green, that means the animation has started. That's what I told you, right? When even a small percentage of it is visible, it starts animating. So animation goes on and it ends. It becomes red again here. It's out of the page. So these two positions are cover 0% and cover 100%. But instead, if we want to start the animation when the image is entirely visible, you use contain, right? So look at that. So contain is like you want to start it when entire thing is visible, and you also want to end it when the entire thing is visible. You use these values called contain. So now it doesn't start. See, it's in red. It's still in red. Only when the entire thing is in the viewport, then it becomes green, right? So, and it finishes. It finishes even before a part of it starts exiting. And then there are other things like, I mean, you can even set the end range to entry. So that way, as soon as it enters completely, the animation ends. So this way, the moment part of it is visible, the animation ends. And once it's entered, the ends. I think this is the behavior which our gallery can use. This one, I'll close this. So the moment it's completely in the visibility, we can set the animation to end. So what we're going to do is, I will say animation range end entry. So as soon as the entire object has entered, we are going to stop the animation. Let's see how this looks now. So I'll refresh. And why? Yeah, so you can notice I've set it only to the 4th, 5th, and 6th image, which is why it's not working. Yeah, so now I've set it to both. Let me refresh again. So notice that the second row, the moment it's entered, the animation ends, right? So this is what happens. If you find this, the animation is ending too soon, you can change this to, let's say, contain 50% or something. So then when it's within 50% of the viewport, it ends. Again, I'll have to add this to both. Refresh. So this is what happens. So exactly when it's in the middle, that is 50% of the viewport, the animation ends. So you can play around with these values to see what fits best for you. Let's look at one other demo. This is the last one. So here, I guess I'll have to reload again. So here is with live server. Yeah, this is a simple page. It just has some text and one image. But you remember you saw this demo of the Chrome website where the image came to the view and then it became full screen. If you remember that demo, that's what we're going to do here. It's pretty simple again. You just have a paragraph, one image, and a paragraph again, and some styles which I've already set. But mainly, let's create a keyframes zoom or something where 0% it's, let's not use any opacity. We're just setting the transform scale as 1 when it's at 0%. At 100%, I set this to zoom completely, which is, I think, scale 1.5. Yeah, so because I have set the image size, if you look at the, I've set this to 66.67% of the viewport. So that's why when I set the scale as 1.5, that's full screen. Right, so at 0% it's scale 1, at 100% it's scale 1.5. And now let's use the animation. Using the animation CSS property, I say scale, and I don't say any seconds, not needed. I'll say ease in out and forwards. And here, let me attach it to the view timeline, animation timeline, view without any parameters. And let's not even use the animation range yet. Let's see what this gives us, okay? So now if I refresh, nothing happens. Interesting. Of course, something has to go wrong. Oh yeah, this is not scale, this is zoom. This is the keyframes that we want to use. Great. Yeah. So now as I scroll, notice that it becomes full screen, but not where we want. When the image is almost about to exit the screen, that's when it becomes full screen. That's why we need to specify the animation range. So now we can even use the short form. So we can say contain, because I want to start. The first value is the animation range start value. So I want it to start zooming after the entire thing is visible. So contain is where it starts. And I want it to stop when it is exactly in the middle. Like that's when it should become full screen. So we used this property before. I say contain 50%. So that's like when it's exactly at the center. So now if I refresh, this is what happens. You see, it's pretty smooth. And the user will be like, oh wow, this is nice. That's what happened in the Chrome website. So this is how you can play around with animations. Just two CSS properties. One is the animation timeline and the other one is the animation range. And there is so much that you can do with it. Right, so these were the demos that we looked at. And finally, even if you haven't listened to any of what I said so far, you must listen to the do's and don'ts because these are really important. So what you should do is you should respect the user's preference. So in the system settings, if the user has said, I want reduced motion, then you absolutely have to listen to that. You don't simply set these animations. I know I did this in my demo because I already gave the motion warning. So don't simply set it to everything and leave it at that. Please check if the user has preferred reduced motion, use the media queries and check if the user does that, then either remove the animations entirely, set it to none, or probably give them a very subtle animation, maybe opacity from 0.9 to 1 or something. Don't make things move around a lot. That's something you must absolutely follow. This is not just with respect to scroll-driven animations, this is with respect to any animation at all. And then this is another thing that's very important. Remember I told you these animations run on the compositor thread and not on the main thread? That is only when you animate these properties like opacity, scale, rotate, translate, only these. Now remember that ball moved from left to right, right? So I could have animated it another way. That is, I could have set left to 0 and left to 100. I could have animated the left CSS property, but when I do that, it runs on the main thread because it is changing the entire layout. Left is a layout property, and when the browser paints the layout, it has to again, change the layout, then it goes through the paint, and then it comes to the composite property. So it will do a repaint, and then it will run on the main thread. So you're not going to get the same performance. Then you might as well use JavaScript, or you're not looking at the performance. So try wherever you can. If you're moving things around, don't use left, right, top, bottom. Instead, use translate. And if you are increasing the size and reducing it, don't use width and height. Instead, use scale. That's what we did, right? Scale 0 to 1. That way, it's going to be the most performant. It will run on the compositor thread. So don't animate layout or print properties. If you want to change the color, it's quite heavy, but you can change the opacity easily. That is very light on the browser. Another thing is, like I said, opacity and transform are the only two properties that will work best. And don't animate just because you can, just because now you have the superpowers, you know how to do it, just make everything fly around. Don't do that. Do animate some images here and there or some text here and there just to add that delight and good experience. Don't make the user feel sick. So that's about it. That's a wrap. Any questions? Okay, I'll still be available. I'll be available here or outside till the end of the day. So if you still have some questions, you can ask me. These demos are not yet available, but it's just a 2 minutes thing for me to put it up on CodePen. So if somebody's really interested, reach out and I will share the CodePen with you. This is my YouTube channel. You can, like I said, Tailwind CSS, lots of tutorials are available if you want to check them out. If you want to subscribe just to support me, please do. And I have a couple of books on CSS. Yeah.
Is there any way we can check that our animation is running on a computer?
Yes, there are dev tools where you can check them. I'll probably share the link with you, later when you let me know. Yeah, there are really good articles also of how to make your animations more performant and everything. So web.dev, I think that's the website where it's all available. I can share it with you. So these are a couple of books I've written about CSS Flex and Grid and then Tailwind CSS, and I'm mostly available on Twitter or X, so you can reach out to me, and that's about it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shruti. I think we can all agree that these animations are crazy, but also thank you to you for teaching us how to use them, and to the CSS folks who made them so easy to learn in a day. I guess it wasn't as easy back in the day, right? You used to use them. But yeah, thank you for the great advice. In general, folks, now that you're here at the conference, do talk to people, talk to the speakers, and yeah, make the best use of this time you have. But now that we've talked about some relatively crazy stuff about CSS, about JavaScript, let's raise the stakes a little bit more. So next up, all the way from Malaysia, we have Tan, who is a maintainer of Svelte and a front-end engineer, right, at Shopee. and he's going to teach us how to make a framework, apparently. So take it away, Tan, and please give a big round of applause for him.
I don't know. Sorry, give me a while to set it up. Okay, let me zoom. Okay, I know we are a bit delayed, so let me set my timer and make sure that I don't delay too much of a time to go for lunch, right? Okay, sorry. Okay, so hello, welcome everyone, Cityjs. Namaste, right? So thank you so much for having me here. And let me introduce myself. I'm Li Hao. I'm a front-end developer at Shopee. I'm based in Singapore, and I'm born and raised in Malaysia in a beautiful town called Bukit Mertajam in Penang. Outside of work, I do a bit of open source. I'm a maintainer of Svelte, and this is my Twitter account. And I also do a bit of YouTube. This is my channel. I'm creating contents that I wish that it was there when I started learning about frontend. And 2 years ago, I created this content called Build Your Own Svelte at the conference. Back then, it was about Svelte 3. And 2 years later, which is today now, we have Svelte 5 just released in a month, last month. And I wanted to challenge myself to come here on stage and try to do a similar talk again, but this time for Svelte 5. I only have 30 minutes for today, so I will rush very fast. And I can't even cover everything about Svelte 5, right? So anyway, I think this talk is recorded. You can find it on YouTube. You can play it slower, but I will try to go through as much as possible, try to share as much within the 30 minutes, right? So before we start, let's talk about Svelte. So this is how you write a Svelte component. So Svelte is a Svelte is a compiler-based framework, and this is how you write a Svelte component. If you look at it, it looks like a HTML, right? Yes, because Svelte syntax is similar to a HTML syntax, where you have a script tag and HTML, and you have a style tag. And within the script, you can define variables, and you can use these variables within the curly brackets in the HTML. And within a style, you can define styles. And so over here, you can see that you can have a hello world in red color. And the styles within this component will only be scoped within this component and applied to only the div elements within this component. To make changes of the variables, you need to add a declaration with the state runes. It's a $state wrapping the variable value, right? And then you can modify them directly, like setting counter equals to counter -1. So here, when you click on the button, which has an on-click listener, it will call the function called decrement, and it will assign counter -1 to counter, and then it just works. Your counter will -1s, and you will reflect to your template. So Svelte is a compiler-based framework. The code you see on your left, the one that you write, is not the one that will be sent to the browser. So you have to go through a compiler process. So the code you write on the left will be compiled and generate to the code you see on the right. This is JavaScript, and this will be sent to the browser, right? So because of this compilation step, there's a lot of magical things you can do, but sometimes more magic doesn't mean it's always better, right? In Svelte 4, any top-level variables is analyzed and try to track and figure out like which of these variables is being used, and during compile times, during the compilation for reactivity, which is very magical. You just define the variables and it just works. But it works for maybe 95% of the case, because sometimes, and when sometimes it doesn't work, it can be very frustrating. So in Svelte 5, we introduced runes. So this is how you write it in Svelte 5. You have to wrap the variable value with the dollar states. So this is like a marker for the Svelte compiler. We don't guess which of the variables are used or modified by doing our best efforts compile time tracking. We know for sure because developers have marked it with dollar state runes. I know it's a bit more verbose compared to Svelte 4. You have to write these runes now, but by using runes, it also opens up new opportunities, which wasn't possible in Svelte 4. For example, universal reactivity, right? So you can move the code for reactive states into another reusable function, and it still works. But this doesn't work in Svelte 4, because it couldn't track which of these variables are created and how has it been created. And also, in Svelte 5, you can move the entire code into another JavaScript file, and it still works, right? In Svelte 4, you can't simply track variables beyond the Svelte component. All the reactivity is tracked within the components. So, and moving it away is where the Svelte magic breaks down. But in Svelte 5, as reactive states are no longer bound to a component, you can create it anywhere. We stop trying to figure out how the state changes affects the component or UI or side effects during the compile time. And now we leave all this in runtime, which we use the idea of signals and achieve a fine-grained reactivity. Well, I'll talk about that later on, but in this talk, yeah, so this is something we'll come back. In this talk, we're going to talk about how to build your own Svelte. So it's not really like how you can use Svelte. So if you want to interested to learn about how you can use Svelte, I've created, you can watch my YouTube tutorials. Although most of my content is created prior to Svelte 5, but most of them are still very useful. But after this conference, I guess I have to really work really hard to produce more content for Svelte 5. So we mentioned that Svelte is a compiler. The word compiler may sound very scary, but let me try to explain to you in a more simpler terms, right? In general, what compiler means is that is this process. These are the breakdowns of what a compiler do. It reads your code, it parses it, analyzes, and then generates JavaScript, generates an output. So let's take a closer look. When we say compiler parses your code, it takes your code and generates a representation of a code. And usually, these representations looks like a tree structure, like this you see on the right. We call this an abstract syntax tree, or AST for short. It's called abstract because it's an abstract structure of your code and does not contain any details such as where your semicolon and parentheses are, right? It's just the meaning of your code. And then with this, the compiler will analyze your code. What this means is usually is that the compiler will recursively going through every node in the AST, try to gather information such as the JavaScript scoping, what are the variables you have, and any rooms for optimizations, right? And with all this information, this analysis, it will generate more optimized code. And there we have the generate steps. So today, with the time permits, we're going to implement a very, very simplified version of Svelte. And this will be our component that we are going to compile, right? So any Svelte feature that you don't find in this component will not be implemented. And in this example of a counter component is the one that we just saw earlier on. So let's take a look at my project setup. So here is our code. And so here I have the source apps.svelte component. So this is the one that we just saw. This is the component that we're going to compile. And the compiler.js, this is the file that we are going to implement, right? So here, what we do is that we're going to read from this component file. We're going to parse it, and then we're going to analyze it, and then we're going to generate an output, and then we're going to write it in the this folder, right? So this folder is where we're going to write our outputs to. So let's go back to our slides. Hey, where am I? So we mentioned that the Svelte compiler will compile this into an optimized JavaScript. But how would that JavaScript look like? And this is where it will be different from the previous version of Svelte and Svelte 5. If you have seen my previous talk before, or maybe you're going to go home and watch my old previous video, you'll notice that the compiled outputs for Svelte and Svelte 5 is different. Svelte 5 is much smaller, and if you have not learned about Svelte previously, well, you just have to trust me on this. For this talk, our simplified version of Svelte is also inspired based on the output based on the Svelte 5 outputs. So let's take a look at how we are going to generate outputs based on this code, right? So the simplest code for generating a button like this, right, in your template is to use the DOM API, right? You use document.create elements to create a button, and then you append this button elements to the parent, and you add button.onClick, assign the attributes to the decrement function. Since we're going to use this creating elements over and over again, when we create more elements, we're going to abstract them out into a function called element. And we're going to do that for attribute as well. And then we want to be able to create this counter components many times, right? Every time we use these components, we want to create these elements again. So we're going to wrap that up into a function, right? And when we call this function, it's basically we want to create element and mount elements into this, the parent, right? So in this example, we call app with document.body, and that means we're going to create this component into the document body. Anyway, we're probably going to use this element and attribute function multiple times across different components that we're going to compile. So let's move this to a separate file called runtime.js. And yeah, so we're going to import that and going to use it, right? So let's move on. After we create the button element, we're going to create a text for it. So we create a text function that will create a text node and set the text contents to it. And so we can keep going on to every element one by one, and then insert the DOM operations to create these components, right? So basically, this is how the component code would look like. Well, you may have questions like, what about this counter expressions? It's dynamic. What should we do? How should we handle it? Well, let's hold on to that thought for a while. We'll come back later on. Another question would be, the way I visualize the code, right here, you can see the one on the left, the one on the right. It's quite easy if you see it visually, but how does that work actually in the code, right? If you're going to write a compiler, what you get is actually the input is just a string. How do you know what are the elements within that string, right? How do you so that's why you need to parse the string into AST, abstract syntax tree. It will be much clearer if I visualize the same process again with AST, right? So here, when we go through the elements by elements, it's actually stepping through each of the nodes in the AST using that first search, okay? So it's once you have the AST, then it's much easier to do this, right? So now it begs the question, how do you parse a string into AST? Well, like all things in programming, there's always a technique to do, right? You learn how, once the first time you see a scroll driven animation, you don't know how to do it, but now you learn the technique in CSS, now you know how to do it, right? Same thing over here. To write a parser, first thing is you need a design document, right? So we call that a syntax notation. So it's like your PRD for your requirements from your PM, but this is like the specification. And there's a lot of different types of specifications. Like for syntax notation, there is the railroad diagram, which looks like this. There's a Bucker's-Norm form, which looks like this. And this example that I'm showing you here is describing a syntax of JSON objects. I believe you guys have known how to write a JSON object, right? So if you have an empty JSON object, the syntax of that would be a curly brackets, open curly brackets and a close curly brackets. But if you can also have the syntax of it as an open curly brackets, a list of properties, and a closed curly brackets, right? Then now you ask me, like, what's the syntax of a list of properties? That it will be a syntax of property or a syntax of list of properties and a property. So you can see that the syntax notation itself can be recursive as well. And then syntax of a property will be the syntax of JSON string, a colon, and then syntax of the JSON value, right? And then we can go on and describe how the syntax of a JSON object should look like. But that's not the point of this talk. We're going to talk about the syntax of Svelte, right? So for syntax of Svelte, I'm going to say it will look like like this, a fragments. So it could be a fragment or a list of fragments. And for fragment, the syntax of it would be a syntax of scripts, elements, expressions, or text. So, like for example, the syntax of a script would be angle brackets, script, angle brackets, and then syntax JavaScript, and then angle brackets / script with angle brackets. And we can go on and on and on, right? For example, expressions is the curly brackets, some JavaScript, and then curly brackets. So I guess we have to code it out, right? So before this, I planned to try to live code everything with you, and I tried very hard, and I realized that I definitely couldn't finish it within a talk of 30 minutes talk. So I prepared a lot of examples that I can copy paste. So let me quickly go to them. So first thing is the parser. So here we have so we're going to implement the parse function by coming over here and going to paste the code. Hold on. This is hard to look at. Hold on. Okay, so let me try to okay, so this is the code that we have, right? So first thing is that as you can see, our parse function, the way I implement it is that I implement a parse function for every type of the syntax that we have, right? We have the fragments, we have the fragment, parse scripts, and I said earlier, like the fragments would be calling the parse for parsing the script, the syntax of elements, expression, and text, right? So, yeah, so hold on, let me try and run this code, and then we can see how the syntax of it looks like, right? So let me run my compiler. Okay, so I've compiled my code into the this folder, and so this is the write our JSON into the AST tree as a JSON into a file, and this is how it will look like, right? So here, if I try to look at the AST, it has the HTML, right? So the script will be the AST for the script within the script text, and the HTML will be the one within the templates, right? And within the HTML, we have fragments, and we have 3 elements: the button, the text, and the button. So we have 3 nodes. And within the first node is the button, so you have the elements, and you have attributes and children, and within the children you have like the text node, right, describing the text. So now we have the parser, and let's go back to the slides. And yeah, so I'm really sorry, like 30 minutes, really I try very hard. It's not possible for me to write everything within that, even I type very fast, right? So I have this video that I've created in the last time about Svelte 3, and you can watch it on my YouTube, and I've actually do a step-by-step actual typing in that video, and yeah, and actually the parser is the same. So we're gonna move on to generate, right? So we learned that we have able to figure out the parsing to get the AST, and then we're gonna step through each of the AST node, and we're gonna generate the outputs from that, right? So I'm gonna come over here, over to the code, and let me show you what I mean. So, okay, so first thing is, let's take a look at the structure of the code, right? So in the generate function, what we're gonna do is that I'm gonna create a string array, right? So this array, so there's many ways of doing it, right? But this will be the simplest way of thinking about it, right? I'm gonna have a string array, and I'm gonna push the code that I'm gonna generate into the array, and then in the end, I'm gonna join all of them with new lines, and then so this will give you the entire the outputs in JavaScript, right? So so we're gonna look at this with the one that we just created, right? We have import, and then we export the app components, and within here is where we're gonna walk through, step through every node, and then try to add the operations to create elements, right? So here we're gonna import this library called ZimmerFrame that has this walk method that will allows me to import to walk through the AST and how you walk. So let me, where's my mouse? And then how this walk function works is that it takes in 3 arguments. The first one is the nodes that the AST that you're gonna step through. Secondly is the current state of the AST. So basically this is something useful if you want to know like what is the current situation as you're stepping through the nodes. And then lastly, you have a list of callback functions, which are methods that will be called whenever you visit this kind of nodes, right? So just now when we are looking at the AST, we see that, for example, we enter element, the node type elements, right? So whenever we step into this node, then the callback function of this element will be called. So over here, what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to pass the parent as the state of my tree traversal, right? The reason is that because I want to know like what is the current parent of the element that I'm stepping into, right? And then next, I am going to create the code that we need to generate for an element. So what I have over here is that like this, right? So I basically generate the string to create the element for this node, right? So if I try to run my compiler again, you can see that now I write, we only step in to create for elements, and then for the elements, we can see that now we actually have already created the code for creating the elements within the components, right? Let me try to let me try add another line over here so that it's we can cleanly separate out the different elements that we have. So we're gonna loop through the attributes. And if you run this again, what you can see is that this the attribute value is an object, right? Because why? Well, it's because the attribute value can be JavaScript, and actually it's a JavaScript node. So what we're going to do here is that we are going to import another. We are going to import another library called srub, and we are going to come here and then print the use the print function to turn the JavaScript AST into string. Okay, so once I run this, then you'll notice that the code itself you have the function itself over here now, right? Then let me quickly go through. For each children element, we are going to recursively going into the children, and then we're going to do it for the text as well as expression, right? Let me copy this too as well. So now what we have after doing this is that if we run the compiler again, you will see that we have the codes to basically create the attributes, the elements, and then write one by one. So this is basically as we traversing through the AST, we generate operations that needed, and then basically this is the one that we generated, right? So if I right now try to open view this page on the browser, you'll notice that we have some reference error, right? Why? Because we in our code over here that you see that with the one that we just generated, we reference to variables like decrements and counter, but those are not generated yet, right? So what we're going to do here is that I'm going to this code is actually all of them are within the script element over here. So I'm gonna insert those on top of the operations that we use to generate before. We're gonna insert them over here, right? I'm gonna open. So how I'm gonna do that is that I'm going to go to the nodes over here, and I'm gonna add these 2 lines, which is to print these scripts, which is to print them before, right? And then if I come over here to run the compiler again, you'll notice that we have all this code generated over here, right? So all this code is added on the top. And then I think we need to define this function as well. So to define this function, I'm going to come over to my runtime and define this function. Let's see over here, right? So if I try to compile again, and this is the final compile code that we have, and if I come over to the browser and I do a refresh, you can see that it has already created all the elements, nodes and stuff that we have, right? Except that if you try to click on the function element, it doesn't work, right? There's no reactivity happens yet. So now, come back to our question about this dynamic expressions. What should we do about it? So we have this expression on templates. One thing we need to know is when the variable has changed, also where and how this variable is being used, and we need to know what we need to do when the variable has changed. But how? Well, let's take a step back. Let's think about it, right? So if you have not noticed, for variables, when you pass a variable around, you actually do 2 things at the same time. One is when you get the reference of the variable, and 2 is you read the value of the variable. For example, if you pass this variable to a console log function, it will actually pass a reference into the log function, and it will read the value of it because you will see that the content is being printed out, right? But then, when you pass into a function like do something, how do you know whether this variable is being read? You have no idea, right? So why this is important is because, for example, when we create a state account like this, we need to know when this variable count is being read, being used, so that we can, when the value is being changed, we need to know, be able to know that we need to go and change it, right? So this is something called a fine-grained reactivity. We need to know which element actually needs to be updated. So how do we implement this? We're going to use this idea called signals. Well, it separates getting a reference and actual reading of the value. There are many ways of implementing it. One of it is to have a signals implemented as an object with a get method that looks like this, that gives you the value. So you can pass the signal object around. You can pass a reference of it around, but only when someone within do something, try to read it, you will have to call the get function, right? And so you have to do this. And when you do this, basically you can know when this is being read, when its value is being read. Like I can do an alert over here, right? So we're gonna change how a generated code look like. In the text, we're gonna take in a function, and so like this, right? And we're going to use the counter.get to actually get the value of the signals. And we want this statement over here, when we set the text value, we want this statement to be able to be called over again whenever the value of the counter signal is changed, or any signal's value is being read, its value is being changed. So how do we do that? Well, what we're going to do is to wrap it within a function called effect. I've not explained how effect works, but the goal is that within the callback function, any signals values being read, we need to know which are these signals, and whenever their values is changed, we need to call this callback function over again, right? I guess it sounds a bit confusing, especially I try to say it so fast and put all these concepts together. So I try to quickly illustrate that how it works, right? So you have the effect function. You will call this callback function, which is this one, and then it will basically within itself it has this statement to try to set the text. And it will call the text function, which ultimately it will call the counter that gets, right? And the counter signal will know that its value is being read because the get method is being called, right? So when the signal is being read, it will ask which effect callbacks trying to call me. Oh, it's this one. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this reference to myself, and then I return the counter value, which is 0, to over here to this function, and that's why you set the text value to 0. But later on, later on, when someone trying to make changes to the signal value, like say set the value to 1, the signal will be like, oh, my value has changed. I need to call the callback effect callback again. So I take this function out and try to run it again. So we should call the text, we should call the counter.get, we'll get the value, and then set the text value 1 to the element. And that's basically an essence of how a signal would work, right? So the text element will update whenever the signal value changes. Of course, this oversimplifies a lot of complexity of signals. For example, to know like what other new signals or less signals are being called, and yeah. So now you know roughly how it works. Let's quickly implement this over here, right? So over to my code. What we have is that I don't think we have time to type it out, so let me see. Okay. Let's see. So we have the get function to try to get method to return the value, and then we have the set method to basically set the new value. Okay, so we have this signal object, and now with the effects, we're gonna come here. So basically the effect function will look something like this, right? It will come to the, it will get the current effects. So when you call an effect, it will set a variable called current effect with the function, and then call it, and then reset it back to its previous value, right? So now in our get function, we will be able to know which effects is calling me, right? So I can come over here, and then call this to push it into a list of effects. And for the set function, we'll be able to basically, after updating my value, I can loop through the effects array and then call each of these functions, right? So this will come here, replace this, right? So now, going back to the code, one thing is we're gonna wrap this with effects. And I'm gonna change a bit on the code that we just generated, right? So here, instead of setting the variable directly, we're gonna call the set. Over here for all the text as well. Now it's taking a function, and yeah. So and we call the counter.get. Right, so these are the code changes that we made directly to the code, but we have to change the compiler later on. But I don't think I have a chance to go through them in this talk. I think my time is up. So I guess now is the time to just like try to refresh this page and hope that it works, but it doesn't. Let me see, div text. Okay, I think syntax error in this function. Text is not a function. Okay. My bad. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh this, and then I hope it works. And if it works, it means that what we left is trying to figure out the compiler code to generate the code that we just made, right? But basically, it shows you how the reactivity works, right? So if I click the decrement function, it should decrease the value. And if you click the increment function, it should increase the value, right? So, so I guess the summary is that we have a whirlwind crash course about what is a compiler. It's basically parsing your code into an AST, do some analysis, and generate it into an output. And we've learned about signals and fine-grained reactivity, right? Basically how we can use signals and effects to basically subscribe to changes. And one thing that I can remind you, if you look at the compile code, is that once we create a component, it goes one time, and then that's it. We just execute that component code once. And as we create these elements, at the same time, we are actually setting up the necessary subscriptions for reactivity, right? We subscribe to those on the elements or attributes or text content level, right? So this is why it's called fine-grained, right? We subscribe to that and only changes to those elements when those elements has changed. Yeah. And there's a lot of optimizations that I did not cover within this talk, right? So I guess that's all for my talk. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, thank you. So I think before I end, is it possible if I get a group Wi-Fi with everyone on the screen? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And thank you, Liao. Not only did you teach us all of that, but you taught us to appreciate how everything works behind the scenes. So thank you a lot. Yeah, so now that we have overcome some technical hurdles, let's go back to the talk that we skipped in our schedule. Let's hear it again for Ravi for how to make your React apps more cool.
I hope this worked this time.
Yes, let's go.
Is it streaming? Can you check? Is it streaming?
Can we get somebody to confirm if it's streaming? Okay, so folks, please give a huge round of applause for Ravi. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm Ravi Raj Singh and I'm an engineer at Tata 1MG. I'm pretty excited to be speaking at Cityjs for the second time. And I remember last time when I was here, I discussed about how we can achieve native-like page transition with View Transition API. And I believe that this API is the future of web application in terms of bringing great user experience with transition. Also, Shruti today discussed about scroll animation. And I believe these APIs coming up in the browsers will support the browser to be as closer to native as we can. And for your information, the API, the View Transition API has also started supporting multi-page application. So I would ask everyone to at least try it once. And you can visit Cityjs YouTube channel. Maybe the last year we discussed about it. So this year when I was thinking for a topic for my CFP, I thought why not discuss about why this native-like experience is so much important for us at 1MG. So here I am to discuss how we can actually dissolve boundaries of web application and native application, and how can we actually run web application into native environment. Josh today talked about that, how we can run JavaScript in different environment. Does anyone know how we can run web application in native environment? A quick show of hand. Anyone? Yeah? iframe works for web. Yeah, so that's right. It's WebView. Let me set a quick context about what WebView is. So WebView is a software component which allows native application to display web content. And sounds similar to iframe, right? What we have at web, which allows web application to display different web application. So, and also let me tell you that we at 1mg are almost 50 to 60% WebView on both the platform, be it iOS or Android. So now you might guess that why native-like experience is so much important for us. So why we choose WebView? So there are multiple reasons. I'll just state maybe 3 or 4 reasons why this WebView is so important and why should we use WebView on production. So we can do quick release and quick rollback. Suppose you have to build a feature and you are not running on WebView, you will build for iOS, you will build for Android, and for what is wrong now? Okay. Okay, yeah. So suppose you have to build a feature on iOS, Android, and web. And for web, you will do a quick release. But for native, it takes at least 1 to 2 days to get your latest version updated on the store. That's one of the problem. And also, you're not certain that every user will update their application, and you will not force update on every feature you ship. So life is so easy when you have WebView. You don't care about whether your user is updating their application or not. Because you are running WebView, you do a single tap production release and it is available to all of the active user. So that is one of the reason. And I said a quick rollback. So if you have done something wrong, a single click will roll back the feature. Now that you are running WebView, you can do a quick experimentation. Suppose you have built a feature, you're not sure whether it's a great market fit or not. You want to do experiment with it. So you ship it with the WebView, you try to gather all the data, you analyze it, and then you see whether it will work or not. So quick experimentation is also one of the major points why we use WebView. The third point I feel of using WebView is a single source of truth. So you have one code base which is running on all these mobile platforms, which is iOS, Android, and web. So I feel the single source of truth. And also whatever the performance enhancement you are doing for web would eventually be fallen onto all these platforms. So that's one of the reason. And also it's a lot cheaper to build. So let's have a quick look at some code where I'll just try to run my local web application into a native application, which will be an iOS application. So let me just do it. Okay, so I already have this application set up. This is a web application. This is my favorite one. So here you can see we have a list of breeds of dogs, and once you click on any of the dog breed, you get the list of dogs, and once you click on any of the dog, you will get the details of dog, right? This is a simple web application, and let me go to Xcode. So this is a Swift UI environment. Let me give a glance at what is written here. So we have a home page view, and we have declared a state called show web view, and we have this body, and under it we have declared a navigation stack. So basically navigation stack is important for native to have the navigation stack build up when you are doing some navigation under it. And then we have this color, background color, which I have defined in assets. Then we have this vertical stack, there is an image, there is a text. Then we have this button called enter web view at the bottom. And on click of that button, we generally, we are trying to toggle the state. And also we have added this navigation destination onto the button. And when this show web view is actually, when it is true, the web view class, which is defined here, the life cycle of it, which is update UI view, will run, and we eventually will load the web view. So I'm loading my localhost port 3000. So let's just click over here. And yeah, we are running a localhost port 3000 web application into native. That looks good, but you'll see there are certain problems. So let me go back to the home page of the native. So the typographies, the font here at native is different what we see at web. Also, the design doesn't look good. The colors are not matching. That is one of the problems. So there's a design inconsistency. The second problem is, so when I click onto the any of the breed, there's no transition, right? There's no transition like we have on native. So so when I do back, so see, you saw a transition from left to right. When we enter web view, we saw a default transition which natives provide, which is from right to left. But when we are running web, there's no transition, right? So that is another problem. There's no user experience like we have at native. The third problem is we got two headers, right? So that is a major problem, I believe. We have two headers, and we can't have two headers in one application. So I'm at third page of the web application, and if I do back, it closes my web view, and I don't want that. I want that if I do back, it just go back into previous page of my web application, because your native doesn't have the your history stack of web, the navigation history stack. It doesn't know that at what page it should navigate. So what we can do is, to solve it, basically we can, I've already commented it. So navigation bar back button hidden, we can pass it to true, and what it will do, it will hide the back button of native. So that's good. Now we have only one header, and we can eventually do back, right? That is one thing. Now you might see there's an white safe area at the top. So you can see above the header we have some white screen, which is of which we say as a status bar, where we see batteries or network connectivities or timing. So we can also ignore that. So let's ignore the safe area. So now once you ignore the safe area, we are complete 100% edge-to-edge web view. But we got another problem, which is now our header moved into the status bar. So how can we solve this? So let me move to my localhost web application. What I'll do is, I'll go to header, and I'll try to add some padding into my header so that I could compensate the status bar area. But I could not add a constant padding like 40 pixel or 50 pixel, because every device has different safe area at the top. So here comes our CSS helper function called env, which can take different variables defined at user agent. So I'll be using safe area inside top. This will eventually help me to get the safe area top height from the device I'm running in. So now let's go back to Xcode and see. Now we have compensated the safe area. Okay, but still the transition is the problem. We'll try to solve that as well. So let's just move back to the web application. And I have skipped my view transition. I'll try to just comment it out so that we do not skip our transition. And to know how view transition work, you can refer my previous Cityjs talk. We don't have time here to do that. Okay, so now you see we have the transition running similar to what we run at native. So that's good. Still, we are left with one problem. So now when I do back on my landing page of web application, it doesn't close the web view. And why it doesn't close? Because my web view is being driven by this state called show web view, and it is defined at native. So how can we toggle a native state from web? So that means we need some kind of communication between web and native. So we saw three major problems in our demo. So first was that there's no, so the first major problem is there's no communication between web and native. If there's no communication between web and native, we cannot ask native to close web view because native has that state to toggle. The second problem we saw that we don't have a single design, and because we don't have a single design, we don't have a same font, same component used on native and on web. We cannot easily dissolve it. The user might find it out that it's not the similar application. The third problem is the user experience. So there was no transition. You cannot say that it's native. You need to be fast. You need to be, your runtime performance should be good. Your load time performance should be good, even to blend into native environment. So to solve the problem one, we require a communication bridge between web and native, and we at 1MG have already built this bridge, which is named as Synapse. Does anyone know what does Synapse means? I know, I also didn't know, so I searched about it. So synapse in biological terms means a bridge between two neurons which allows signals to pass through them. So for us, the two neurons are the two platforms, which is web and native, and the signals for us are the events and data, right? So, well, now we'll look at the second problem. We require one design for all the platform, right? So that was the second problem we had. Luckily, at 1MG, we have Dopamine, our own design system for all the platform. So, which is solving all the inconsistent design problem across the mobile platform. The third problem we saw is inconsistent user experience as compared to native. So now to tell that, we have over the several years, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5, 6 years, we have been cooking something exciting for the community, and we named it as a Catalyst. So Catalyst is an open source web framework made by 1MG team, and it was recently open sourced on React India. So I would definitely ask everyone to have a look at this framework, and it's time for India to also contribute to global level. How does Catalyst help us on WebView? So Catalyst is, we say that Catalyst is a fast framework. The framework is solving problem by giving good load time performance, giving SSR, also giving data prefetching, data caching at router level, scroll restoration, page transition, and a lot more. You should definitely try out this framework. So you can scan this code, QR code, or maybe you can visit catalyst.1mg.com. You will definitely see the journey of 1MG building a web framework. We have been to different conferences, and we talked about how we are trying to build a faster web application, and eventually this year we shipped Catalyst, and now it is open source. So let's move to CCA, create Catalyst app. So now it's time to run a web view in production. So one of the 1MG vertical called Health Insight and Records, which basically generates insight based on your lab tests, reports, prescription, your orders, everything. We use AI to generate summaries. Also, you can maintain your records like prescription, lab reports, and whatnot. I personally work on this application from past 2.5 years. And this is 100% web view on both native and iOS, and it is running on edge-to-edge rendering where there's 0% involvement of native. So you can see I've clicked on heart health, so smooth. There's a scroll restoration working, and once you click on heart health again, the data is already cached, and this is the summary generated by an AI, an in-house AI. So we have seen that how we are doing scroll restoration, data prefetching, data caching, transition, and everything was possible because this whole idea of WebView, I will say that it became possible when both the web and native teams sat together, and a big shout out to the teams. So that was my talk. Thank you, everyone. And if you want to connect, you can use these channels, or maybe you can talk to me off stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi.
We're gonna be moving to lunch now, but we do have another talk that's gonna be also online. So if you can stay and watch the talk, or
yeah, either way, or you can eat lunch and watch the talk.
Yeah,
do it on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Ioana is from, she's right now in Romania. So Ioana works for the Interledger Foundation. And I don't know why it's not connecting. Ioana, can you hear us?
Can you check?
Which
Yes.
one?
It's connected.
It's connected. Okay. All right.
But for the audio, maybe we can just run the
Okay.
or, yeah. Right?
Okay. Can you start?
No, we are muted. Ask her to.
Ioana, can you start? Can you hear me?
Whenever you tell me to go, I'm
Yeah, you're ready to go.
Yes, I do.
You're ready to go.
Let's do this then. Let's do this then. Hello, everyone. Hello. Good afternoon, good day there. It's a bit early here in Berlin, Germany.
Oh, in
but I
Berlin.
do hope you enjoy your lunch day at Cityjs. I am very sorry not to be there. I'm pretty jealous that you guys get to experience this amazing conference, and I am still enjoying my coffee over here. It's a bit cold also outside. So yeah, I do hope you're having an amazing day while at Cityjs. I'm Yana Kiran, and I'm an engineer manager in the Ledger Foundation. And today we're going to talk of different ways to pay the web forward. I do think that some of you that attended last year talk, you got familiar with Interledger Foundation's work through our ambassador back then, Santosh. But let's see, for those that didn't attend it, what are we doing at Interledger Foundation? And a different type of starting a conference with a screenshot is that lately more and more people are trying to diversify their income, or more and more try to figure out different ways of doing money online, or at least doing different type of revenues through unconventional ways of working that were way back when we started, school and everything like that. Or simply put, everyone wants to get rich. And if you do search on Google or any other search engine this day, how to do this, many of the suggestions there will be to sell ads or advertising. As you can see, Google has even a special entry for their own AdSense. But unfortunately, ads are not available everywhere. And also ads create a really, really bad experience for the web. I think if you are in tech for a while, you already know the joke running with all the pop-ups that we have to close when we open the new page, and you're like, oh, let's accept these cookies. Oh, that close. Oh, and after this. And if you try to even close the ad, they will say like, why are you closing an ad? And you have to choose, it's not relevant. And it's so much work. But web should not be like that. Literally, this is from Germany's website. I didn't have yet time to search for one that has ads in India to be sure that you will recognize it. But this is when you start entering a web, half of the page it's an ad. Like, I'm there to read the news. This is why I'm getting there. And I would like to get this displayed, not a green big square with ads there. And I also want to support this newspaper. I also want to support the people that do create good stuff online, and I understand that they will need a revenue. But what if we could support them with an extension and we don't have to pay ads, which we cannot control? I did not choose what ads are given to me, and maybe I really don't want some of the categories that do there. What if we could do all this like in a regular? But till we get to the solution, because we are a very diverse group, and I mentioned before, I think Santosh last year presented his own experience being in India, trying to get paid to different platforms. We encounter really these are situations that not all websites are considered towards ads. For example, I think in Google AdSense, if you're not having a big chunk of followers, readers every day, your page, they will not even consider you for supporting your page with an ad. So even if you are in a country that supports this, this is not going to happen. Other countries, oh, we're going back. Other countries have more money for ads versus others get a little bit less. Then is that fair? It's like, who decides this kind of money? I do spend maybe the same amount of time as other creator in other country to create the page that people see, but just because they live somewhere else, they will get a different experience. And another third reason, yeah, we don't really have money already to, be able to send large amount of money to those that we support. So maybe we would like to try some smaller amounts like micropayments. Yeah, micropayments is the thing that we're gonna talk today, and one way that we web monetization. And web monetization is the API that allows websites to automatically and passively receive payments from web monetized visitors. What does this even mean? What is automatically? It means that you will not have to do it manually all the time. You set it once and it goes. Passively is the same. You can go move around, do your own stuff. You will not have to do anything specific for that. And web monetized means that both those that create content, any type of content, could be code, could be games, could be videos, could be music, enabling web monetization. And this goes as simple as adding a tag and in your original blog or page or projects that you have to address Open Payments wallet address. And Open Payments, you went, what's that? Let's see. Open Payments is the API standard for account servicing entities that allow third parties to securely access digital wallets for viewing account information and initiating payments. This means that through Open Payments standard, we are able to connect two digital wallets from two different platforms, two different countries, two different currencies, two different whatever you can change, and they should work together. They should speak together. They should exchange money. This is how, in a few diagrams, web monetization works through Open Payment. We will have two users, Sabine and Brooke, that are online. Brooke created the page, Sabine enjoys the page, and you will see both of them have a wallet that through web monetization agent, both of these wallets will talk, will be connected. At this point in time, just want to make sure, at this point in time, our work splits in two, because while we are working towards remonetization as a web standards with W3C, that takes a lot of time. As some of you may know, working in web standards world takes a few years at least, and I think we are away somewhere midway with it. We invested around 2 years now, and I think that they will have 2 more years to work there to make it happen as a full web standard. Till then, we have two other ways of implementing this, either through a browser extension, which is the shortcut that we are going to talk today, and it is the shortcut where we stand right now, or native browser support. And by native browser support, I mean being integrated as any other feature in your browser of choice. At this moment in time, we are very close with the team behind Chromium to have this ready, and if you follow the open list, you will see the discussion there. Okay, so I did mention that till now we have an extension. This screenshot on the right side is the current beta. I think the screenshot is behind the few builds from there. So if you go to monetization on GitHub, you should be able to see the latest UX, which is a bit different. But nevertheless, follow structure. You will need your wallet of choice. At this point in time, we support 3 wallets there, GitHub, Finbox, and Chimney. They cover different currencies and different regions. And this is not a finite domain and not a final limit that one. We might be adding tomorrow another wallet in a few days. It's just discussions with them or they knowing about our work. So after you have your wallet linked, you will get there the paying pointer that you're going to use for web monetization. You will be asked to decide how much you want to spend on the web, which means that every time you enter a page, you would donate money to them, you will pay money to them to support their work. But in order to do that, you will set a rate per month, a rate per day of your choice, that it will go automatically for that. Of course, you do set a budget, a limit for the money, so you don't overrun it and do more than you could afford or more that you want at the end of the day. And of course, you can add a allow list or block list. Maybe you don't want to support some of the pages that randomly gets open, or maybe it's not under your control sometimes. So in short work, this is how web monetization extension works at this point. And this will trigger a notification for the website that, hey, this page is web monetized. At the same time, you might thinking, okay, so as a user, how do the page know that I'm there? Or as the owner of the page, what do I do with this information that a user that comes to my page is with web monetization enabled, can support me? This is up to you as a developer to decide what to implement. You can do nothing. At this point, it's up to you. You can just leave it there. You get the money income, and that's it. But at the same point, maybe you want to give a shout out to them, like, hey, like a pop-up or a notification like, hey, thanks so much for your support, this helps me a lot. Or implement something like, hey, for you, because you're one message, I give you this free other article, or you have a one-on-one with me. Or you can think about this like the opposite of a paywall. Like, while you have to pay to see content, because you pay, you see more content in this. So for those that will not be using monetization, or for those that cannot afford or decide not to, the page should still display stuff. So we are not promoting paywall. We are not even against that. At the end of the day, each page can decide what to do, but we are trying to be on the opposite of more positive or optimistic. If someone supports your work, maybe you want to do some more for that. It could also be direct contact with them, sending them a note, a thankful note, or an email, or other sort of promotions, or a little gesture, and also giving them more access online to bypass different blockers. But again, this is all up to you if you, as a developer, want to implement anything. And going back to our 2 examples, you will see that one will request the grant and create the income payments towards the web monetization agent. The agent will communicate to the other wallet to request a quote and ongoing payment, and after that, the transfer is done. Be careful here, as I mentioned, I did not say that, oh, they have to be on the same country. I didn't say they have to be on the same wallet. I did not say that they have to use the same currency. So the payment is validated and Brooke gets the money for the content that he created. So how we are able to do this? Here's where Interledger Protocol comes in place. The Interledger Protocol is a protocol, of course, as the name stands, for sending packages of money across different payment network of ledgers. And I know, Interledger sounds like, oh, these are Bitcoins or ledgers. The name is not something that we are very proud at this moment when we chose it, because unfortunately ledgers are more used on that side of the world with all the blockchain and Bitcoins and everything. While we are supporting that, you can use a currency of a Bitcoin or any other, a virtual currency. This is not only that. So it's not reduced to the whole blockchain Bitcoin stuff. We are using real currencies, and a ledger in this code is just a node in the finance network all around. A ledger could be a bank, a ledger could be a wallet, it could be a Bitcoin wallet if you want. So anything connecting entities in this node. So Interledger, it is exactly there. The name comes exactly connecting all the ledgers, no matter of their type. The protocol was invented or started around more than 5-6 years ago. Oh, probably even more. I'm probably missing some years from the beginning by Stefan and Ivan. And if you want to read more about the history, do try to search for COIL. The work was initially made as a private company. They were creating kind of a membership club. Sounds a bit awkward, but this membership that you would have paid like €5 or $5 or any other currency per month, and you will get part of this money whenever you create something or someone will go and go on your page. And it was this supporting each other kind of way. At some point, they decided that it would be better for this to become a web standard, and they closed COIL as a company for profit. I think they still continue some of their work, but in different way, and they created Interledger Foundation as a non-for-profit organization to be sure that the web standard is created, and this will become accessible and fair to everyone using it. So back then, the protocol was literally referring to the transfer between the two wallets, and in this case, two different ledgers. One is a wallet, and Brooks' wallet is differently a bank, is not only a wallet. They should be able to connect. Our motto, let's call it, or our mission in a very short way is to be able to send payments as simple, as easy, and as fast as you're sending an email. There comes Ernie, our little bird, sending a letter. And one of the examples that I use at conferences is that a payment through web monetization should be exactly like you send an email. I don't know what client you're using. It can be Gmail, it can be Proton, it can be Outlook. I don't know what you're using. You can speak a different product language. You can use a different font. You can choose to write in italics. You can choose to be in bold. It doesn't matter. My choice of webmail or mail in general, could not be through mail, should understand the same letters, should understand the same font, and should be able to receive an email from you even if we are not using the same one. You're in a different country, send me an email from India through Gmail. I should be able to use it on my phone in Germany in instant. So we want payments to be made as simple as this. As architecture, the Interledger looks really, really similar to the internet. That's why I think both the idea with an email came for, and also even as Stefan realized, like, hey, we already have in place a structure that we can use to connect the different points, different nodes, and why not use it? So if you're familiar with the internet structure, think about everything in your network, like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet, all the services that you want to use. The same is in our network. Anything related to money, every form of money. The fiat stands by the regular, useful transferring money without physical banknotes or coins. So any form of currency, this is the base of the interledger. After that, on the internet, you have the IP, the Internet Protocol. In our case, will be Interledger Protocol that will translate the money into the stream. The TCP IP protocol, this is how the internet one, in our case, is used by the stream, the transport mean, and going forward, we have the address, the HTTP in case of the internet. For us, will be the open payments working. On top of this comes web monetization, the last layer of user interaction, let's call it, or what a user can see and decide upon. These are pages, of course, in the internet example. So you, as both a developer and also as a user, you should not care. Like when you open a page, you don't care through which IP necessarily your website connects, or through anything that is behind the internet. It just works for you. In the same way, we want web monetization to be your portal towards sending money without you being afraid or caring of all the details that banks connect, currencies mean, geography, regions, and any other little thing that can differ in it. So just works. And as I mentioned, we are working with this as a standard with the W3C committee. We literally went in September at TPEC, which is the annual meeting for all community members and experts. We have on GitHub the work done there, should be in like a few weeks probably updated for this year. But if you want to follow up all the updates, go there and give it a star. I think the number of stars improve because we want to reach around 500 till the end of the year. So help us out with a star on the GitHub WICG web monetization. If you don't find the link, ping me, Joanna at interledger.org, and I should be able to send you all the links. If you want to get involved with the work we do at Interledger Foundation, we have Slack going on, and want to read more about both our advocacy work and our technical work, you can find on interledger.org both our news on the work, our partners, our podcasts, and also interledger.org/develop building with the protocol. And as I mentioned, we also have a page for community work, which is community.interledger.org. It's a forum based based on technology behind dev.to. So it's easy to contribute there, go comment, ask for questions, ask me. That was all for my, I do have questions. I'm not sure if I am aiming at Joanna_CIS on Twitter. CIS is my initials, and Joanna at interledger.org. And see you in a bit.
You can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world. accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk.
But mentally, from lunch. Everybody awake? Should we start? Okay, so by a quick show of hands, by the way, how many of you use React? In your projects, in your job? A lot of you, right? Like, it's one of the most popular frameworks. I think you might know that React has a new release now, maybe React 19. But if you don't know much about it, worry not, because Nikhil is gonna introduce us with all of the new fun features with React 19. So without further ado, Nikhil, please, a huge round of applause.
Hello, hello. Thanks, Ujjwal. Quick mic check. Am I audible to you folks? On the back? Okay, nice, nice. All right. In case there's not other folks coming in, probably we can start. Just waiting for the final confirmation. We are good to go, Ujjwal, I guess, right? All right. Hello, hello. How's everyone? Did everyone have a good lunch? All right. Nice, nice. Good to know. Okay, so as you already know from this slide, we are going to talk about the new and some crazy features that are coming in with React 19. So the good news is it's already in beta, and a lot of folks have already started trying it. I've seen a lot of enthusiasm from the community. People have been posting Twitter posts, people have been making YouTube videos and whatnot. There's so much excitement that I've been seeing. It's super crazy. And with this, taking this excitement we have a lot of stuff to discuss today. There's async transitions, server components, new APIs like use, new form hooks, and whatnot. So there's a lot of things to cover today. But before starting in and before just diving down, I just want to take a minute and say that React 19 and the features that have been coming in have been possible with not only the React team, but it's also you, the community. So let's take a moment and have a huge round of applause for all of us to make it a success. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone. Okay. And also speaking about applauses, there's also a special guest that I have today. I have my mom here just sitting on the very front row, watching my talk for the very first time. So I'm like super nervous to have this talk in front of her. But yeah, thanks a lot. All right, so let's dive into action. Before diving in, I'm Nikhil. I'm a software engineer who's super passionate about front-end, performance, React. In case you are like up for chat, I'm available on Twitter or X, on GitHub, LinkedIn. I would love to connect and have a chat about it. By the way, I've also fun fact, I've also started playing a little bit of table tennis. Any people here who play table tennis? Show of hands. Oh, nice, nice. I would love to have a chat. It's a crazy game. I'm getting a lot more addicted to it day by day. Nice. All right. So let's start with React 19. So the first thing that I want to discuss is what is out of the box. Now, why do I say that something is out of the box of React 19? And the reason is there's a lot of misconception and a lot of confusion that had started earlier that the React compiler, or what we say React Forget, had been a feature that was shipped together with React 19. But there's been a lot of people there's Aurora, Devlin, and many other people from the community who have been very vocal about it. And even I had this confusion, so I also wanted to clear it up that as per the official React document, it is said that React 19 does not give React Forget as a feature or React compiler as a feature, but React compiler needs React 19 so that you can use it inside your application. So that's just one TLDR for all of us. Now, what is it actually? So to sum things up, React compiler makes your application a little bit faster by optimizing your code at build time. Now let's see what does this build time thing mean? Basically, this React compiler has three major things. You'll have a Babel plugin. This Babel plugin is nothing but it actually knows how to convert all of your code, that is your functional or class components, into an abstract syntax tree so that it can tokenize your code and it can make some meaning out of it. The next thing is basically an ESLint plugin. Now what it does is it basically knows whether you are writing React using the correct set of rules. So it knows that are you using the hooks in the right way, are you using the state or the props in the right syntax and all that stuff. So it basically knows if you're writing correct code or not. And the last but not the least is where the magic happens, which is the compiler core logic, which is actually responsible for making sure that whenever you're writing code, it actually adds some optimizations on top of it. And by optimization, what we mean is it will try to remove some dead code, or it will try to make sure that unnecessary re-renders are not happening in your application. Which would mean is basically you won't, in case like you are going to adopt to React compiler, you might not need hooks like use memo or use callback, because the compiler is going to do all of these optimizations for you in case you utilize it. Now, in case you want to use it, the process is very simple. You just need to first use React compiler health check that you see on the screen over here. What it's going to do, it's going to help you know that in case does your application have the scope of this performance optimization, or how many of your components are there which are actually re-rendering just more than what they require, and it will tell you this report out of the box. And in case you have it and you see that, oh yes, there's a scope. So what you need to do is just install this plugin, which is ESLint plugin React compiler, and just add this sort of entry into your ESLint config, and boom, then you'll be good to go. And you can see that on the screen, on the screenshot on the right, you'll see a very nice memo badge on some of your components, which will depict that the compiler is doing some magic under the hood, and it's gonna make sure that your components are like well optimized, but with corresponding to like what you used to do with your use memo or use callback, right? In case you are, you want to dive deep into it, I really like this talk. Yeah, I think Tapas is here. Yeah, I really, when I was like trying to read about the compiler, I came across this video. So in case you want to dive deep into it, it's a very beginner-friendly and a very nice video. You should definitely check that out. All right, going to number 2, our favorite server components, right? So let's understand with a short story how this thing came into picture. So how SSR works is something that we all know, right? How many of you have been using server-side rendering right now? All right, nice. Almost all of us. Very good. So how it happens is we all know that, the client actually requests a resource from the server. The server actually gives you a static version of your website. The static version is received by the client, and the JavaScript is also requested by the client to the server. So basically, your client now has 2 things: the JavaScript that it needs to hydrate upon, and a static version of your page. So the client uses both of them, and it combines it to make your website fully interactive. We all know that, right? But there were some problems associated with it, right? First thing is, we already know that, right? SSR actually gives you performance only on the initial load, right? Because you just get a static version of your page, you're not hydrating your application, you have just downloaded the JavaScript. So whenever you rebuild, you need to like, whenever you rebuild the app, or if you refresh, you have to do that process again and again. And the second thing, which is the most important one and pretty fascinating to me, is you're not doing, if you think about it carefully, right? You're not doing any optimizations on this part, the JS bundle, right? Because in the end, you are eventually downloading all of the JavaScript, right? You're not optimizing on top of that. So the idea was that, can we do something better on optimizing this JS bundle that we're downloading? And by optimizing, what we mean is, is there some static part of your code that can be just rendered entirely on the server, and you might not need any JavaScript on the client for that? For example, there might be some component that is just doing nothing but fetching some posts by hitting an API call, right? You might need any JavaScript for that. Maybe something like that can be run on a server. That's not that much interactive, right? Which is where the idea of server components comes in. Now, they help you by eliminating this extra JavaScript, which is like, non-interactive JavaScript that you might hear of. It helps you by taking some load off the client and rendering that non-interactive part of your page entirely on the server. Now, how it does that is, it basically like tries to fetch again a resource, and now instead of returning a static version of your page, the server actually knows what parts of your application are server components. It's going to render them entirely on the server, and you won't get any JavaScript returned on the client for them. So it's going to give you some render-ready components, and it's going to talk to the client with this very weird sort of a JSON-y type format to tell the client that, hey, there is some section of your application that is client-rendered. I haven't rendered it at all. Please take care of it. There is some part that I've already rendered. It wasn't that interactive at all, so I have rendered them on the server. So the client understands it, that, okay, that is fine, and the client prepares the final output for you. So that's how server components actually work. Now this is an example if you are curious. This is how we usually write server components inside inside Next.js. Some things that you'll observe, we'll go through this code snippet one by one, no need to worry. So if you observe this first thing, have you noticed that I have imported this file called db from database, and I'm directly making some mutations on top of the database. So this is a very interesting thing, right? Because you're rendering something on the server, that means you can directly talk to your resources like your database, your Redis, your caches, anything at all. So you can directly do those mutations. Another thing that you might have noticed in this component is this component doesn't have any use states, use effects, on clicks, right? This is because server components know that, hey, if there is anything interactive, that's not a server component. A server component needs to be something that is just a static version or a non-interactive version of your component, right? So this is another thing to note. And thirdly, this is the way basically that I was talking about. This is the way you can tell your component that, hey, this is something that will be interactive, don't render it on the server. This is a client component, not a server component. Please take care of it on the client and not on the server. And how you envision it on your head is something that output on the right that you see. So this is how the React team also envisions server components. So it envisions that your application is like a tree of nodes, and some parts of them can be server driven, some part of them can be rendered on the client. So that's how it basically looks. And since you're not actually, and since you are just sharing the responsibilities of rendering something entirely on the server, you don't actually get any JavaScript, as I mentioned, on the client. Which is a good thing, right? Because now some things are handled by the server at least, and you don't get any JavaScript. So at least this bundle gets reduced a little. So that's a good thing, right? Okay, going on to number 3, which is form actions, one of my favorites. So let's see what it has. All right, another story. How many of us have been building forms this way? Raise of hands. Yeah, almost everyone, yeah. So this is a very simple structure, right? You'll see a bunch of use states to manage the user input, and you'll have on line number 16, you'll see a form with an onSubmit prop, and on the submit, you will try to access values using the event, and then you'll do some operations onto that, right? And we all know how this works. In case your form needs some more feature changes, or maybe you'll say that, hey, I want to show some more errors onto my form. So you'll say, oh, okay, another use state. Then if you say that, oh, I want to show if my form is pending or not, then the answer would be, okay, we need another use state, is pending. So your form keeps on growing and growing as the features or the functionalities keep coming in, which is like not a very scalable piece of code, right? This is where form actions actually come in. So how they make it elegant is managing all of this boilerplate that we used to write for us. So now if you'll see the change, there is an action prop now introduced inside your form, if you see on line number 14. So this action prop is something that is doing the magic. Now on action, I'm actually passing my handle submit function, which I used to do on my onSubmit prop, right? And if you have already noticed, this handle submit is now accepting form data as an argument instead of an event. So you don't need to manage, you don't need to have any use states, you don't need to do stuff like event.stop propagation or access values using e.target.value, because form data actually holds what's the most recent value of your form. So this code becomes a lot more cleaner in those fashion. Now, you might be thinking that, hey, Nikhil, there is one state, right, is pending, that is still left. You mentioned that there's no use state. So I also have an answer for that, which means that async functions are now supported in use transition in React 19. Now what this means is use transition hook is something that you can use. It's going to give you the start transition function. And what start transition says is, hey, whatever is your async logic, just wrap everything around start transition. And I will take care of whether this async stuff is done or not. And I will update your is pending prop accordingly. So you don't have to manage if your form is pending or not. I'm going to take care of it all by myself. So this makes that last state go away as well, which is good. Now, there's another hook called use action state, which takes it to another level by just giving you one single hook. And use action state is going to say that, hey, I am going to help you manage your state of your form You just need to like tell me what is your handle submit. Basically, how do I need to make changes to your form? This is the handle submit function, which is actually going to make changes. And there is another, if you see, there is another object that I'm giving it. A user is empty and error is null, which means this is the default state of my form. Take it as a default, and handle submit is the function you should use to make changes to these states. Now we'll see what this handle function is. Handle submit is. So this is, have you seen something like this? Is a very weird sort of syntax, right? We are returning some object from handle submit. So this is a hint to React that whatever I'm returning as an object, make sure that your form state updates accordingly. So you remember we had user and error was null here. So this is what we are actually returning anytime we are doing any operations. And React is going to take care of state changes out of the box. So have you noticed like now we don't have new states, we don't have any on submits. The form looks, a little bit more concise and more elegant, which is very good. And this part remains the same, which we had seen in action. So you just need to pass the action accordingly, and you can use the variables that you're actually getting from the use action state hook, which is nice. Another thing is, this is a very unique hook, which is use form status. Now imagine this thing, that your form is not an entire component, but it is separated into different smaller components. And you have another component inside your form, which is submit. And its submit is just a simple button to submit your form. Now, how about your submit button says that, hey, I don't know what your status of your form is, right? So this is where use form status can help you. It's gonna give you the information of your current form, and you can utilize that information on your components that are actually inside the form. Another TLDR, so if in case you want to dive deep into forms or how they're working internally, I would really recommend checking Aurora's talk. This one is very insightful. Okay, going to number 4 is a use API. Not exactly an API, I would say, but it's more of a paradigm shift of how you actually try to load your resources. So by resources, what do I mean? So your use API can help you, you can like give a promise to this use, and what it's gonna do is it's gonna suspend your component by the time this promise resolves. And by the time it's suspended, you can use a suspense fallback to give it a nice loader while it's doing its job. So you might see a nice loader, and whenever it resolves, React is gonna render your component. So which is how that works. And it also works with context as well. So you can just give it your context object to use, and use is gonna get the values out of that context for you, which makes this API also like a little bit more cleaner. Coming to number 5 is, there's also a set of improvements with the features that have been coming in React 19. So starting with one, we all know, right, that forwarding of refs is also something that we have been doing for quite some time, right? So now ref actually and officially becomes a part of a regular prop for all your components. So now you can just pass your ref as if it was just a normal prop of your component. Also, another thing is, with ref, now React also gives you an option of writing a cleanup function that you can return. This is a similar fashion which you do with use effects, right? So you can maybe remove event listeners, cancel subscriptions. So this is also possible now with React 19. Another thing is a small change, but a very effective one, which is the context API change. Now you don't need to do context.provider. You can just directly use the context as a component itself, and you can just directly use the values. Okay. This one is also something that I noticed and is very helpful, I think, in the long run, which is better error reporting. Now, do you see like there are 4 different errors happening, but these errors actually respond to just one error that is there, which is a hydration problem using an SSR. Now, a developer like me would be confused, right? You have to skim through all of these errors, and you have to first figure it out. Oh, it's the same error, and the information is all scattered across different errors. And React did a very subtle and a very useful change, is to just combine all of these related errors into a single error, so that you have every information at one piece and you can debug easily. So that is one. All right, another improvement is the document metadata. You might remember that in case you wanted to add meta tags to your components, if you wanted to add title tags, meta tags, you might have to, use some very cheeky code of, adding use effect, adding some logic inside use effects, or you might have to use any library like, React Helmet to chuck all of this data into your HTML's head tag, right? How many of us remember that? Do we? Oh, okay, nice. So this is where like React's document metadata updates come in. So now what React does is, it says, be it any component inside your tree, just use your title or meta tags, and React is going to automatically hoist them up to your component's head tag, wherever you might use them. So React becomes intelligent in that case. You can even use with link tags. You can use it with link tags as well. Or there's also another thing. You can wrap them inside a suspense block. So you can also show a nice loader in case you are loading some resources, be it anywhere inside your component. And when that loads, React is going to show them automatically by unsuspending the component. So that becomes a lot more easier. You don't have to use any other different libraries to do that. All right, going to the next step of that is, you might be also using APIs like preloading or pre-connecting resources that you would be fetching. Now what React does is here, it not only gives you functions like prefetch, pre-connect, and preload, it even reorders them. If you see on the second screenshot, it's actually reordering all of those tags that it is hoisting up in the order of their priority. So you don't even have to now figure out what is the priority of all of your pre-connects or prefetches. React is going to take care of them. All right. Enough of the talk. Now, how do we use this? We are convinced, so what's the next step? The next step is pretty simple, I would say. You would just need to make sure that your dependencies for React and React DOM are updated. So this is a very nice small npm install command that you can use to make sure your React and React DOM are updated to the latest experimental or the release canary. In case you are using TypeScript, you might see that there's also an overrides section that I have added in this package.json, which is, in case you're using TypeScript, make sure the types for React and React DOM are also updated as well. All right, and the last step. You earlier used to use render function, right, from React DOM. So now React gives you a new API, which is create root that comes in from React DOM/client, and you can just use this subtle change of using create root instead of the render function. So that's a very small change, and things should work seamlessly. Or is it? If you try to use it, how many of you are confident enough to use React 19 in your production apps? And has anyone convinced their bosses that, hey, let's go dive into React 19 and change the production? Yeah, I would advise not, because it's still into an experimental phase. And I would say that even the React team says that we are still looking for feedback. We are still expecting API changes. So it's good to try it out on your own, but please never do that in production. Do it on your own risk in case you're doing it. So the next thing is there are also a bunch of APIs that are now going to be removed. Since I think we have some time crunch, so I'll not discuss them in detail. But in case you're using prop types, the context APIs, as we already mentioned, string refs, these are all going to be removed. But you might be thinking that, hey, I have to do so many changes in the code, man, to go to React 19. But luckily, React also has some code mods for you. So you'll have just one line of code to replace all of them, and React is going to take care of making all of these deprecated or removed API changes for you in your code base. Also, another alternative that React suggests is, in case you are very much excited about React 19, they have suggested to use 18.3 first. And why 18.3? It's because all of these errors that you would see in React 19 would come in form of only warnings in 18.3. So the organization can become React 19 ready, we would say. In case you are at React 18.3, you can take care of these warnings and you can slowly migrate to 19. So that's also another option. All right, so with this, I would like to end my talk. Thank you all for listening in. And I hope this excitement for React 19 continues. Thanks a lot.
Right, thanks, Nikhil. Now I'm confused whether I should try out Svelte or React 19. Let's see what happens with Vue by the end. So I think throughout the day, I said a number of things where I said, okay, we can all agree on this, but maybe we can't because we're all developers. We can't even agree on tabs versus spaces. But one thing we can agree on is scams are bad, right? So we have Ben with us here who will teach us how to build a scam detection service using Vonage and AWS. So who's excited for that? Please welcome on stage Ben Aronoff.
Can I use this one or this one? Whichever you want. I'll use this one. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here. let's see. Okay. So 1 second, I'm sorry. Why is this? Sorry, the display is different than when I tested it this morning. Okay, so again, thank you for having me. My name is Benjamin Aronoff. So who am I? I'm a developer advocate from Vonage. Here you can see me at one of the previous Cityjs that I was at in Athens. Ours is home. Highly recommended. And thank you for welcoming me to India. It's been really amazing couple of days here in Delhi. You can see this is the 5th Cityjs. If you ever get a chance to go to any of the other Cityjs, it's really awesome. It's always fun, tight-knit community, and a lot of really smart people. So a little bit about Vonage. We're an API company. Historically, we've been doing communication APIs. So that's text, telephony, video, authentication, and then a whole bunch of service APIs on top of that. And so we got bought by Ericsson 2 years ago, and since then, now we're working to build out network APIs. So basically, the future of 4G and 5G network APIs, basically allowing you to program into the network and extend your application. So we'll see how that works in this demo today to help defend against fraud. So fraud, why should we care? Everybody knows that fraud's bad, but let's put some numbers against it. Just in the first 4 months, only in India of this year, cybercrime cost over $200 million. And I remember I looked up how to say it in rupees, but it was some really crazy big number. And so that's just in 4 months. So by the end of the year, it'll definitely go over $1 billion just in India of fraudsters trying to take advantage of your applications, take advantage of your users. Some of the common fraud that's happening now, right? Things are evolving. Simple 2FA, which we offer. We do offer 2FA. It's not enough anymore. Fraudsters are figuring out ways around it. So everybody knows about phishing, but did you hear about smishing or querishing? So every time that we're evolving something new, the scam artists are getting one step ahead. Also, there's a thing called SIM swap fraud. So people are taking over your account, then they're hooking up people's accounts to their own SIM, and then being able to act like you from their own device. So we need ways to stop all of these different kinds of scams. And outside of Vonage, there's also, outside of the products that we offer, there's also another kind of fraud that's happening, which is deepfake scams. So AI is amazing. All you have to do is write a little line and it creates, a new masterpiece like Picasso. But AI is amazing. You just write one line and it creates a masterpiece like my face that says, "This is me." So we need, as developers, we need to be thinking about how all of the scams are evolving and how we keep staying ahead of them. It seems pretty obvious, but why do we care about fraud? We want to make people happy. First of all, we want to make our users happy. We don't want them to think, oh man, this was a poorly designed application. I'm sure if you speak with the people in your marketing department, how much time they spend thinking to try and get a good brand awareness about your company, how to make people love your brand. If you've ever been taken advantage of, having to fight with a company that that has some fraudulent charges, it's like the worst. You're never going to go back. You never want to use their app again. For people in your team, your developers, instead of building cool features, trying to figure out how did we lose everybody's money last month. This is not a happy place. And lastly, for the company in general, you want to be thinking about building your business forward and how you're going to outcompete. So fraud is kind of like the thing you just want to throw away, but it is important. So you do care about fraud. So how do we solve against all of these new evolving ways that scam artists are taking advantage of us? First, we're going to look at how our user behavior changes and how it compares to the average way that these users act over the last period. Second, we have a built-in product that creates a number score. So that looks at information that it gets back from the number, which are key indicators of is this legitimate traffic or not legitimate traffic, based off of what kind of phone number it is, if it's reachable, and a lot of other data points that we get back from the number registration itself. Third, so these new 5G network APIs, some of the cool things is that it gives back information from the network. So we can compare what's the information we're getting from the device versus the information that we're getting from the network. So one of the pieces of information we get back is the SIM. When was it registered, and when was the last time that it was updated, like taken out of the phone and put back in the phone? You can get this from the network. So now we can also add it in our app. When somebody's trying to log in or sign up, we can compare if this is something that makes sense or not. Authentication, everybody really loves 2FA. I know my parents really love 2FA, especially when they're trying to use Netflix on the TV. And to log into Netflix, then they have to log into their email. And then the email also, they forgot the password, so then they have to ask for another 2FA. And the next thing you know, all they're doing is they're turning on the local television. So we're getting past 2FA, and we have something called Silent Auth, which you'll see in a second. But the idea is that we as developers, we still want to make sure that this device belongs to this person, and we have a way to make sure that these are connected. And lastly, with these network APIs, we can get information about the location of the device. So if your app is based in Delhi, probably most of your users might be in Delhi, right? If it's like a local business or bank or something like that. So because we have the location, and if all of a sudden we see somebody says that they live in Delhi, but now I'm getting that they're using the application from, I don't know, New Zealand, all of a sudden I'm going to be like, maybe that's something weird. So maybe I should check into that. So combining all of these different factors, what we can do is build a comprehensive solution. Instead of just looking at one data point, we can look at a lot of data points and then decide, is this something that's fraudulent? Maybe we want to stop them, or we just let them pass through as normal. So now we'll do the demo. So we have this pre-built demo, and most of it's happening in the back end, but we made some nice pictures so that it's exciting. So basically here we're imagining that we have a banking app, and we're going to log in. And this is my number here, my number from Tel Aviv. So we're going to go and log in. Let's see, it's been running very slow. So the first thing we check is we use a Vonage product called Fraud Defender. And what this does is it checks on the number, what is the behavior against the past 60 days for the last 12 hours. So what have I been doing recently versus what is my average behavior? And you also, it also checks against like basically swarm. So if I'm logging in quite a lot of times very, very fast, this protects against something called toll fraud, where there's a way that you can, use like text messaging or voice to make really expensive operations. And so basically this stops against people with bot armies trying to attack you. So we pass this, that's good. And we can even, in the Fraud Defender, what it does is that it saves inside of the product correlated to the number. So each time you run it, it looks back to what it has on record. So that if in the past maybe the Fraud Defender, like it doesn't pass one of the other checks, it's going to first check, maybe this was a fraud number in the past, so let's stop it right away. And then it saves a reason. So here, it gives you the reason, why did it let through? So when I was running this earlier today, didn't pass one of the checks, so I guess it's saved in there. I need to clear out the cache, I think. Anyway, let's imagine, okay, I have a good number. We're moving on. I think this is where it got tripped up. Yeah, number fraud. So this is what I said. We have an API that creates a fraud score. So it looks at information from the phone number, and it sees what's the riskiness. Now, I don't know if you can see, but down here in the error message, it says medium risk. So you can see that here we're giving, inside of this solution, it's a weighted score. That's something that I came up with. So you can adjust the score however you want. So because the number fraud is just looking at the phone information, we're not going to count it too much. So let's go to the next step. And I think that the reason that it's tripping off is because I hadn't run this demo in a very long time, and then the last 2 days I've been running it a lot. So now it thinks that I'm actually like hacking my own demo, which is really fun to see. So the next step is the SIM swap. So this is the network APIs, and we're going to get a -1. You're going to ask, man, what's happening? He built this fraud protection thing, and he can't even enter his own app. The -1 is correct because what SIM swap does, like I said, is it's checking the SIM card. Now, this network APIs are very, very new. So far, they're only launched in production in Spain and Germany. Next year, we're bringing them on in 19 new countries, including India. So we're working with the mobile carrier providers to bring them to new countries, but I don't know if you ever worked with telecoms. Things move very, very slow. The cool thing for developers is that you can start using them right now. We created a virtual CSP, so a virtual mobile carrier, so that you can start using the APIs, playing with them, start getting back responses, and then be ready to go next year when we bring it to India. Or if your app is running in Spain and Germany, you can already start using it. It really just depends where your users are. So the next one is the silent auth. You might ask, it's silent auth, it's supposed to happen in the background. But the laptop's running on the Wi-Fi, and silent auth only works through the mobile carrier, right? So it's going to check, is this device getting the right information from the mobile? So I have to actually trigger it. I'm doing like a little trigger here from my phone. And then it should. So instead of having to do like a one-time password, that would have just run whenever I hit login on the bank app, right? So the user doesn't actually have to do it. And here, because we see that the information is coming from the device and I'm in possession of the device, we give it a big score. Lastly, we have the device location. So this is another one of our network APIs that is coming out. And so basically we can get the location of the device and set it custom to a rule. So I set it custom to the location of the conference. And so it says, okay, cool, the device is where it should be. And then lastly, this is where we add the AWS. Let's see if we can get it to work. It was going very slow today with the network. So it's hard because I can't see. It's supposed to check my face. Let's see if it thinks I'm a real person. So here, this is how we can add another layer of protection comparing to see if this is a real person or a deep fake. If we get an answer. I hope it's up service. Let's see. So I'll tell you, this one is the best one. It usually tells me that I'm a human. So far, I haven't failed the human test. Okay, but anyway, you can see how combining all these different factors, we have a comprehensive solution to see, is this really a real user? And then we can set some sort of a rule inside of our app that if it meets a certain amount of check marks, then we think this is real. Otherwise, let's put a pause and then reach out to the end user to confirm that they're real. So that's the demo. I don't know if you haven't had a chance to come by the booth. We have a lot of great stuff. Daniela, Nitin, and I are over there. We're giving away a cool backpack. Nothing, technology is not my friend today. We're giving away a cool backpack, but we also have tons of smaller prizes. Okay. Everyone everyone can go home a winner with some free API credit. Start testing out the communication APIs and our network APIs. This is where I'm working in the developer experience team. We're really trying to get developers in the process early to make a really nice experience to start using some of these brand new network APIs. Tomorrow, I'm giving an hour-long workshop at the end of the last one. I would really love to see some of the faces come back tomorrow. It's really useful. So basically, in 1 hour, you're going to learn how to build a WhatsApp agent that connects to generative AI, connects to Slack, and helps you get feedback. So in just 1 hour, you can do something that'll be fun that you can show off with your friends. Kind of the demo that we have on the booth for playing the charade game. You'll be able to learn how to do that. And a big thank you from me. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Ben, for that talk. I don't think he can hear us now, but thanks nonetheless. And thank you all for being such a great audience. So without further ado, what? Okay. Next on our agenda, we have Shweta, who will talk to us about how to integrate Notion and Figma to create productive workflows for design. So let's give a huge round of applause for Shweta.
Hello. It doesn't work. Give me a moment. It's not connecting actually. Why? It's a C type. I mean all ports are C type only. हाँ कर लिया था.
Display settings देखिए पर if you can mirror, okay.
हेलो बिना करेक्टर लगाओ.
रेजोल्यूशन चेक करें डिस्प्ले सेटिंग्स में आई थिंक हाँ मेरे सेटिंग है ना ओके ओके आ गया जस्ट आ गया था ओके this has to go black okay black magic is here mirror for black magic okay I think it's
वही यूज में है नहीं
If you extend.
It is showing up.
नहीं ये किया हुआ है इसको टेप लगाएं
ये चल रहा था
औरों में तो सब में चल रहा है
Are you having fun? So, I don't know, the microphone doesn't work. I think
वो डिटेक्ट तो कर रहा है उसके आगे नहीं आ रहा
We'll change color.
Okay. So, are you having fun? It doesn't. It's not very loud. I came all the way from London, and it has to be louder. Are you having fun? That's better. Okay. Who here wants to share their what they learned today? Who would like to come on stage? Who feels brave? I will give a t-shirt to the one who comes up. Who wants to come up? Oh, don't be frightened. Okay, come up. Come up. Okay, tell us what you like today, and tell us a bit about yourself a bit.
Hello, I'm Khushwant. I'm a second year undergrad, and I'm a JavaScript developer. Today I learned that you shouldn't animate layouts. And I actually did the same thing last night in a hackathon, but I won't do it again.
Great stuff. Who wants to go next? You raise your hand, right? Come up. Don't be frightened. Okay, what did you learn today? Tell us a bit about yourself as well.
What?
Who are you?
Yes, I'm telling. Hey everyone, my name is Ronak. I am a second year undergrad student and I'm from Bharatiya Vidyapeeth College. I am a merge stack developer and I really liked the Cityjs conference today. I learned about the network APIs that which was the previous talk about, and I also loved the first talk of Josh, and I really loved the quote what he said about that programming is a never-ending quest, and which fits the best fit abstraction to achieve the best fit abstraction. And I really loved all the people communicating with them, networking with them. The event is really great. Hats off to the managers and all. Thank you.
Okay. Did you get swags from the booths? What is your favorite swag? Pens. No t-shirts? What? Hoodie. Where did you get a hoodie from? I didn't see the hoodie. I was supposed to get a hoodie and you got my hoodie? Oh my God. So do you know this joke with 3 engineers in a car? So there's this joke, maybe it's a Greek joke, but I'm just telling you now. So there are 3 engineers in a car and the car breaks. Okay. And the first engineer is an electrical engineer. And he says, it's an electrical problem, I'm going to fix it. He's trying to fix it, he cannot fix it. Then there is a mechanical engineer, and he says, it's a mechanical issue, I'm going to try to fix it. He's trying to fix it, he cannot fix it. And then there is a computer engineer. He says, I'm going to try to fix it. Can you come out all of the car and come back in? So yeah, You've been all in the same situation. Can you restart your computer? So yeah, so that's the story. We're having some like Wi-Fi issues. It can be sometimes irritating, but we will fix it. So can you please give a big round of applause for Sweta?
Thank you. Thank you. Give me a moment.
Yeah, we'll just give you a moment. So yeah, tomorrow we have workshops. Who is coming to the workshops? Okay, who is the first time you come in a Cityjs? Oh my God, that's a lot of hands. Who is the second time? Who's gonna come back? Who's gonna come to Greece? So there is a game that I learned in Malaysia when I was with Litan. So this game, so basically I went to Verona, I was doing emceeing there. And we sat somewhere and they were serving beers. And there was a group we found accidentally. And they were doing this game. And they were doing a game where you put your hands in the middle. So let's put all your hands in the middle. No, like this. Hands in the middle, hands up, heads down. Okay, so I'm going to ask a question. So for example, heads in the middle, hands up, heads down, pizza, hot dog. And you have to put your hands, up or down. You got it? Okay, let's play this game. Okay, heads in the middle, everyone. Hands up, hips down, TypeScript, JavaScript. I got you there. But yeah, another round of applause for Sweta.
Hello, good afternoon everybody, and also thank you for a round of applause. I think it was for 3 times, so really thank you, and thank you for the patience. So my name is Shweta. I'll be talking today about the Figma. It's a plugin which is integrated with the Notion database. And yeah, I am a front-end developer working in a Foolproof, which is a Zensar company. I also do work on the React Native applications as well, mobile applications. And yeah, I have a bit of a knowledge of the Node.js as well. So that's all about me. So yeah, so being a front-end developer, I do work with the designers very closely, and usually they give prototypes, which is the wireframes, and we would be developing the UI according to that. So. But yeah, there was a kind of a issue they were facing, which was they have to update the data from any a tool like a Notion or a Miro or a this spreadsheet, and it was kind of very difficult to maintain the content. So here the developers, we jumped in, that we thought let's just connect these two and let's make it a little bit easier. So yeah, I'll just explain in a brief. Figma, it's just a browser based user interface tool which can be used to have interactive prototypes. And Notion is a workspace which is vastly used for the note taking and file management and data management. Also, it is useful for students as well. And so here this image is like combining forces, not only the Figma and Notion, but designers and the developers, so that we can make our lives easier for both of us, designers as well as the developers. So yeah, let's start. So we'll start with the basic requirements, which is we need to download some tools and installations. So first one is a Figma desktop application, and the second one is a very basic. I am sure that everybody has it. It's a VS Code. Third one is the Node, and you will need to have a Notion account. It's a web-based, so you can just operate it from your browser itself. So the next step would be creating a plugin. So I'll just go through the slides, and I'll just give a demo side by side. So you can just open your desktop, Figma desktop application, go to the home page, get a new file, and yeah, I hope it loads. Then go to the plugins, go to the development, and create a new plugin. So I actually have it. So and new plugins. So yeah, give it a name, maybe Cityjs. You can choose whichever is you as per your preference. And next, and yeah, once you save it, it will give you the basic application, like a basic Figma plugin. It is same as how you do the create. Once you do the create React application or the Angular application, you will get a basic code of that application. So it's the same. You can relate to that. And next would be yeah. If you already have a plugin, you just need to import the manifest.json file into your desktop application. It would be from this import manifest, import the file. And once it is imported, you will get that those plugins here listed on top of the list. So you can just run it. I mean, you can just click on it and it will run. Yeah. So next is how to build and run the application. It's a very simple. It's a normal JavaScript application. So just open the code, and if you open the package.json file, you will find these commands. Like first, you will need to install the dependencies, do the npm install. And second would be build the application, and to run the application it would be npm run watch. So oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, by the time the application runs, we will get to know a few things, the few very basic and which are kind of required to get started with the Figma is the Figma global object. You can relate this to this object in the JavaScript. How like we can access this dot window or this dot document. The same way, in a Figma, you can access all the plugin APIs by the Figma object itself, all the major plugin APIs. So I have added these documents links in the presentation, but yeah, I will just show it to you as well. I think, yeah, these are the global objects. And these are all the plugin APIs. You can just here you can see Figma.create rectangle or close plugin. And all these APIs are you can access just with the global object. You don't need anything fancy for that. I think, yeah. And a little bit about a Notion. It's like as I said, you will need a Notion account. Just log into your account, and once you are logged in, you will get a token. I'm sorry, I can't show that here, but yeah. Once you logged in, just go to these settings, and you should be able to find it. So, and yeah, create a database. So here you can just create a new database. You can customize it as per your requirements and all, and that should be fine. And yeah, for the integration purpose, you will need this ID, database ID. Sorry, not this one. Here, this one, database ID. So just copy that, and sorry, I'm in my presentation. Yeah, and the demo, last but nothing. But yeah, before that, I'll just explain a little bit. There are a few important things, which is first is a manifest.json file in the Figma file. It is it just has few things which are it just gives you the information about your plugin, but the important is the UI. Whatever the file you have kind of configured here, that would be rendered first. Like in my case, it's the UI.html. So yeah, whenever I do the npm run watch and I'm running the plugin, I am getting this little form, which is this simple 4 line of code, this one. And yeah, but first this figma.show UI. Show UI is nothing but the plugin API, which is accessed by the Figma global object. And yeah, you have to interact with this form. So I am putting my database ID, and once I hit the get data, this code would be this code will run. It's like Figma is contacting with the Notion, which is like I am calling the Notion API here, which is the query API. I have the example. I mean, I have wrote the one lambda function, so it has secret, so I won't share that. But yeah, the basic code is simple. This simple API function. This is the Notion database query API. It has a required payload, which is the database ID. And as of now, like for this demo, I am just getting all the data, whatever is available, and just creating a template with that. But yeah, you can sort this. Also, you can filter this. I mean, there are multiple APIs available in the Notion as well. There are all the CURD operations are possible. All the like pages, database, user, comments, everything is possible with these APIs. So yeah, this is the template that I have created for this demo. So this data comes from the my another account, which is this one. So yeah, you can see that this label, this text, and the roll up there, these are the types of data. And as of now, I am just creating a template only with the labels and the text. Yeah, so that was all. That was all about my demo. Any questions or anything? Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot, Shweta. If there's one thing we JavaScript developers need to learn more of, that's design. I think like we are terrible. How many of you, by a quick show of hands, have been using LLM chatbots like regularly. They're addictive, right? But you know one thing that's better than LLM chatbots, open source LLM chatbots. Join me in welcoming on stage Pradeepa, who will teach us how to build LLM chatbots using open source technologies.
Check. Yeah. Okay. This is not a boring topic. Okay. Everybody back from lunch, get up and all awake. Quick show of hands. Who is using? I love you guys. I love you. This is my cheerleader. Okay. How many of you use ChatGPT every day? Yeah. See, so it's like our bread and butter, right? ChatGPT is our bread and butter. But we are going every day because we think that is giving us a real use case or real example, whatever we are doing. What if it says, let's say I ask for a recipe on how to make a coffee, okay? In the recipe, if ChatGPT says, use tea powder, do you all going to follow? You question it, okay? So there is a lie, I mean, what you already know, if ChatGPT is giving you an answer, you can vouch for it, okay? So you already know how to consume an API, okay? So you're just going to ask like, hey, can you, so since we are all, developers, I'm just talking in terms of programming language. Who is my time checker? I know I'm telling a lot of stories. Okay, so if you already know there is something, the response that is being given is you can validate it, right? Let's say you ask like how to call an API using Axios, and you're too bored to write the entire script. You ask for ChatGPT, it gives you an answer. Then you just copy paste it, and then because it gives you a legit variable name, I love it. It gives a lot of comment and say why you use this variable or all this stuff, which we all love. Okay, so if you're starting very brand new, right? You don't know whether it's signals or whether you have to use the React components and whatnot, and you just give a technique. You just ask a question, okay, and then it gives an answer. In that case, if you're completely blank about asking a question and it's given an answer, you're going to assume that's the answer, okay? And if you're working for an enterprise, you're going to put that code inside a production-ready code, which is already available. And how are you going to ensure that code is actually the legit code and it's not breaking your, the code that is already running? And so this is not your hobby project, okay? Once you go into the real world, it's like, it's brutal. So a simple line of code that is breaking your, can expose your entire, credentials, your algorithm and every data. Like imagine you are working in an ID protection company or security company, and then you expose your entire algorithm, your entire data out. Once it is out, it's very hard to revert back. You can actually shut it down, but it's a very costly thing, okay? So you have to be very, so my question here is like, when you guys are all talking about how to develop and how to do all this stuff, you also have to know how to be careful and how to choose, okay? So that's where we are. So my talk is more going to be like not fancy code stuff, but it's more like an advice, okay? What are all the precautions that you should be taking and all that stuff. So why I chose open source LLM, okay? There are all big tech giants which let you explore ChatGPT, Google has Bard and everything, but why open source? This technology is just evolving, okay? So you need to know what is going behind it. You need to know what is underneath it. You need to trust it. You need to let it evolve, right? This is not something that you cannot imagine you build a product on ChatGPT, okay? Then later you don't know you cannot predict the results. You don't know how this data set is defined, right? So you should know if there is a choice, that you can build a product based on your open source LLMs where the code is already there, where they have already mentioned how the data sets are being trained, then you can make an informed decision. So it's also a time to think about exploring open source LLMs in equivalent to ChatGPT. I know we are all lazy. ChatGPT is already there, then you do it, but it's also time. We as developers, we want to make an investment, see how these data sets are being trained and how it's being used. And that's my introduction. I'm Pradeepa. Today I'm going to talk about how to architect an LLM-based chatbot, because chatbot is the only thing that is being very used, very, it's a most common use case for the LLMs, okay? So I'm a principal solution architect from Singapore. So 3 things that I'm more passionate about is like, 1, how to migrate to cloud, okay? Which is like a responsible thing to do if the companies are not doing. I'm not sure what's the reason behind it, which is the AI and coupled with security. So security is one thing that when I worked on it, when I'm doing some research or working any technologies, that is the one last thing people think about it, devs think about it, and that gets, put the entire thing at risk. How many of you are affected by BSOD, CrowdStrike? Who knows the blue screen that brings the entire, yeah. At least you've heard of it, right? The impact of it, right? The airline systems were affected. The traffic systems were affected. All the things that we taken for granted is affected. It's not even a threat. It's actually a CrowdStrike agent get added. But imagine it is a, vulnerability planted by someone. They can make the whole world, on a stall. So you're actually telling someone that this is possible, okay? It's not, so the company has to come on and then say, hey, it's not a terrorist attack. It's, our mistake. Some intern has planted it, and they have to put some scapegoat on it. But this is not, it's like, accidental thing. But imagine if you expose a simple agent running on a root access can bring the whole world, on a stall, okay? So today I'm going to talk about what is in general, because we have different audiences. So what is LLM, what is chatbot, and how the LLM chatbots are currently working as just a overall architecture. And the one that we are keep on asking, the prompts, the importance of the prompts, and what are all the challenges today, only in the context of the chatbot I'm talking about. There are multitudes of use cases and with different challenges, and finally the security part of it. So chatbot, we are all familiar. I think we have used, even before LLM in picture, we used to go to bank application and ask like how to reduce waive my credit card fees and all those stuff. That is actually a predefined role. So they predefined your questions, and then once you choose, they take some action on it, okay? So basically what they have is like they collected what are all the frequent things that they get called, like credit card waiver, application waiver, all the applying new credit card and all those stuff. So it can provide questions, you can answer questions, provide some information, and automate some process, okay? So what a natural language does is like, it understands better. It just communicates in a human language, okay? So it's scalable and adaptable to various use cases. So LLMs in chatbot, there are different kind of large language models available. Mainly whatever we are using is in ChatGPT is your text-based model where you ask questions and get answers. But it's not just that. So you have image generative model. You have like, only health data set generated model, banking, financial data generated model, and all those stuff. So if you've heard ChatGPT, I think it's worth also exploring other stuffs. Like there's a Claude, there is Palm, and I think that I have given some example. There is some Hugging Face that they explain like what are all the LLM leaderboards, and then they rate the large language models by algorithms, what the rate of efficiency and the percentage and the bandwidth. So why it is good at this? It's like understands contextually. Say suppose you want to ask like, again I'm going to give an example of like, if you say like give me a Java code to replace one string with the other, and then next time you say like, hey, give me a code to do some other stuff, it will give you the Java code because it understands the context. Okay, so that was better. And then it was helpful for the multi-turn of conversations, like it can remember the previous conversations. So basically what we can do is like you can fine-tune your chatbots or domains to feed only to a specific data to work at it. Because sometimes we don't have a generic enterprise. We always have a particular enterprise solving a particular problem with a particular solution. So you can have your specific domain chatbots available. Why open source? As I mentioned, like it democratizes the AI access. That's one thing. So now only the big tech giants are playing the field because it's expensive. Only they can afford to do it. So this provides AI access, democratize it. Everybody from the small industry to the multi-huge giant can use it. It also encourages innovation. So someone stumbled on it and became a big thing. So this is a rudimentary field which is continuously growing. So it encourages the innovation, some transparency and accountability to it, and avoid over-reliance of the big tech. Okay. So this is some general key components of a AI chatbot. What are all the things that you are doing? Whatever you have done is like basically user interface, okay? It can be your voice, text, app, and whatnot. And then you have a conversational engine. So basically it takes your prompt, and then it generates to it. You can have your own database to feed your model, and also you have to check whether it is effective, how many people are using it. So a typical chatbot has to have these minimum components, okay? Okay, so basically it's just a repeat, but it's just like number of steps. So I'll just skip to the next step. Okay, user input. You just imagine you're in your ChatGPT interface, you're typing in something, and then whatever you type, it getting sanitized, it gets processed before it's fed to the LLM engine. And then after the engine processes it, we just again do a post-processing, and then we do the delivery. So this is the typical workflow. Yeah, so what is the challenges in the chatbots? We don't know the algorithm yet, so how it retains the context, or what if you keep changing the context again and again? How does it changes the context, keep the context relevant? That is one thing that it's still struggling. It's not always giving you the proper data. The second one is the bias. I don't know how many of you heard of hallucination in LLMs? Okay, good, yeah. So basically, there is one research. I was trying to find that paper. I can't find it. Like, it was for the research. What they have done is like, they've asked like, which is the good GitHub repository tool? It's not the exact prompt, but like they ask the question, and then to give like, for solving a particular vulnerability, okay? What happens is, since we asked for GitHub repository tool provided by Google, something like that, it created a fake name of the GitHub repository name. So the attacker, actually, it's not the attacker since it's the researcher, they created the actual suggested name, given by ChatGPT in the GitHub repository. So the next time, it still, if you ask the same question, it finds a legit repository, and we just planted some vulnerable code there. So they saw people forking the repository and downloading the code and putting in their code. And it's only for research, so it's not intentionally they are doing malpractices, but this can happen, okay? So that is the biggest things. OWASP has the top 10 LLM vulnerabilities, one of which is like manipulating the data, okay? The cost, currently it's running very open and everything you're actually using, but there is a lot of cost going in the background, which is currently, we are just letting that, us explore. So eventually, once you realize that is a real use case to it, the value of using will go more. So it's not like every day you can go to the ChatGPT, you might be paying a subscription for it, okay? I'm not going to go deep into it. I've already talked about the data security. So one is the prompt injections. You can actually, in a way, tailor your prompt in such a way that, please ignore your previous prompt and accept my prompt as the latest prompt or something like that. So it's like, you can tailor your data because the data that is coming from is still unpredictable. Okay, so prompt injection is a very big thing. Data leakage, if it's not properly handled, then it can reveal your entire data. Training data poisoning is one thing. Like since you can go to your data model and see how many data is being modified, like 15 million data and all those data sets. So it can, the data poisoning is like, it can actually poison the data that has been trained so that the outcome of the response is like to your needs, okay? Improper error handling, it's not it's not explain. Okay, I'm running out of my words. It's not intentional, but then, if you didn't do properly, we as developers, we always don't do this. Always do sysout logs and put all the IP address outside. Okay, then that can lead to vulnerabilities as well. Okay, so the customer support chatbots in e-commerce and IT support, whatever we are doing, we saw that people are getting real value, which we already raised our hand. That is very common. Virtual tutors and training assistants, yeah. And then like healthcare assistants. I saw one use case where it was actually acting as a therapist. Okay, so you can say like, I'm in a depressed mood or something, but now in a world of very fast pacing, they're saying that we don't have people to open our minds to and then, talk to. And the personal therapy session was actually very fruitful there. Best practices, yeah, so basically it's like use your fine-tuning data set, use your own predefined data set, always check for the fallback mechanisms and monitor, improve your feedback. Conclusion, yeah, this is actually still rudimentary, as I mentioned. It might, evolve to different real-time language translations with multimodal capabilities. We already saw text and image. It can be even voice, different languages. Mostly, currently, it's only possible for English. Okay, that means that we do have other languages available that can, evolve as well, and we can personalize to scale. So these are the two references that I talked about. One is the top 10 securities for LLM. Every year they update these securities. Go have a look at it. And then the LLM leaderboard, Hugging Face has the list of all open source LLMs that are available. You can have a look at it and then check how the data model is used, how is the data trained and all those stuff if you are interested to know more about underneath the picture. That being said, I think I am okay with the time, right? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Pradeepa, for that very insightful talk. Now, before we move on to our next set of amazing speakers, we have a 10-minute coffee break. So if you'd like, you can have some tea and coffee, and yeah, see you in 10 minutes.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
You interact with your customers across multiple platforms and devices in this digital world and need to deliver a top-notch experience every time for better engagement and conversions. Do you find this challenging? In the face of an ever-expanding digital landscape, content explosion, and large remote teams? Well, we've got a solution. Introducing ImageKit, the modern media stack to simplify media management and build engaging experiences for your users. You can connect your existing media storage to ImageKit, or upload and organize all your media assets in the integrated digital asset management system to simplify internal workflows and collaboration. You can then deliver these assets to your users across all digital platforms. The inbuilt intelligent optimizations guarantee a high-performance experience every time. With over 50 URL-based transformations, you can start with a single high-resolution asset and create pixel-perfect images, or start streaming videos on your website and app, or personalize digital assets for your users at scale, all in real time. No matter how they interact with your business, or where they are, building delightful visual experiences on the web has never been easier. Head over to imagekit.io and modernize your media stack now.
In our modern world, technology moves at light speed. But why has our financial infrastructure failed to keep up with the pace of change? The Interledger Protocol was created to make sending money across the internet easy. We envisioned a payments network that acts as a bridge between anyone and the entire world. Today, when we send an email, we take it for granted that once we hit send, the email will appear in the recipient's inbox almost instantly. It doesn't matter if you're sending from one email provider to another. It works seamlessly in a matter of seconds, not days. The Interledger Protocol is designed so you can send money as easily as you can send an email. It's a network that reflects our interconnected world, accessible to all, regardless of identity, geography, or income. One that's more inclusive, without minimum transaction amounts or costly transfer fees. The closed networks of the past keep people disconnected. Our mission is to bring our financial infrastructure into the 21st century and give everyone equal access to a global financial network. Email your digital bank or digital wallet provider and ask them to consider joining us to help make the world a more interconnected place. Visit interledger.org/today to learn more.
Zensar is home to curious, innovative, and passionate minds. We have some of the best techno-functional talent collaborating with marquee clients to develop solutions that solve complex business problems. We walk the talk on our people-first philosophy. We foster an environment of open communication and encourage our employees to express themselves freely. The leadership of Zensar is easily accessible to one and all. We have a passion for excellence. The focus of every Zensarian is client delight through execution excellence. At Zensar, you get the opportunity to work with amazing team members and will have a whole world of opportunity to reach your optimum potential. The reward and recognition mechanisms ensures that every Zensarian gets due credit for the work they perform. The focus on holistic development enables Zensarians to have meaningful and purposeful careers. If you have the ambition to be the very best version of yourself, then Zensar is the place to be.
Come on in. Thank you. Saideep, let's start so people will start coming in. No, I mean they are coming in, but so okay. Hi, folks. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think they'll clap, but will you? Hey, but
let me do the mic
wait a
testing.
bit.
Hello.
Introduce you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Let's start the. Okay. So, hi folks, back from the break. Are you caffeinated? Are you energetic now? Excited? Yes, let's go. Okay. Are you ready for the last leg? I promise it is the last leg. But, okay, let's go. Let's finish this, right? But, okay, we have some great talks ahead. And how many of you are front-end developers? A lot of us are front-end developers. That's JavaScript. But I suppose nobody is still using jQuery, right? I use well, sorry. But Saideep is going to tell us about micro frontends, which is the...
Sainath Ramana.
Oh, sorry. Sainath is going to tell us about micro frontends, which is the opposite end of the spectrum, the modern stuff, the stuff that's so modern that it's not even there yet, but soon I hope is going to take over, right?
Got 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, well. So let's start. Give a big round of applause for Sainath.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, all. So, the hardest thing is to convince people at 3:30 in the evening, and being I would say conflicting topic, people have different thoughts in their mind. I bet I'll try to convince you better so that you take home this lesson and try to implement in your company or whatsoever it is. All right. So I'm Sainath Ramanathan. I'm coming from Chennai. So I work for Zensar Technologies, an interesting company. We do it's a consulting and a service-based company. We do a lot of tech-based implementation. We do digital engineering and so on. We have got 145 plus global clients and 10K plus employees and so on. A lot of things that we do was experience services, customer experience management, and advanced engineering services like cloud native, full stack, generative AI, legacy migration, transformations, and so on. And we do work in data engineering, application services, and whatnot, cloud, infra, and so on. So I'll be out there. If you have any questions, you can reach me out. We can discuss more about the company and what we do. Okay. Without further ado, I'll jump into the topic. The monolithic front end. Okay. I know that people are a bit, they have sharpened the sword to fight about this. Amazon has gone monolith. Why are you talking about micro front end? After all, microservices getting underrated now. It's not the case. So take it with a pinch of salt. We will discuss about a lot of things, what micro front end will bring you, and what is it trying to solve, and how it will help you. We know that our development team is getting wider and wider. A lot of different people are contributing, and for even a small functional thing, a lot of teams are working on, right? So when it starts to scale, it becomes a problem. You would have obviously faced it. Some would have overwritten your thing, and a lot of mess up would happen. And that's one big problem with a monolith. Okay, and of course, once you have a big code base, usually you will have a large, long build time that takes years and years to compile, though. And that is a tight coupling. What I mean in the sense, you have a strong technological coupling. So when you set foot on one thing, and you can't really work on the other, because that will affect this. So there is a sort of friction over there. And there is a technology lock-in as well. And we are advocates to technology, and your leader might be, he's fascinated with one tech and doesn't want you to move to other tech because that he likes it. Probably that might be the case. And it will be a case where you can deploy all. Either you have to deploy all the components, whichever is needed to be overhauled. You'll have to deploy or do nothing. You can't do in interim things, or you can't do micro things, right? So these are much of a problem for monolithic frontend. So what are we trying to do? So micro frontend, heard of microservices, right? You would have heard about microservices. Typically, that's what the backend architecture is all about these days. Micro frontends are of similar pattern, where you can distribute your frontend into nitty-gritty parts based on functions. We'll see how the design pattern will be. You can split up your whole frontend into different buckets, and therein it will help you to develop independently. So you'll have team autonomy. Your individual functional team can own it and do it. It's not that
a functional team is separate and they delegate it to a separate, UI domain that does all things. That not be the case. It can own its own autonomous things. It's technology agnostic. So we have been seeing a lot of tech stacks recently, right? So started from Svelte. Josh talked about cross browsers and multi-platform and so on. This is where you can experiment different set of technologies. Say if I have a specific interest for Svelte, I just told Lead how that I've been using Svelte for VS Code extension. We did the user interface with Svelte, by the way, thanks for that. Brilliant documentation, of course, Svelte. So if you want to try a specific piece with a different tech stack, you can really do it with a micro frontend, deploy it, boom, it's right away in your front end, right? You don't need to wait for anything to happen. And you have isolated code bases and runtime integrations, of course. Okay, so what made this fascinating? Okay, so I'm always curious and interested about how Elon Musk, of course you know him, right? Does all these things, right? SpaceX, X, a lot of X, okay? And it's because the fundamental principles, right? He is very strong with that and he goes to the fundamental principles. So what made rise to monolithic, micro frontends? It's all the fundamental principles. So we started from, you obviously know that we go with BDD, TDD. Does it ring a bell? Okay. So that is how we started to develop the domain-oriented part of it, right? We went with domain aspect design. So and then distributed computing came, wherein we started distributing even DBs have distributed computing these days. We have distributed NoSQL databases and so on. So all this come into play and give us advantage. Why not try with the front end? We have domain-driven design, which can be done with the front end. And we have a distributed computing. We can have its own computation. And cloud is offering us, the lambdas are there and whatnot. And we have the CDN folks here, right? They're enabling, Cloudflare is doing a pretty good thing. So it all paves way, obviously, for you to do a micro front end. Okay. So what should be the key consideration over here? So I mean, just putting things to perspective, there are different criteria you can just, it's not a one shoe fit all scenario. You can go through your scenarios like, will it really suit you? I'm not going to convince you that go take this and implement this right away. Okay. So first is public facing apps. So you have, say for example, you have a time to interactive that will cost you a lot in terms of public facing apps. And you have a first contentful paint. These are some jargons in the UI, but you can look about it. The basic idea is what is important for you. So if it's a public facing app, its time to interaction is important. First contentful paint is important. Cross browser compatibility is important. If it's an interactive app, right, then optimizing an in-app solution, optimization plays a key role. And if it's an enterprise app, you should bound with client constraints, like whatever constraint they have, you'll have to bound with it. So the decision factor should be based on trade-offs, the business context and the usage pattern. This is how you get to decide how your MFE should be. Okay. So I'll dive into some of the core fundamentals. One is how to identify the micro frontend, how do you design this micro frontend, and how do you compose the pages, how do you do the routing, communication, and of course, whatnot, everything that comes along with a typical frontend, right, and how to manage the dependency. So, yeah, I hope it's visible, right, though it's not pretty clear. Let me try to explain you this. So you could see 3 diagrams in here. So the first one is a simple page where you can do a vertical split, meaning you have a catalog which can be a separate domain that can be handled autonomously by a team, and you can vertically split a checkout, you can vertically split an invoice. So that becomes a micro frontend of its own. So there are 3 categories, autonomously handled by a domain, and it's a micro frontend. Then we have a mixed split to your top right. So that is where you have a station finder and a route explorer. So the beauty about this is these two can be its own micro frontend, but what you see is there is a map view which is kind of being used by both. Okay, this is kind of a mixed micro frontend. So you'll have to accommodate your app in such a way that this adapts to all different combinations of the app. And the final one is dashboard type or portal type. There are much more types, but these are the broader types that you could see more obviously. Portal type is something like you'll have all the micro frontend, like it's a shell app where you'll have different micro frontends operating on its own. But the criteria is it has to stick with the viewport of it. It has to stick. It has to undergo the authentication, authorization process. All this has to go through. So a lot of different constraints has to be. It's more like a handshake that happens between these micro frontends, so that they evolve and they allow each other to get it exhibited. All right. So next comes, we are obviously aware of server-side rendering, edge computing, and so on. But let me brief this. So when it comes to MFEs, there are 3 ways you can do it, of course. So with client-side composition, meaning, so Next.js sort of frameworks allow both SSR and CSR capabilities. With client-side composition, you assemble the MFEs will be assembled all in the client side, all in the browser, and every tedious operations happens in the browser. It's so in a way this happens in the browser. This is kind of, it takes time. The time factor is resolved here, but the browser gets heavy, right? That's the downside of client-side computation. The next one is edge-side computation, meaning we offload things to edge. Edge meaning a CDN. So a Cloudflare or AWS CloudFront sort of thing can do the work for you, can do the heavy lifting. By this way, all this information or data is available in your CDN, okay, and your latency is solved there. And with server-side computation, all the renderings are happened in the server side. You just get back the HTML, CSS, that it'll just paint it on the UI. So thereby, the whole of computation is being shifted to server-side computation. And see, dependencies, of course, it's a headache. A lot of times it's a headache. So we have major, let me narrow this down to 4 points, just 4 points, okay? Either share nothing. So if it's a micro frontend, you should not share dependencies at all. Take that stand. And so every MFE will have its own dependency. Of course, it's redundant, but still you'll have to take that stand. The decision is yours. Sharing code, meaning you can just use some runtime modules, or you can use a CDN to pull in your dependencies. One another example I would say is push your dependencies to your private repository or private package, wherein you can use, there is code commit sort of private package where you can push it and get it back later and do it within your own MFE during all this build time. So that is one way. Next is improving performance. So to improve performance, obviously you have to use CDN-based approach for this, and you should use import maps system.js that will help you with module federation and so on. So you take, the modules will take care of the job. And avoid global state management. You don't need the global state. It doesn't need to be cascaded across all the things, right? All MFEs doesn't need your global state. So be wary of that and pick and choose whatever is needed. You don't need to provide everything. So this is how you split your MFE and its dependencies. All right. So here is a small snippet of how you could communicate. So obviously, right, when we have a restriction over global state management and so on, the only way you can do is eventually you can best use the post messages, browser post messages, event passings. So while you pass an event, that will be easy. You just emit an event and catch it from the other component wherever it is needed. It's highly secure. So in terms of routing, you can enable it with single SPA, which is of course the default way of front-end these days. This Webpack module federation is an interesting thing. I can quickly show you an example right after a couple of slides. I'll show you a demo of how this Webpack configuration can enable you to create a micro front-end. That way it lets your component to be consumable. And the next thing is client-side composition. So one good example I would say is, how many of you have heard about iframes? How many of you feel cringe about it? Right? So, but we can't just shy away with that, because a lot of times, a lot of legacy applications are still running with that. And there are some technology lock-ins wherein you can't really pick and choose that I don't use iframe at all, because when it comes to payment-related gateway, payment-related things, iframe does the job. And we can't really shy away from that, like how you shrug off for a jQuery. It doesn't the case. Still, a lot of businesses use jQuery. And with iframes, the only way you can communicate is with post message. Okay, that creates an absolute abstraction of things, and it maintains a shell. And you can have some XSR. You can write your own security protocols that will inhibit, other websites to inhibit. to parent that iframe. So there are a lot of ways with which you can use iframe. And there are server-side composition wherein your whole component is rendered as a tag, as an element, right? As a web component. So there are, heard of web components? Yep. So there are web components with, you can write it with stencils, lit. There are web components, you can just write the components and stitch it as a widget in your website. So these are some ways you can route your micro frontends. Now comes the interesting part. I hope you like it, just because it's about styling. Okay. So with micro frontends, there are 4 ways, right? Like how I said earlier, there is no special treatment. So if you plug in a MFE, all your MFEs will inhibit the parent. So whatever the parent is having, whatever styles it has, it will inhibit the same. I mean, it will come across. You'll see the same design pattern everywhere. And there is another thing called Shadow DOM. Shadow DOM is something you'll find often with stencils kind of library with web components. So Shadow DOM is basically a shell. You write a component. All the styles that you do for a particular component will, anything that happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? That's how it is to make it simple. So no matter whatever styles, the same names you use, it doesn't affect the other MFE. The third thing is about naming conventions. It's a hell. Don't do that. Okay, it depends on how your application is. You can't go and manually name your CSS and use it across. You can't trust any Tom, Dick, and Harry to follow the same. That will not happen. So I'll go with CSS modules, which will dynamically, on the compile time and runtime, it will create the names, dynamic names that will help to maintain the CSS. So these are some styling strategies that you have to concern about when designing an MFE. Okay, this is a small example I wanted to give you, wherein how to use a Shadow DOM so that it remains confined in that shell. All right. So unit testing, how many of you do that? Right? And whatnot, our AI will help us a lot, right? These days, I bet more than development, it's helpful for us for unit testing. I use it a lot for unit testing. So please do that, at least for the sake of audits. Okay. So unit testing individual apps will be, it'll be easier, right? Once your module is maintained by your individual teams, they know what to write and what to test and what doesn't work. So that in that way, it really helps with integration, end-to-end testing and everything. And so this is a sample Kubernetes file I've given you, so how to deploy micro frontend. So with which you could see, right? You can create your own pipeline for the MFE. You can create your own deployments, and you can go with blue-green deployment. This is a good thing. You heard of blue-green deployments? Yeah. So the thing with monolithic frontend, I'm not against monolithic frontend. I'm just saying as an example. You either go or die. That's how it is, right? And your client will not be happy with. Yeah, I got 5 minutes. Your client will not be happy with a blank screen, right? So this is where you can test with blue-green deployments. If your thing really works or not, you can quickly roll back. Somebody talked about rolling back. I believe it was whom? Sorry, I forgot. So yeah, WebView, right? So that's how it is. So it provides all the convenience. So I'm kind of wrapping up every technology in here. So the implementation approaches could be using a module federation, web components, iframes, which we talked about, CSR and SSR. Okay. So I'm not going to go through the list of it. You can probably take a snap, or I can show you later, right? Let me quickly switch to the code to to show you how it really works. Right. Okay, there is an interesting article I'll leave the QR for you to code. It's by Joe Mosseri. I don't know, God forbid if I have pronounced in a wrong way. Okay, so he has different ways of doing a micro frontend wherein you can create a React app as a host, as a remote, and so on. So I've just mimicked this same code and I've tried to spin it up with some by making fewer modifications. Is it visible? Right. So I quickly set up a base app which is running on React, which is a shell app that I've used, and there is a Krakow config. As because it's a create React app, I've used Krakow config to modify it, in which you could see that I have got 3 remote entry points, if it's visible for you, right? There are 3 remote entry points. One is pointing to Angular remote, React remote, and Vue remote, okay? And I have separate projects in here. So for, there is a React host, Angular remote, React host, React remote, Vue, and so on. So I've got every sample in Angular, Vue, and React. And if you could see in the config of a React remote, I'm just pointing it to a source component, which will become a remote entry for me. And in the same, we could see in Vue remote as well, right? I pick a specific source main component that becomes a remote entry for me. So it's all just about making an entry, a remote entry that will make your app instantly as a remotely available component that you can plug into any of your thing. So if you could just render it, what happens is you get this, right? Looks like Harry Potter magic, right? So onto your right, if you could see. So I have a React host app, Angular remote app, React remote, all coming in as a remote entry, right? So this becomes so easy that it's easy for you to modify. You want to unplug something that your boss really doesn't like or the user doesn't like. It's easy for you to unplug it. Finally, I'm here to wrap up with a couple of slides. All right. So these are some best practices. I know what you do. I'll vouch for. I want to make some companies vouch for it, but I didn't get the testimonies. Anyways, these are some of the companies who are using micro frontend. Probably if some of you are working there, you can get a testimonial. So they are more prominently using this. Okay, this is an interesting thing. I want to close with this. When to use a micro frontend and when not to use a micro frontend. If you are a solo developer who's doing everything solo, don't use it, right? You go monolith. It's all the way you go monolith because it's not your cup of tea, I will say. If you have a lot of cash to spend on computing, go for it. If you have a lot of cash to spend on enterprise, if your enterprise is offering things, go on it. But on other ways, I would say that it's often better to build first, then refactor it. Don't refactor and make yourself complicated. So build the engines, and whatever you feel it as, it's kind of draining, and it often needs more of manipulation changes. You want to bring in a lot of changes, then go for micro frontend based approach. Depends on what we discussed on the key considerations, on what are all the list of requirements and so on. Thank you so much, and you can connect with me on Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sainab. First of all, thank you for bringing Angular and Vue to this stage, but also about being very honest about when not to use micro frontend.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is going to give us a masterclass, I believe, into TypeScript. How many of you, I hope we all love JavaScript, but how many of you actually write TypeScript? Is this sacrilege? No, come on. I mean, it's not JavaScript, right? No, but so please join me in welcoming on stage Shweta.
Hello everyone, a very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you all are enjoying the sessions of Cityjs. Welcome again. Okay, so to begin with, I'm Shweta. I work at Rippling, and today I'm going to talk about TypeScript. When I'm not working, I'm usually trekking. I like trekking, I love to hike, and that's what you'll be finding me doing on weekends. Moving on. So, if I talk about TypeScript, just like Ujjwal mentioned, and like you all raise your hands, a lot of people over here are using TypeScript in your day-to-day life. When you're using TypeScript, it's basically a language. It is a communication tool. So just like a language is used to communicate between two people or to convey what you want, similarly the programming languages are the same, where the communication is between the developer and your compiler, or it is between like a developer and a developer, or sometimes it is between you and your past self when you wrote the code. So whatever language you are using, it needs to be communicative enough that you are able to understand what you are doing, why you are doing, and how you're doing. Over here, there are some prerequisites. We are not going to talk deeply into like the intro of like what TypeScript is. We're not going into deep into that. We're just going to cover the basic, like a small intro of TypeScript. And I'm assuming you guys will be having a basic understanding of JavaScript, familiarity with the TypeScript setup, how you can set it up in your code base, how you can like get it up and running. So to begin with, now since we have covered the prerequisites, let's take a look at the agenda for today's talk. We are going to have a very small intro to TypeScript. We are going to cover data types, the generics, the inheritance, the intersection types, unions, string literals, and enumerations. All of these terms are very basics, and like you all are dealing with them on a day-to-day basis. But still, they're like very basic tweaks which you are not aware of, or maybe you are going through it like on a daily basis. So this whole presentation is based on my experiences which I have faced while working, where I found a very simple thing which like usually people tend to miss or tend to get like mistaken up to. So what TypeScript? So TypeScript is basically a supercharged version of JavaScript. It's pretty cool because it adds some additional functionalities on top of JavaScript. So you'll get everything what JavaScript has, but on top of it, a new and a powerful functionalities and structures. So basically JavaScript, but a bit better. There are a few key features. It adds type annotations. It compiles to plain JavaScript, which we'll be covering later on. And it supports most of the modern JavaScript features and a few more. So if you see, this is a JavaScript. On top of it, it has TypeScript. Just now, like we mentioned, it adds types to it. So types are the most fascinating aspect of TypeScript. While it's incorporated static typing, it helps to understand and work with these types better. It's like giving a JavaScript a little upgrade. Now let's try to understand what TypeScript is using an analogy. Now, imagine TypeScript as a musical teacher if you want to learn, let's say, piano or a guitar. So JavaScript is basically you learning guitar on your own using YouTube tutorials or any of the course. But TypeScript will be you're having your teacher along with you who's going to scold you or shout at you or even correct you whenever you're wrong. So similarly, if I have a JavaScript function and if I add types to it, that is what it adds functionality that is going to stop you, restrict you, and inform you that this particular function of yours is supposed to use so-and-so types and it's supposed to return so-and-so type. But why TypeScript? So apart from static typing, what more reasons you guys can think of why would we use TypeScript? First of all, you might have seen in your Sentry or in any of your crash reporting tool, this error, this undefined is not a function. This particular error is the most commonly occurred error. And adding TypeScript helps us to avoid this error, the classic error, by that, okay, this particular function is supposed to have so-and-so type. Next we have, it's easier to refactor code. It makes our code easier to read and understand because now I know that, okay, it is supposed to be of string type. It is supposed to return a void or it is supposed to return a Boolean. So it enhances my support. Plus, it also enables you while writing the code that you know using the autocomplete and autocompile that what exactly it is supposed to do. Next, and the most important, in the large scale systems, when you're having a lot of and very, very huge code base, understanding that is basically a nightmare. And when you have proper typed language, it makes it a bit easier because you know what exactly you are dealing with. Now, data types. So if you just read the term TypeScript, the very first 4 letters, it consists of type. So type is the most important thing of TypeScript. Now they're tricky, but let's do a quick overview of what exactly they are. As per the definition by Benjamin C. Pierce on types and programming languages, a type is a classification identifying one of various kinds of data, such as real, integer, Boolean, that determines the possible values for that type, the operations that can be done on values of that type, and the ways the values of the type are stored. This is a basic definition. Now, if I talk about and try to explain it using a UML diagram, this is how it's going to look like. we have a type, let's say it's a name of a variable, which might be having a data, and the data could be your string, Boolean, integer. And then we have the operations, as in what sort of operations you can perform on it. Let's go a more detail into it. So we have now data 1 of type A, data 2 of type B, and the behavior, as in like what functions can you perform on it. Now taking and going with an example. I love bikes. So for the sake of like explanation, I'll be going to the analogy using bikes. So let's take a bike variable or a bike type. Now, what all properties can it have? It can have a brand, model, type, and color. These are my properties name. And besides it, I have the types. What type is it? Then we have the description, the get bike details, which is basically the behavior which you can perform on this bike instance. So this is what a data type looks like. And when in the previous slide we were talking about the brand is of type string, similarly, we have like a lot of other types, which you might be aware of and will be using it, like numbers, strings, Boolean, arrays, tuples, class, functions. Now, another really useful thing that JavaScript adds over, TypeScript adds over JavaScript is the use of generics. Now, if you're familiar with C#, you might have worked with generics over there. And if you're not aware, so TypeScript was created by Andrew Hausberg, who was the chief architect of C#. And since he was the one who made it, so basically you'll find a lot of repeated things which have been like taken reference from C# to the TypeScript. Now going through the same UML diagram, now in spite of like having that string parameter, we are going to use this T parameter, where this T refers to your generic, which means that this particular T can have any type of data. It could be a string, it could be number, it could be anything. Now, we'll go to the generics with the use of this Sudoku. I am sure that you all might have like played or like seen Sudoku sometime in your life. Now, this Sudoku, if we just go through the basic rules, it basically means every horizontal line, every vertical line, and even the grid should have like a single occurrence of each digit. Now, what if I want to do something creative? And rather than just having numbers, I want Sudoku of, let's say, symbols, or of colors, or of these images. Nice, it looks good. But how can we achieve this? Using your TypeScript. So that is where your generics come and help you. Because now, where in your previous Sudoku, your type was number, but now I want to make it flexible enough so that I can make sure that it will like work absolutely fine with whatever data type we are going to provide it. So this is a basic function of Sudoku, where we have taken a generic type of T. So if you just see the red arrows, there we have taken T, this is your generic type. We are constructing it, then we are adding the values. And if you see the value, then add value function, we are specifying it as of type T. That is, before runtime, we are not aware what exactly this type is going to be like. Then we are going to validate it. Since we don't want, let's say you can add or you can perform a basic function on numbers, but you cannot perform that particular operation on colors. So we have like added a validate function so that even you're supporting a generics, you're still validating it. Now, that was your TypeScript implementation. There is one thing, when you transcompile your TypeScript code into a JavaScript, it basically converts into JavaScript, your plain JavaScript. That is, there is no more types or generics associated into your JavaScript code. So this is how it's going to look when it gets converted into the JavaScript side. Now, if I just show you, oops. Yes, okay. So if you just go to the TypeScript playground, I'll just increase the font. If you just see in the left side, I have the same function, which is typed. I'm using the generic type T, which I was using or referring to T. Now on the right side, you can see it converted to JS. So here, where we were having like of type T into the values, into the constructor, there is nowhere you can see that T. It's just basic value, and that value could be anything. Now coming back, inheritance. Okay, so inheritance when we talk about, that is when you want a particular type to take reference or reutilize the properties or the behaviors rather than redefining them or redeclaring them. So we have like a type where like we had this data1, data2. Now on top of it, I want to add few other functionalities like data3 or like function, or I want to override where like function 2 was returning type B and function 1, 2, 3, 4, like we have the same, we can like override as well. Or you can call it as a parent or a child relationship where the bottom one is basically a child of your parent. So the top one is your parent and the bottom one is your child. Now coming back to the bike analogy, so your bike here is your parent, and now a bike can have like two child classes where your adventure bike is also a bike and your sports bike is also a bike. Now the properties, the brand, model, and color, these things are like very common things. I don't want to redefine them like every instance which I'll be creating. So what I've done, I've inherited it. By inheritance, it means the brand, model, and color, all these properties will be by default coming into your adventure bike and your sports bike. And now coming back to your is a relationship, so adventure bike is a bike, sports bike is a bike, but your adventure bike is not a sports bike. So the is a relationship follows from like parent to your child. Now converting that UML diagram into code, this is how it's going to look like. You created a class bike, then if this extends the red colored circle, that is how you extend or you inherit the properties of your parent class. So your class bike extends motorbike, and now you can add like new properties like suspension type, terrain type, and then you can pass it to your constructor, and by default, all of the properties of the previous one, model, brand, and color, they'll be inherited into your adventure bike, plus we are adding the more types. But this was good when you have like very few child classes. But let's say I have 20, 30, or 40 classes which I want to inherit. Now in that case, your composition comes into play. And as a rule of thumb, a composition is always preferred over inheritance. So there's a book also, design pattern book, The Gang of Four. And that book basically explains you why composition should be preferred always over inheritance. Now when we talk about composition, there are two things which comes into play and helps us get that thing. So first is intersection type. So this is the first feature we are going to talk about, and it is like much more specific to TypeScript. So a composition will be, I want, what if, I mean like, let's go into a like hypothetical world where we want a bike which is basically a combination of adventure bike and a sports bike. Sounds like great, right? So that is something what intersection helps you. You are combining the properties of adventure bike and your sports bike. Now, if I just, using this Venn diagram, explain you how this intersection works is, there are like two sets, A and B. Now the intersection part is the center part, which is like the brown colored. That is your intersection. And using the UML diagram, this is how it's going to look like. You had a parent class, you had the child classes. Now, if you want a composition of adventure bike and a sports bike, all you need to do is you can just combine both of them and create your new type. Going via code, this is how it's going to look like. At the bottom, if you see, I have added an ampersand sign. So this ampersand sign means we are creating an intersection of both of those classes. The adventure bike, or here in this case, it's an interface. So adventure bike and your sports bike, that is what your type custom bike is going to be like. Now let's just see it. Yes. Yeah, fine, wait. Right. So here, here if you see, we have what done, like we have created a parent class, a class motorbike. Then we are extending this adventure bike from your motorbike. Your sports bike, again, it's extending from motorbike. But here, on line number 42, I can create an intersection of it. That will be just adding an ampersand sign. Now using this ampersand sign, I know that this type motorbike is going to be of type adventure bike and a sports bike. Now, if I create an instance of it, let's say I have created these instances, and I want to call a function. So if you just see the start motorbike function here, this is going to be like, what I'm doing is I'm just checking it. Wait. So, okay. Now let's see the anomaly. So there is one thing which, when we work on it, we find an issue. Okay. Now, since it's an integration or basically intersection of both of them, I can access all the properties of it. That is, your off-road capacity, which was a part of this, it is available to me. And if I want to see the max speed, this is also available to me. But what if, because intersection requires you, all the properties need to be defined. But let's say here I don't provide the properties, let's say 300. Now in that case, I'm going to get an error because your sports bike is supposed to give you the argument max speed because it is supposed to have that argument over there, which we are not providing of. And thus, it is going to give me a TypeScript error. Now, for such cases, when you want to handle these things, a type guard comes into a play. So a type guard is basically nothing. You add an additional functionality and check that whether your property which you're accessing, your type which you're accessing is of type so-and-so. When you do that, it basically adds an additional type guard to it or a gate to it that, okay, this is going to work and it's not going to give me an error that if this particular type is of instance this, then do this, otherwise do that. Now coming back to union types. So a union is going to be or like when you talk about like either this or that, any of them is going to have these things. Now, this is how the union going to look like, where like everything is the union. Just like in intersection, we had just the center part, but not in the union. It's like everything is covered over here. Coming back, the way it is defined is using this OR operator, just a single bar. Now, just coming to the same thing. Here, rather than using this OR, we'll use, So if you just see this function, it takes a type motorbike type. That means it could be either or. Now, as you can see, I am getting this error. Now, why this error? Ideally, I'm having this property over there associated with me when I defined it, and it's an OR thing. So ideally, all those types which were there in adventure bike and sports bike should ideally be inherited. But no, that's not the case, because it expects right now when it's executing or writing your code, it doesn't know that which of the option it is of, whether it's your adventure bike or a sports bike, it doesn't know. In intersection, it knew that it is a combination of both, but in union, it doesn't know. It's like it could be either of them. So when we're talking about the type guards, so this is how your type guard is going to work, where we have added this, that if your bike is an instance of this, perform this action, or otherwise perform that action. So we know that during the coding that, okay, it could be either of them, and we have added type guards onto it. Now coming to the string literals, a very, very basic thing, right? But it looks very fair enough, very simple as well. We have three options, adventure, sports, cruiser. It could be any options, and we are performing some operation on it. If you have worked with enums, you might feel similar to it, because enums are also similar. Now, what exactly is the difference between your enums and your string literals? So if you see over here, I have all these things defined, and I'm just going over the switch case, adding the cases, and then describing it. Similarly, in enums, this is how you define an enum. You create an enum, you use a keyword, you define the values, and then while using it, you use it with this variable like bike type dot adventure or dot sports or whatever the property is. So if you see the difference, there are two differences. Over here, we had to specify the string. If you see the last line, I am specifying exact string. Now, the issue with it is, you can do a typo error. It could be anything. But in enum, the one thing that is ensured is, you are using that particular prop type, property, and then you are using the autocompile feature or the autocomplete feature of your IDE, and then you're sure of that, okay, what type does it support? And we can go through it with the, here, yes. So the exact same code which we're talking about, here exactly it is. So we are using the keys. Now let's say if I want to this, it is still going to be, if you just see, it is showing me it's not assignable, because here it is just seeing that it is of bike type, and now it could be any of them. It could be adventure, sports, cruiser. But, right, now if I like use something else, I'm going to get an error that this is not assignable because it expects only these 3 types. But another thing is now I have to remember that what all types does this particular type supports, because right now I am nowhere like sure what exactly it is supporting. But using the enums, at least one thing I'm sure of. So if I just go back and type, you can see with the autocomplete feature, I know that it just supports these 3 types. So that's where like I'll be like very sure of that always I'm going to get either of these 3 values and which are correct. And you have to handle it. But if I use just pass a basic string, this is not going to work because it is expecting a type which is not provided over here. Yes. So now coming back, like coming to the resources. So you can just go through these resources. These are like the official TypeScript resources, which like I've taken reference from, the tutorials and the learning platforms. There are like few articles and blog posts as well. And like before I go further and like just conclude this session, so the TypeScript and JavaScript, the JavaScript is something which like we all are familiar with, are using it, but adding a top of it TypeScript, this helps us escaping from the major errors which we might face during the runtime. Because let's say your operation or your function is expecting a particular type, but during the runtime or due to some error or a new join or whatever it is, that might have been like a miss from a person, and that could have like caused major issues or major failures, major crashes. So adding type onto it, it enables you and prevents you from the large crashes which might happen. And again, using these basic functionalities like the intersections and the unions, using these basic things can help you and ensure you that your code is typed enough, it is statically typed enough, and it is completely guarded. And apart from your logic, at least the types are not going to break. Your function, what is expected, is going to return the same thing. And it all comes down to you that now you have to write the logic in the way it's going to work. So that was all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shweta. That was great. Well, now we know TypeScript. So throughout the day, we have learned so many new things. And in case you ever end up making any of these things, you might want to scale it. So next up, we have Tapas, who's going to teach us how to scale our JavaScript apps in a reliable way. So give it away for Tapas.
Thank you. I'll use this HDMI one, because the other one doesn't work. Yeah, this way. All right. Okay, hope I'm audible. And I'm not sure like how you're looking at me as a person who finishes first, go home first, or you're going to learn something. Irrespective of that, I'm going to kind of take you through some of the perspective about scaling your front end. And it's always not very good to talk about scalability towards the last, because the term scalability being hugely compromised. Very basic developers who come into the industry thinks like it is for the seniors. And their time comes when senior thinks like we could have done it when we were juniors. And it's never get done on time. So let's talk through them. So my topic for today is scaling front end in a realistic way. Why I call it realistic way? Because there are multiple angles and multiple dimensions through which you can achieve it. But we're going to keep things very simple. And I think keeping things simple is the hardest thing that we all accept, right? So something that we can do as front-end developer and can maintain for long run to make sure that we will be able to scale our applications at least to some extent. If you don't agree with me, this session fails. Whenever we talk about scalability, we don't give that much of value because the understanding of what it takes to get started with the vision of scalability is hugely missing. And what I'm going to share is some of my own experiences in developing applications when I was a developer, and of course now when developers are developing applications for my company. So hey, this is Tapas. I've been working as a software developer, engineering manager, and multiple roles for several years, close to 2 decades. And then started teaching on YouTube. So if you're interested, you can check out my YouTube channel called TapasScript, technology blogger. And I have a software firm called CreoWays. And I also have an open source community called React Play. Being realistic means I'm in the boundary of getting something that I know is achievable. So it means that if I go with that perspective, it's like I'm going to achieve something, there are chances that I'm going to get to that, right? So that's why I'm telling that the scalability of front end, being realistic, that mindset works a lot when you think about, okay, I need to think about scalability for it. Before you go further, can anyone explain in plain English, what does scalability mean to you? Very plain English, no front-end scalability, back-end scalability. What does scalability means to you? Yes, please.
I found a problem, I have a solution for it, and I want that solution to reach as many people as possible.
Yes, okay.
As the number of users of the system increases, the resources required to run the system scale linearly.
Yeah, great. Both the answers are correct. So if we put it in a way that if you have a system that is working today, and if the demand increases, the system should work with the same competency, even with the higher demand, right? The demand could be the number of users that grows that's going to use your system. It could be like, the number of browsers that the particular application was getting used on. Now it's got increased. The feature that you want to increase is like exponentially higher than what it was before. So that's what we're talking about, the scalability of the things. Now, UI is such a fascinating thing that everybody in this world have opinion about. Whether the person belong to the UI developer, category, or UX guy, or a backend guy, but everybody has the feedback and the opinion about it, which is good, because with opinion, we improve things. But most of the cases, when you talk about user interface, we look at it as those blocks, where to place that component. You take it, top right, put it bottom down, it's not looking good over there, okay, make this list a little bit smaller. So we often get this kind of comments and this kind of feedback, right? Especially if you're working with the clients very closely, you get to get those feedback. And if you don't have a designer and you're getting this feedback directly from your client, I'm sure like you will be accepting it and you will be kind of making those changes directly. This creates some problem in a way, like over the period of time, the UI come to a shape where changing certain tiny thing, it causes an estimate of say 7 days, 8 days, and manager gets really surprised. I'm just talking about removing this particular button and putting a link tag over there. You're telling that you're going to take 2 days. It's 10 minutes of work. Why are you going to do this? Okay, what are you all going to break? So when we say that an application is not going for its scalability mode, what are the generic symptoms that we can actually think about in the front-end space? Let's talk about them very quickly. In my opinion, there are few. One is the code base is screwed in a way that the way that we have done, starting with the folder structure, from the fact that how we organize the code within the file, how we think about writing functional programming, how do we think about managing objects, how do you think about doing data structure? Talking about data structure, It's not just about learning trees, map, set, and everything. It's about thinking like if you have an application, your application has to render some data, and the data that you have to render on your application has to be structured in a certain way. So based on whatever your use case, what data structure you're going to use, you have to finalize. So you have to think through that. So that thinking at that particular thought process. So taking all this into account, if we are doing our code structure in a proper way, what is the advantage? Advantage is tomorrow something else coming that we have to incorporate into our code base, it becomes easy. But if we don't do it in that way, what happens tomorrow something else comes, we have to start refactoring thing. Refactoring is not bad. Refactoring is part of our life, it's part of developer's life. But every time doing a refactoring is costly. For every feature, every enhancements, if I have to first refactor and then have to build, the cycle that I'm spending on refactoring is costing someone the money. That money we don't want to spend. So this is one symptom if you have a kind of a code base which is messy. Second thing, I think you correctly pointed out, like I have an application which works great because I'm the only user. It was awesome when my friends started using it. Then a few people in my neighborhood, it started breaking, and after that it doesn't work. It doesn't work because I haven't thought about it when I started doing the vision for this particular application. Of course, if it's a side project, perfectly fine, no worries. But if you're paid to build an application, you're working in an organization, and they are expecting you to build something which will be used for folks beyond just you and some other people, the more number of users, that's something to keep in mind. So another symptom of where the scalability is failing, that when the user base increases, your application is not really scaling up to it. The next thing is about the coupling. Coupling in life is really good, but coupling in programming is bad. Okay, so what does coupling mean? It's like everything is tying together, right? You want to change something in one place, you cannot do it because something else is going to break. And that other developer from that team is going to come and shout at you saying that, what have you done? Of course, we are not that familiar of writing all our unit test cases, integration level test cases, end-to-end test cases. These are all standard practices. If you're writing it, even if it is failing and the test cases is reporting that particular fail, you have a chance to kind of come back and knowing it and start correcting it. Even in that case also, why would you bring the situation in such a way where that coupling exists so tightly? So this is another symptom. Then I'm not sure how many of you realized there are applications where one side of the application would look very different than another side of the application. Style-wise, theme-wise, everything. And if you ask hey, why this list box looks different than the list box on that particular page, the developer may answer oh, I have to copy the style. I have not copied the style on that particular list box. That's the reason that it is looking very different. And if every time somebody has to copy the style for each of the components, similar component that they want to use in multiple pages, we are not scaling, right? It means that the developer effort that we are spending for doing the similar thing repeatedly for our application is going to cost us a lot. Monolith, we had a great talk. Micro front-end, monolith. Again, I don't have a very strong opinion against monolith or the micro front-end in general. But when it comes to scalability means you have a team of 4. And everybody jumping into doing the same thing together at the same time versus 2 people, 2 different teams, 2 different features parallelly able to handle. Which one would you choose? I'm sure the second one, because you would have a lot of accelerations in terms of delivering to your customer. So that's why you would be probably trying to break monolith. You want to go for the micro frontend, which you're going to talk about a bit. And then the last thing, this is also, I'm sure that you would have noticed that a customer comes in, and the customer, what they want is to let's create a table, and the table should have the, that virtual scroll. Once you scroll down, and it will start, adding the users in that particular table. let's add this particular feature. Okay, great. Then the manager goes to developer, why don't you do it? How many days is going to take? And the developer says that I have to redo the table. The data table doesn't work in that mode. And if I'm going to add this feature, it's going to break somewhere else, and another 30 customers are using it. I don't know like how to do this particular thing without breaking the back or without taking care of the backward compatibility. So another aspects where the scalability goes in toss or the syndrome is like where you have huge limitations in terms of adding any new feature to your existing applications. Okay, so with these thoughts, for scalable front-end, what I personally feel is like there are a few things that we can take care or we can think through at a very basic level. One is about thinking about the reusability. For that, I'm sure like in today's world, the kind of libraries and the framework that we are using, the way that we are pushed towards the component architecture, component level design architecture, like breaking the functionality into unit components so that the component will do one job very well and you can reuse the components many places. Let's take an example. Let's say that you have a web page. Just visualize, I don't have that image. It has a header. At the right side of the header, there is a nav bar. And there you have GitHub icon, Facebook icon, Twitter icon. And you were asked to develop that. So you have a HTML header. Inside that, you have 3 anchor tags. You have added those 3 things. Now, after 2 months, those 3 icons are again needed in the footer. So again, you'll be copying those 3 lines of code and putting into the footer? No, it's not, right? It's better that you create that as a component and reuse that component wherever it is required. It's a very simple example. That example, you can make it as big as possible. So reusability, component architecture, trying to test your component independently in its isolation and making sure that it works, it is doing its job perfectly is what matters. So if you are thinking about scaling your front end, make sure that the component architecture is something that you start adapting to and see like how you can break the things into multiple components. Next, separation of concern. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. Modular architecture and better data handling. Last is the design system. So component architecture, I have spoken. Let's talk about the separation of duties. This is very simple because we are not in 90s anymore, where a HTML page has the presentation. Inside the script tag, we have all the business logic. And then there is a style tag inside that there is all CSS. We don't do those, right? 90s kids used to do. Now what do you know? We have to separate out each layer in such a way that we build our things much independently possible. So we have a presentation layer, we have the business layer separated, we have the database side of things that has been handled. If we need caching, the layer is there for that. If we need authentication mechanism, the layer is there for that. So there is a separation of concern, there is a separation of duties that is established so that if a change required on a particular layer, the change happen only on the particular layer without impacting every other layer that is there on the side by side of it, right? So that gives you a good hand for not kind of mingling with something else unnecessarily that doesn't have to go any kind of changes. This one we had an elaborated talk like monolith versus micro frontend, where you have things as a monolith architecture like this side, which works, which is not bad, but when we are talking about scalability, again the point comes like if you have 2 different features or 3 different features, in terms of keeping things kind of together, you can think about micro frontend where each of the feature lines can be taken parallelly, different developers can work with them, different developers can deliver with them, and those features, there will be some ways that they can actually talk to each other to keep things in sync as well. The next thing that I think about the data part of it, how data, proper way of thinking data can bring scalability. This particular picture shows the profile of Alex, his image, name, his social handle, how many books he has written, how many videos he has published, and a few accolades, badges that he has received. Now, let's say all this data are there in the database, and you have to pull all this data using API and show it in this particular UI. Let's say that we are using REST interface. How would you do it? What are the possible ways this UI can be done? Maybe we'll have one endpoint that gives all the data. At the UI layer, we are doing all UI computations, and then we are putting all this data on the UI layer. Tomorrow, if there is one more information that I want to have in this particular UI, if I am not thinking about doing the component architecture on this particular UI, I probably have to rewrite some of the things that I've already written before because I don't have reusability. I'm lacking reusability. So that's the first thing. Second thing, let's say you have taken care of it. But again, single API, single REST API giving you a mammoth response object, JSON object, that you have to parse in the UI, and then you have to extract the data out of it, and then again you have to put it to your individual component and you have to build it. That's again a problem because tomorrow, if the response changes, your component again has to adhere to this new response and start doing something about it. It's a problem. It's a problem. You are not able to scale your product very, very easily because you have all these problems again and again. Then you might be able to think like, okay, great, then one REST endpoint probably is not a good idea. Let's create multiple REST endpoints. Maybe one REST endpoint that is going to give Alex all personal informations like photo and all this thing. One about like, how many books he has written, /books. Another is /videos. Another is like /accolades and everything. That is great, but again, you have to now may have some kind of maintainability problem where you have to maintain 4 different REST APIs for your UI to consume. Or you would go for GraphQL in this case, where you have always one endpoint, and it will give you only the data that you're looking for your UI to consume. It's your choice. So the choice is very important when you are dealing with the data, that where exactly is going to make it much, much scalable for you, much, much maintainable for you. The last thing about the scalability stuff that we were seeing is about the design system. How many of you have built design system? Any of you? Excellent. So, and how many of you use design system? Good. So the life without design system was always like copy paste from somebody else. And that is traditionally, we have been doing, no crime with that. But the way the design system changed the thing is like, it is now giving you one perspective to look into how your design should be. If you need color, there is a color palette. If you need typography, there is typography. If you need icons, you have to select from there. If you want to know like how a profile page should look like, there is a profile page. Think of it, so there is a radio button and all these things. So the advantage and how it can help us in scaling is basically tomorrow a new UI comes, a new UI proposal comes, and we have to style this particular thing. I don't have to really think from the basis again. I have the design system established. I don't have to copy anybody's code. It can be there in the Figma itself now. I can just take that, I can look into the tokens, I can actually build my UI very, very fast. So I can be very independent, and I can scale very well because I can create multiple such UI much, much faster. So design system for the front-end scaling is one of the aspects that you should be looking forward to. So overall, if we say scale and the front-end specifically, I see it this 4 or 5 ways. To wrap it up, one is scale the functionality. To scale the functionality is basically you have to adopt the design patterns like component design pattern, make sure that your states are managed correctly. If you are breaking the things into multiple components, you have to think like how do you manage the state based on what kind of technology stack or how you are going for it, very important aspects of it. Browser, you have to scale it in a way that you have to make sure that the multiple browser your application works. It's just not the browser that you run it on localhost. You also have to test out on all the browsers that your users might use for your application usage. Performance and scale. Isn't it a little bit ambiguous? I mean, you're talking about scalability, why I'm talking about performance again? It is this way. So your app on X number of user perform on certain aspects, certain ways, right? Now you increase the user base. Okay, what do you want? you don't want the yardstick of the performance of your application should be degraded just because you have increased the user base. You want it to be either same, and maybe tomorrow you want it to be even better, right? So there are few things that we can actually think about, and it's very much feasible. I'm sure all of you are doing. For example, any kind of asset optimizations, caching, then lazy loading of stuff. Don't load everything that you not using in your component hierarchy. So all these basic things that will get you there and make sure that you are on par. And those practices are there from the beginning, is only going to help you in a way that you are in a mindset of not getting something which is not required unnecessarily. Devices, just like browsers, you have to think about your app being responsive from the beginning as much as possible, because you have developed the app completely and you have 3 iterations. Your customer already used it. It is already outside. Now coming back with the proposal of it has to be responsive, but you have not thought about the responsiveness at all from the day one. Now your customer is asking, I'm not sure how many of you have felt this pain. I felt it multiple times. First customer told that there is no responsiveness required. Our agreement and the payment is only for it has to walk into this particular resolution. But now I want responsiveness. And we have to now go ahead and make sure that we do the things in such a way. And it's just not about writing CSS. It's again about changing some of the things in the DOM structure and the hierarchy to make sure that the responsiveness works, right? So you are not scaling there. Basically, you are doing some of the tasks again repeatedly, if not functional, but at least from doing the responsiveness thing. So make sure that all applicable devices, you test your things. It's very, very important. Infrastructure, of course. I mean, it's not a cloud class, but there is no doubt that if you have to scale horizontally where you need to bring a lot of users, they can actually use your application. You have to go to cloud infrastructure. You can use the load balancers to make sure that if something is down, some other server can there to kind of back you up. So those things are there, not necessarily absolutely for the front end, but for your front end to work, you need some amount of infrastructure. And the last but not the least is the team. If the team doesn't scale, nothing else scales. So again, if the problem comes, like there is a deadlock of 2 people on whom your rest of the 10 people are waiting, you will be delivering after 6 months only. That's the truth. So how do we make teams scalable? By doing all these things that just now we spoke. Bring the standard practices. Bring that kind of culture that how things should be committed. How frequently things should be committed. What are the kind of validations like yes lints or any kind of linters that you have in place that your team is agreed upon, so that they know they're not making mistake which they should not be making while the development phase. The kind of testing that you guys agreed upon, bring those things into picture, right? And make people independent as much as possible. Okay, cancel. Okay, so with that, I hope the scalability aspects of the guy increases and it become happy. Scalability, of course, come with a cost. It is not free. We all know. I am leaving the infrastructure cost for a moment because you cannot do much on that. But if I just leave out the infrastructure cost, rest everything that we spoke today, in my opinion, those are quite realistic because those are the standards that as a developer, we should start following. And we should not be keeping them as something which is like very high funda. Somebody like me or anybody else should only come and talk. We should keep them in practice. We need to bring them into our practice and try to see what portion of it we can keep it in our application and our development to make the difference. So with that, I will close my talk today. If you want to connect and if this works, so we get connected. Thank you very much for listening to me. I know it's just towards the end, and thanks for your patience. So if you are interested further, there is a site called Frontend at Scale. I'm not sure of how many of you follow this one. If you don't follow, please follow the site called Frontend at Scale, and it sends that each newsletter to you, and each of the concepts are really mind-blowing. I'm sure as a front-end developer you would like. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tapas. All right. Let me set this up real quick. Okay, yeah, come on. Yeah. I think it should work, but still, let's see. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna introduce you, Kyle, and then let's go. All right?
Okay. Yep. Give me like 30 seconds. Yep.
Sure. हाँ, वो करता हूँ. No. Where's the sound settings? What?
He's there, but he needs to share his screen.
Yeah, no, he is gonna do that, but how do I do
or did we
yeah.
need to settings? We need
No.
The settings that's
Yeah.
my thing.
Yeah. Can you try saying something now?
You're muted.
Oh, can you say something now, Kyle?
I'm ready. I don't see anything on your side, but you can see me and my slides.
Yes, we're just figuring out the audio.
Put black magic.
Switch
back and forth. No, just a second. Where's the thing? 1 second. Yeah, audio settings.
For sure. Black magic.
Black magic. HDMI.
What about now?
So could you say something now?
Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yes, but we don't get the correct audio stream, so let's try
Okay.
that.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
इसका system का black magic पे है.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Maybe can try reconnecting.
That's not the case. Yeah, अभी के लिए ना, I think just do this full up. Just full up.
Okay. Can you say something now? Oh, we don't hear you. Just a second. What about now? Black magic.
एक मिनट. उसको black magic उठा के system MacBook. Where's the speaker? This is MacBook Pro.
What about now, Kyle?
Testing 1 2. Testing.
Okay.
Testing 1 2
Alright.
3. Testing the audio.
That works. Let me
Okay.
quickly. Okay. All right. Hi. You're all still with us. How are you feeling? Great? Right. So, last but not the least, we have somebody who I feel needs no introduction, but we're going to introduce him anyway. Kyle, you might know him from his books or any of the content that he's made. He's one of the, probably the best known JavaScript educator, somebody who I personally learned JavaScript from, and I know a lot of you must have as well. So without further ado, take it away, Kyle. A huge round of
Hello,
applause.
everyone. I hope that you all have had a great conference. I'm very sorry that I could not be there in person. I was in Delhi years back, and it was great. And I hope someday to come back, but couldn't make this trip on such short notice. But anyway, thank you for having me. It is 5 in the morning my time, so I'm still waking up, so I apologize. Hopefully I won't have any yawns or anything in the context of this talk. But yeah, let's dive into it. So my talk today is kind of a mouthful, this title, upgrading to Web 2.5 with local first. And those words may mean not so much to you right now, but hopefully by the end of the talk, you'll understand what I'm describing. So let's just jump in. Where I want to start today is I want to talk about how our industry likes to divide itself, usually into these separate camps. We like to pick one side of a debate, and we very passionately love our side, and we tend to very passionately hate or dislike or disagree with the other side. We try to divide ourselves a lot. I want to talk about that as kind of a context, a framing for our discussion around Web 2.5 and first. So the first most obvious divide that a lot of us have encountered is the divide between web and native, right? We have people that build web, and a lot of us in this room, I think, are that way. I certainly have spent my career there. And then we have a lot of other people who kind of believe that native software development, like using the native Java on Android or the native Swift or C iOS, for example, that those create superior applications and superior experiences. And if you're in the web camp, then you're thinking, well, web is clearly superior because it runs everywhere. And if you're in the native camp, then you're thinking, well, native is clearly the better because it creates this much more normal and accepted feeling for users. So there's arguments on either side of that debate, but the point is not who's right or wrong. The point is that we've divided ourselves along lines like this. We've created these divisions between us, and it's really hard for someone in the web camp to understand the needs and beliefs of someone in the native camp, and it's also really hard for those that believe in native to understand the importance of the use cases driving the web. And we tend to, whichever camp we're in, we tend to look down on those that are in the other camp. Of course, that's not the only divide. We have divides between the core web platform technologies like HTML5 and CSS3, although I think we're almost to CSS5 now, but you know, that's the logo that we always use for kind of modern CSS, versus those that like to build JavaScript. And by the way, the idea of divides, I didn't come up with that. There's a little link there that you'll get from the slides later. That is a great article that Chris Coyer wrote about he called it the Great Divide, between those that embrace kind of the core platform technology of HTML5 or CSS3 and use JavaScript only when necessary, versus the other camp, and I think many of us probably have been more in this other camp, certainly that's where most JavaScript developers are employed, is to do kind of JS only or JavaScript heavy software development through all the various modern frameworks like React and Vue and all these things. All of those basically say, you don't really need to author HTML and CSS. We will compile those automatically. You just write JavaScript in whatever various flavors and we'll create all of that. And again, we have this big divide between those who believe that JavaScript is the only really technology that matters for front-end development and those who believe that we should embrace building things with HTML5 and with CSS3. We should embrace building those and then decorate them and enhance them, augment them with JavaScript. So we're not gonna, we could take a whole talk on each of these divides, but again, the point I want you to see is that it is very difficult to, if you're in one camp, to understand the needs and the importance of the other. And I just want you to keep that framing in mind. Of course, there's other divides, TypeScript versus JavaScript. It's not so much a divide, if we're being honest, anymore, because virtually the entire world has moved to TypeScript. You know, if you followed me much, that I have a lot of strong opinions on this topic. I'm not going to dive into that, except I'll just make one quick little brief cosmetic comment. The TypeScript logo, if you look closely, it's ever so slightly has the rounded corners. And I always feel like that's TypeScript saying, it's like JavaScript, but you know, with softer corners. I don't know if that's true, but it is clearly the case that there is a strong divide between these. And in particular, One thing that bothers me about this divide is that there are those, especially in the TypeScript camp, who feel like the only way for TypeScript to be promoted is for JavaScript to be demoted. It is a zero sum, meaning that TypeScript is better only because JavaScript is worse. That's the only argument that really seems to resonate with most people, is that TypeScript is fixing things that are fundamentally bad and wrong about JavaScript. And of course, I don't believe that to be the case at all. I think they should be considered equals. They have their pros and their cons. And I think if we took a broader view, we might see that this is not an either or game, that one does not have to lose for the other to win. But that is so often how these divides are presented. Of course, we have the front end versus the back end. Again, I could do a whole talk on that. We have user experience versus developer experience, another one of those divides. We often think, well, if we build something that is good for developers, then developers will do their jobs better and that will be better for users. But the web platform and its priority of constituency said that we should be prioritizing users first instead of implementers and developers. And so this trickle-down idea that if we make it better for the developer, then of course it will be better for the user, that sounds great in theory, but in practice, usually doesn't work out that way. In practice, we make decisions mostly kind of selfishly based upon what we as developers need. And it is hard if you are in that world and prioritizing the developer, it's hard to think about the user. And quite honestly, vice versa. If all you thought about is the user, sometimes it's easy developer experience. I don't use Vim versus Emacs.
Daily editor driver, some of you.
I don't use either one of those as my daily.
But I definitely use Vim. I'm in that camp whenever I'm managing like my servers, just because that's what I've always used for like 30 years or something like that. So, but we have those camps. Even spaces versus tabs is a great divide, and it's hard for those that pick one side to understand the needs and the concerns of the other. It feels like there's this tension.
So the point that I'm making here is that you love your side and you hate the other side, or vice versa.
You hate this side and love that side. Is that healthy for our community? And is that really the actual truth of the matter? Is it actually true that we have these dichotomies and that you must pick sides in these debates? Is it actually true that things are zero sum, that for one thing to win, the other thing has to be evil or bad, or it has to lose? I don't think that's the case, but I want to push on this a little bit, because the ones that I've been talking about for up to this point are a little bit more obvious, and I want to push on a few that might be a little less obvious and a little bit more inconvenient. What about the divide between privacy and convenience? We're often told that you have to choose. If you build a system that emphasizes and prioritizes and focuses on privacy, then it will necessarily be a less convenient experience. Or if we prioritize the convenience for the user, then they have to give up some of their privacy to do that. And there's just no other way around it. We think that you can't really have both. We also have the security versus performance. That again, same thing. You have to prioritize one or the other. And often security, performance, and privacy and convenience, those are all kind of intermingled, right? Maybe that's like a four-way struggle and you can only have two or three of the four. So is it really true? Or is it just that we've found it easier and more comfortable to divide ourselves into these camps? Is it because the discipline of doing both is much harder and it's harder to justify, and therefore it's easier to just divide up into those camps? Here's another one that might surprise you a little bit. I'm going to say rich versus poor. That's really just to kind of come up with a very small word to fit on the slide on either side. But I don't really mean this in financial terms. I don't mean this in like those people who are rich and those people are poor. But what I really mean is from the perspective of a company treating its users as if they are, and I'm using air quotes here, rich or poor, because we have this divide between whether you are a customer who is paying us a lot of money or whether you're one of those freeloading users that is getting everything for free. And it's very clear that we often prioritize the quote unquote rich, the quote unquote those who are paying us versus those who are using free. We deprioritize those. And we think about this in terms of you're a paying customer or you're not a paying customer. And that is a divide. That is a place where we say we can't do It can't be great for both. It can only be great for one. And of course, we're going to prioritize the ones that we make money off of. And I think that's also one of these false divides. And that's why I'm pushing on this, because the truth of the matter is that if somebody is your customer and then their circumstances change and maybe they are in a very different environment, they're still your customer, but they're no longer in the use case that you planned for. And so you might think, well, they're in the use case of one of these free users, but they're actually still your customer, and we shouldn't be deprioritizing them. The other thing I want to point out, and I'm using the word once here, I don't mean to suggest only that product that is made by 37 Signals that some of you may know about that is actually named once. I don't mean to suggest only that one, but I want to talk about the idea of one-time purchasing of software versus having to subscribe to things. That is another one of these divides. And we used to do software in one camp, and virtually all of the world has moved to suggesting that the only viable, the only scalable, the only reasonable business models are those that are based on subscription now. And again, I want to push back and ask, is it really true that we have to choose, that we cannot have meaningful business models that are prioritizing both, or that are prioritizing one side more heavily than the other? Does it have to be one or the other where there's a zero-sum game involved? And finally, I want to ask, do we have to divide our business models along the lines of, if we think about capitalism, it's like just one more dollar. I just need a little bit more. And however much more I can get, that's what I should be doing for my business, versus what used to be the predominant model for businesses, even in the web in its early days, which was focused a bit more on sustainability. Is there a way to run a viable and successful business, even a growing business, but to do so based upon the enough model, the sustainability model? Or is the only way to build a successful business one that's driven by the greed of just one more dollar? So in all of these divides, we are feeling like there is no middle ground, right? But people instinctually know that in most cases, it depends. Most people will tell you that you have to compromise somewhere in the middle. But we always feel like if we're entrenched in one camp, we always feel like everybody else should be compromising. It's great for everybody else for the it depends, but for whatever strong position and feelings that I have on a topic, I'm right. But everybody else really should be compromising in the middle. The truth is that we have to embrace the middle. We have to look for those bridges, because it is never the case that one is always absolutely better than the other. So now I want to push a little bit towards the topic of this talk, because I want to ask you, can the web exist? Could there be a viable model for the web where we didn't have to give up our data, where we didn't have to use our data as a currency to pay for our privilege of using the web? Is that possible? Could the web exist without spinners? And I don't mean that only in the physical sense of the spinners that we see, but I do mean, could the web exist where applications and data were co-located with each other instead of having to work in that server-client model where we're always having to fetch applications and data from separate devices across the internet? Could the web exist without the subscription business model that is so prevalent, that basically dominates the web now? But could we have a web that was meaningful and useful for all of the world's population? And could businesses survive on the web if they weren't based on subscriptions? Could the web exist without the cloud? And I don't necessarily mean like the cloud literally goes away, but could the web exist in any meaningful sense if it was not cloud-centric? Could the web exist if it was actually more client device-centric, if it was peer-to-peer? Would that still be a meaningful model for the web? Many people would say no, but I want to challenge those assumptions. So some of you may think that I'm describing the divide between our current world, which we would call Web 2, and some who have proposed that the future is what we call Web 3, what some people call Web 3. Now, Web 3, if you've heard that term or haven't heard that term, often purported to be what we see from the crypto and blockchain world. This is not a Web 3 talk. I just want to say that from the get-go here. I am not here to promote or to criticize, quite frankly, Web 3, crypto, blockchain, anything. I do have strong opinions on it, but this is not actually about that divide. What I want to point out is that that divide is not actually the most important one for us to be discussing. And by the way, Web 3 is not even really much the web. They use that word web because it's a really good marketing term and it really catches people's attention. But they really only borrow the concepts of the web for hosting their front ends. And pretty much all the rest of it is not very web, except for the fact that it's all based in the cloud. So maybe it is actually web. I don't know. But anyway, that's not the divide that I want us to focus on. Wherever we're going, I want us to focus on the fact that the motivation for that is that the Web 2 side, the world that we are currently in, is starting to crumble. It's actually been crumbling for a really long time. And that is our motivation for why we need to get somewhere. It is not necessarily the case that we need to get to Web 3, because Web 3, I think, is too far off. And it's not even relevant to really argue about whether that is going to work or not. But I want to motivate that we have to make some change now because Web 2 itself is starting to fall apart. And I will also make the case that no matter how crumbling our current site is, which I'm going to convince you I believe that it is, but no matter how crumbling it is, nobody's going to jump over that huge of a gap. I spent a bit of time working in a Web3 crypto company, and I came to really deeply appreciate just how big that gap is and why Web 2 developers are not in droves making that jump, and more importantly, why users aren't making that jump. So Web 2 does need a bridge because it is crumbling, and we have to figure out what that bridge is, but we'll come back to what that bridge is in a little bit. Because I think some of you, even though I've asserted that the Web 2 is crumbling, you're like, yeah, but you know, everything has problems. And I think you're just a bit too comfortable with the knowns of Web 2. And you either haven't noticed, or I'll point out that maybe you're just unwilling to admit that the foundations really are actually crumbling beneath us. And if we don't do something, the web is going to fall apart. I mean that. This is an existential crisis. There will not be a web that sustains itself if we do not address these fundamentally foundational issues. So I want to talk for a little bit about some of the ways that the Web 2 is actually crumbling beneath our feet. The first, maybe the most obvious, is that we have traded away privacy. It's essentially become this great, pie in the sky idea that does not actually exist anymore. I'll make this assertion that in the digital space, you are what you do. I didn't come up with that, by the way. It's just kind of one of those sayings that I've heard for years. Don't know exactly who to attribute it to. So if you're listening, I apologize that I didn't give you credit for it. But whoever said that is absolutely spot on. Because if you think about it, here I am coming to you digitally through this feed. But I have met some of you in person. And I hope to meet more of you in person. So I have a physical meet space person. And I have a digital presence. I have social media accounts, for example. How do you know, though, that my LinkedIn or my Twitter account or my other social media presences, my digital self, is somehow linked to my human self? How do you know that? How do you know that I don't just have some LLM bots running all those things and kind of trolling the whole world? I mean, it's technically possible that that could be the case, right? The only reason that I have a digital identity that anybody can map to my human identity is because over a period of time, my digital identity has done things that are consistent with my human identity. And therefore people see, oh, he says the same things in person that he tweets about or writes on LinkedIn about. That's the same person. That's the same identity. That's the correlation between those two. And it's not a snapshot in time. It's over time. What I have done digitally has defined who I am in the digital space. And I've chosen to define my digital identity aligned with my human identity. Others choose to do it differently, by the way. And that's totally fine. So I'll say that identity that we choose to define is entirely based upon the digital data that makes us up, that defines us. And either you own that data or others own that data that defines you. In other words, either you own your identity in the digital space or someone owns that identity for you. Now, I think most of us are going to say, well, users don't care about this. They don't care about their identity. They don't think deeply like we as technologists do. And I want to challenge that assumption, because I do absolutely believe that the things I'm suggesting here are things that even the most non-technical of users would say, if pointed out and asked, would you rather this or this? They're going to choose every time. For example, if given the actual informed choice, they would choose to say, well, of course I want my own identity. And I'll push on that in just a moment. Because if you do not have custody of your data, you don't own that data. Custody is the whole game. If you do not physically control your data, and we see this happening more and more, that we see people that have given away their data because we've built a web that basically has no other model other than for you to give away your data. And that's all well and good until somebody, some entity, whether that be a company or a government, starts to use that data against us. And I think some of you are very quickly going to realize the directions that I'm going in with this. But even the most non-technical of users, I am convinced, if you ask them, is it okay that because you've used XYZ app, whether it's an Instagram app or it's a health tracker app or anything else, any app that you can imagine, an e-commerce app like Amazon, whatever, just because you've used that app, does that give permission for those entities to use that data to manipulate you, to control you, to put you in jail? Is that the web that we want to be building? Because I don't think there's a single user on this planet that says, I'm okay with you using that data against me. That's a fair trade here for me to be able to use your app. Nobody's going to say that. It's also true that if somebody who owns your data can block you from your data, then you don't own that data. We see this quite frequently. We see that apps are happy to take your data and give you all this nice free service, and then they start ratcheting things up, and maybe they start charging you to access your own data. So now you have to rent your own data and your own identity back from them. And if they can keep doing that and keep raising the price no matter what, with no controls, and you're locked into a silo, you don't own that data, and therefore you don't own your identity, and you do not have any control over your own privacy. And I will then say that if you can't protect that data, and by the way, protect means a bit more than just preventing it from being lost or corrupted. Protect means that it can't be used against you. So I want to get really specific about a motivating use case here. In the United States, where I'm from, there was a couple of years ago a landmark ruling from our country's Supreme Court that took away a right for those with uteruses to have been able to access abortion care. Now, I'm not here to debate whether or not abortion is a right or wrong thing, but for 50 years in our country, it was a federally protected, guaranteed right that was highly controversial. And then our legal system took away that right and said, no, we're going to have to let all these different localities and states make that decision. So depending on where you live, it may or may not be legal. That was a huge change that is still reverberating even years later. Now, the thing I want to point out, though, is that I happen to live in a state, I live in Texas, and I happen to live in a state that chose to go quite far to one extreme on that and chose to actually start suing to have access to data from apps like menstruation trackers, period trackers, to get data from women from their apps and then use that against them to put them in jail. Now, that's not a hypothetical. It actually happened, and it is continuing to happen because they have the ability to get that data. Of course, they want that data, and they want to use it against people. And that's really what struck me, because I don't have periods myself. I'm not a uterus having person, but I have people in my life that I care about who do. And I don't feel like we should be building a web where their data can be used against them for any reason, this topic or any other. We have the ability to do it, and I think that is a fundamental right of privacy to our own data. Also, performance, another one of the things that is crumbling underneath Web 2. The web is supposedly this zero install experience. We just arrive at a website and boom, it just works, right? But actually, it also promises an instant start. That is, as soon as you arrive at the site with no spinners and no waiting whatsoever, it just instantly runs. We all know that apps, native apps that we install on our devices, there's a little bit of a delay while we install that app. And sometimes it might take even a few minutes to install the app. But then we get an instant start from those experiences. And so we expect from the web that we would have the same. We expect on the web to have no install, just show up at a website from a search engine, just type in a domain, zero install, but also instant start. And the truth is that that's completely impossible. It's actually far from zero install because of the way that the web works, essentially because of a whole bunch of mistakes around the way caching works, that the web is in practice install every visit. And you cannot install every visit and also have instant start. These two are, in fact, on two sides of the divide, and it is really impossible to do both. You cannot instantaneously install a huge application and also have it start right away. And by the way, we're making this worse and worse by how we're building the web. The average web page of the average page size in 2024, back in August, this data is current. I went to the HTTP archive. There's great little, there's a link there. It's a great little tool that they have all this data they collect, and you can even go back historically and compare year over year or month over month. So I went and compared back August 24 to 2023, and I found that the average page size is now about 2.7 megabytes. If we'd been having this conversation even a few years ago, it was closer to 2 megabytes. So it is growing, and it's growing approximately 7% year over year. For those of you that are not math nerds, that means that that will double in approximately 10 years. So every 10 years, we are approximately doubling the average page size. Now, some of you are thinking, well, 2.7 megabytes doesn't seem like that bad. Just remember, that is the average over like 400 billion internet sites. Let's take the 90% number because that one's a little bit more disturbing. The 90th percentile page size, which is not the whole average, it's just the top 90% of the web. Look how quickly this one went higher. The 90th percentile page is 10.5 megabytes, and more disturbingly, that part is growing at an even faster rate, approximately 8% year over year. So it's going to double even quicker. So now, within a few years, that could be 20 or 30 or 50 megabytes. And if we talk about even further slices, that number gets bigger and bigger and bigger. These are disturbing numbers. We are constantly building a bigger and more bloated web where we're shoving down high-res images and custom fonts and all of these things. And we're assuming that users want all of that. And we're building web experiences that essentially require that to even get on the web, right? You can't even experience a web experience properly the way it's intended without downloading all of this stuff. It's harder than ever for web developers to fake that zero install and instant start happening together. It's getting harder and harder and harder. And by the way, this is good for the people who are promoting this particular drive of the web. Hosting providers are increasingly controlling the architecture and the optimizations because developers can no longer do these sorts of things themselves. They need these platforms and these delivery mechanisms to be able to even hope to achieve that. And yes, I'm talking about the providers like the AWSs and the Vercels of the world. They are getting rich off of the fact that the web is harder and harder to manage from an architectural or an optimization perspective. It's harder for them to do, and they are benefiting from that because they are extracting now billions of dollars of value by creating these layers for you. And it's ironic that there's even multiple layers because many people have observed that Vercel is basically just a nicer developer experience wrapped around AWS. But AWS was a nicer wrapped around experience around over other types of tooling and other types of optimization and architecture. So we're creating these layers of optimization, which allows those businesses to extract billions in value from the web. And part of the reason why they succeed is because we have allowed the web to become so much more difficult to build and difficult to achieve those fake promises of zero install and instant start. This is a quick little video capture. Some of you might have seen this website. It was going around a month or two back. It's actually a rebuild using Next.js library of an older site from 20 years ago that used like Backbone and jQuery. But notice how as I move the mouse cursor around and every time I hover, literally hundreds of different web requests are being made. Because the way this website was originally designed and then was redesigned with Next is to basically preload all the images before you click on the page. So every time I mouse over something, it preloads all these images. Now, it's already up to like 1,000 images or something like that. Just so you understand, it's not actually making thousands of requests against a web server. The Next.js site, anyway, is using a service worker, and they're basically faking those responses. So they're loading giant image sprites and then creating individual responses from the service worker. So it's not technically hitting a server. But can you imagine a website like this where you were on a metered bandwidth, and just by moving your mouse cursor around, you've now incurred tens or hundreds of dollars worth of data usage just by moving your mouse cursor around? And we vaunt this as, look how amazing that is, because as soon as I click on something, it's an instant experience, right? And we say, that's the pinnacle of web design because we're able to do that. I don't think that we should be cheering for this as this is how the web is supposed to be, that the only way to make this work is to have this massive amount of data. And even if you completely factor out the internet usage, just thinking about the way that that service worker is working, think about just how much computation is happening there. Just to fake this idea of instant start and zero install. Imagine how many millions, billions, trillions of wasted processing and memory usage and all of that, and the battery drain that comes from using something like this. I think these are problems that are fundamentally tearing the web apart. And we're not really paying attention to the crumbling foundation because all the stuff up on top looks so shiny, so new, so amazing that it distracts us. Also, I think that the web beneath our feet is crumbling because we are increasingly seeing less access to the web. This is not only a fundamental and financial thing, but it's also really almost a moral thing. The web is supposed to be, it is man and womankind's, it is humankind's greatest invention, I would argue. And it is supposed to be for all 8+ billion people on the planet. But we are increasingly assuming that to experience the web means that you have unlimited internet access and unlimited power, right? The point I was just making about websites like the next one that we just saw. That assumes that you have unlimited internet to be able to download all of those giant image sprites, which are megabytes or gigabytes in size. And it assumes that your device effectively has infinite power because even if it drains your battery, you can just plug it in and recharge it anytime you want, and it doesn't cost you any money. I have been to parts of the world where that is very much not the case. Yes, some years back, but I literally went to a village in rural Africa and saw people hanging their cell phones from dangling off of a light pole in the middle of town where the only line of electricity was coming in, and it took all day to recharge a device. And they paid a week's wages for the privilege of doing so. There are many parts of the world that do not have unlimited internet and unlimited electricity, and we are simply creating a web that consumes more of that at an unchecked pace. And by the way, it's going to get 1,000 or 1,000,000 times worse with the advent of AI, which is both more data hungry and more power hungry. We're just assuming that all of these things are free, and we're assuming that that if you want to use the web, then you're going to have unlimited access to these things. But most of the world's population does not enjoy those privileges. So we are at an increasing rate dividing between the haves and the have-nots, between those who can experience the web and those who will be left out. And it seems like our best plan to address such disparities are rich billionaire dudes flying balloons over rural parts of the world or whatever, right? We come up with these crazy space shot types of ideas for fixing things, and that's our best plan. I think the truth is that for us to address this, we have to address how we are building the web. And it is our responsibility as the builders of the web to be pushing back on it, because certainly the people who are writing the checks and making the decisions are not asking these questions. And I'm telling you that you, as builders of the web, are the only ones who can, and you must. You must ask these questions, and you must start to push back, because the foundations beneath your feet are starting to crumble. Cost. We already talked about this, but I'll reinforce. It is getting ever more costly to use the web, because users are not only spending more on access, they're also having to spend more on the devices just to keep up. Because it used to be the case that in most parts of our life, if you bought a thing, you could continue to use that thing with the same level of service for basically as long as that thing would physically survive. For example, you buy a car or a TV, it used to be the case that that thing would run for years and years and years. And you would never have to upgrade it until you just couldn't keep repairing that thing, couldn't keep maintaining that thing. The evergreen promise of the web, which we have vaunted as one of its best characteristics, has actually also been one of its worst evils, because it is starting to be abused, where users are showing up today to use a site that yesterday worked fine on their device, and nothing about their device changed, but the site updated itself, and it is now no longer able to work on the device that it used to work on yesterday. And that user has no choice other than to either not experience that part of the web anymore, or they must go and fork over their hard-earned money to buy an upgraded device. And that's getting less and less sustainable, more and more unfair for a larger and larger section of the web. You know, if we look back over human history, in most industries, when a new technology begins to improve and mature over time, the economies of scale will drive down the cost and drive up, increase access to that thing, right? Brand new TV technology comes out, it costs $10,000, few people, only the rich have it. But over time, that technology becomes easier to manufacture at scale, people buy more, you have more people, and eventually, most everybody has that TV technology. That's the way most industries have worked, except the web has worked exactly the opposite. The more the web grows, the more the web matures, the harder it is for people to access, the more expensive it is, and the harder it is for people to get on. It's the exact opposite. This is not a sustainable trajectory, and the web will crumble under its weight. It will crush itself like a black hole if we do not step in to fix it. And by the way, it's not only the cost to users that's going up, but also the cost to companies too. I mentioned companies like the AWSs and the Vercels and the other providers of the world. They're all too happy to be charging you more and more money. And you just have to look not too far on social media to see all the complaints from people with exorbitant surprise bills. Overnight, they woke up and now they have a $1,000 bill to one of these providers. These companies are all too happy to have almost hooked you like a drug dealer does on free and cheap access to their services. And then as soon as you really need them and they start to scale, well, now they're happy to just charge you crazy amounts of money. And they keep artificially manufacturing demand, by the way. Some of you might have heard this phrase before. It was used to describe the kind of the gold rush, and the way that some people got really rich in the gold rush was not to go after the gold, but to go after the tool that everybody needed to get gold, because gold was in crazy. It was driving everybody nuts. So sell shovels during the gold rush, sell the shovels. Well, in fact, we see multiple layers of this happening, because now what's actually happening in practice is during a shovel rush, you sell the metal to make the shovels. And we quite literally see that from companies like NVIDIA creating all of the processors for the AI gold rush. And finally, I want to point out the complexity is causing the web to crumble beneath our feet. I pulled out this tweet from just a few weeks ago. I thought it really spoke to it. It did not used to be this way, that if you wanted to build something for the web, it was almost this hopeless mire of complexity just to get started. And these sentiments are not unusual. These sentiments are actually quite common for people who come new to this and say, how could I possibly even imagine getting started when there's this mountain of things just to get the first thing to show up? I know I'm dating myself, and I know I sound like an old graybeard crony here when I say we used to be able to make a web page in Notepad in a text file, upload it with FTP, click refresh, and then click view source and see everything. And we have chosen not to allow that to work anymore. We have chosen multiple layers of complexity, and we have not been forced into this. We have quite willingly made this choice. Not to suggest that there have been no positives, but I do not think we've been responsibly asking, what are the cons? What are the costs of this? I'm not saying that all complexity is bad, but complexity is not de facto good simply because it looks like progress. It has costs, and those are far too often not being counted. Used to be that we would say that programmer job security was ensured by writing hard to maintain code, right? If you write code that can't be maintained, of course, you'll be able to keep your job because they'll never be able to fire you. Unfortunately, the complexity arms race is now ensuring that most of our jobs are going to be replaced by AI, at least if you listen to the social media influencers. It's getting harder and harder to do our jobs, and the computer is doing more and more. So it is the case that because we have created this complexity, we have created the problems that might actually jeopardize the work that we do. So that is my case, that we really do have some fundamental crumbling of the foundations underneath us of Web 2, that it is indeed crumbling, and that we do need a bridge. And the great news is there is a bridge. So now let me turn our attention for the rest of this talk to where I think we should be heading. And that is what is called local first development. Now, that is not a term that I made up. Local first actually comes from a company called Ink and Switch, a little consultancy. They coined this term several years back. There's a blog post linking to that on Ink and Switch's website, and I encourage you to go and read that and get some ideas for this movement. But also there's a vibrant, growing community of builders that are trying to create and drive local first, and it is no longer a small little nascent niche. It's actually a very big and growing community, multiple thousands of people in a Discord that meet every month and have conferences, and there are many companies that are starting to invest. And that second link to localfirstweb.dev has links to all of that stuff. So if any of what I say about local first piques your curiosity, I encourage you to check out many of the resources that are there. I just want to briefly intro you to the 7 principles of local first. We're not going to dive too deep into it. The first principle of local first, as laid out by Ink and Switch, is that there are no spinners. Your work has to be at your fingertips. What that simply means is that the data must be co-located with the app. We're not physically talking about whether or not a spinner shows up, but that there cannot be a transmission delay where you have to go and get data to be able to work with it with the app that is already present. So you have to put the data on the device first, and then you can optionally put it in other places. So it becomes a device-centric model for data storage. And that's going to feel very foreign to many of you, but that is the first and most important fundamental principle of local first. Also, your work is not trapped on that device simply because it is primarily stored there. Just because that's the source of authority for the data doesn't mean that it only resides there. Your data can actually, and probably should, be able to reside in many other places. It can be synchronized elsewhere. It can be collaborated upon with others. It can be synchronized up to servers and backed up in lots of other places. It's just that we're changing where is the default place. The default right now is in the cloud, and what we're changing is the default is now the device, and then optionally we can put it in all of those other places. And by the way, because the data resides with the app, that also means that the network becomes optional. This one point is the offline first point. So some people who say that local first is just offline first, they're missing a bigger picture, but certainly offline first is part of local first. The network is optional. That does not mean we'd never have any network. There are some apps that maybe never are always going to want to have communication. So what happens when the network is not just on or off, but flaky? How does that app work? Again, all of the mindset behind offline first comes here, which is that we have to design these experiences assuming that the network is not guaranteed, as opposed to designing them assuming that it is. My best example on our phone that connect to our bank accounts. And if you log into a bank account, you know that you're logging in and connecting to some server. What happens when you don't have internet? Can you still access your bank account? My guess is no, because all the bank account apps that I've ever seen are online only.
Kyle, if you can you wrap up?
And it's not changing. And it should be something that could stay on my device that I could then open an app and access and do reports on and analysis or whatever. But I can't get to any of that data because the bank app assumes it's got to store only on the cloud. It can't put it on my device. So if I don't have the internet, I can't access my own banking data. The fourth principle is that we need seamless collaboration with our colleagues. Just because we're putting the data on our devices does not mean that we have to sacrifice all the capabilities that users expect. They expect to be able to seamlessly collaborate, and we've built that expectation in a cloud-centric way. You can do the same thing in a local first way. So we're not losing the capabilities. We're not rolling back the expectations that users have about what they can do with their data. We're simply changing the way that we build that and using different approaches.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, but he has a lot to tell, but it's all gonna be in the live stream after, so you can watch it later. But we have to go home now. I know, it has been a long day, wasn't it? Okay, so before I finish, we have a draw to make, right? So our friends from Vonage, you know, this conference is not possible without the sponsors. They're gonna quickly draw the bag. Who wants the bag? Everyone. Okay. So I'm gonna plug this, and then let's see who is gonna be the winner. Who thinks is gonna be the winner? Okay, be careful. If you're the winner, you're gonna find out now. Oh, what's happening? It's something happening.
Okay.
Who is the winner?
No, that's not.
There's no winner? Oh, sorry, I don't know Indian, so I don't know. I thought that was an Indian name. And with a heart. Do you love that version?
Okay, so let's do a drum roll.
Okay, let's do a drum. Just make some noise.
The winner is Amit.
Where's Amit? Okay, do we have any other company who wants to do the raffle? I think it's Imatskit. Imatskit, where are the Imatskit? Are they outside? Can you check? Okay, before we do that, I want to thank Zensar. A big applause for Zensar. Foolproof. Azure Cosmos DB. Microsoft. Vonage. Imatskit.io. Interledger Foundation. Auth0, and the rest of the communities that helped us to come here. It was a long day. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Who's coming to the workshops? Oh my God, we don't have a space for that, but you can still come. We're gonna fit you in, okay? Yes, and please tell your friends how good it was. Please post on the social media. because we want more people to come, okay? Make sure you tell everyone. So, the way we close normally is a big thank you to Usual. Usual, come up here. Usual, thank you for putting all the effort. And then a big thank you to all the speakers. Speakers, come up here. So you all come here and we take a picture together. Yeah, after that. Don't worry. A picture with all the speakers. And then our volunteers. Can you tell Lucy to come up as well? Okay, our AV team that helped us to stream our content online. You can go back and watch it online. India International Center that hosts us here. Lucy, come up here. Who's going to be the photographer? We ran out of photographers. Okay, take a picture, post online. Okay. You might get a present tomorrow. So whoever posts a picture tomorrow might win a present, okay? Tag, pose. Okay. Okay, make a long jump. Okay, Olympics 2024. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Come. Okay, more pictures. He's late. Okay, make sure you tag on LinkedIn, Twitter, all the social media. We're gonna pick a winner tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Bye. See you tomorrow.